Before the fall of the archangel, Lucifer Morningstar existed even before the 4 devil kings. When the underworld was ruled by the prince of darkness, Mundus. The devil rebelled against his own kind for the sake of the human race. It's all started 2,000 years ago. There was a war between the human world and the underworld. But somebody from the underworld woke up to justice and stood up against this legion alone. His name was Sparda. Later, he quietly reigned the human world and continued to preserve harmony until his death. He became a legend. The legendary Dark Knight. Sparda. What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was betrayed and was the son of Sparda. After failing to save Rias from her engagement to Razor, even after giving his left arm to Ddraig, and after a painful event, Issei will discover his true identity and will be recognized as the strongest Sekiryuutei of all time. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version. You may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the gender. Well, with that out, let's get into part 1. "It can't be," said the brown man on his knees looking at the macabre scene in the backyard of his house. "What happened?" he said with tears running down his cheeks. The brown man did not understand why this had happened, but perhaps we should remember the events of the last few months. After giving up his left arm in order to use the maximum power of Ddraig to save Rias from his engagement with Razor, his power was not enough and failed for the second time. That hurt him at the time, but what hurt him more were the cold words that Rias said to him when he was about to leave back to the human world. Rias had told her, "You stupid servant. Who do you think you are to interfere in my engagement party?" slapping her face and hugging Razor as she left. That day Issei Hyodo understood that he had only been used by the Redeed and her servants, because a few days later all the girls of the club joined Rias, and Kiba, who he considered his friend, was now Razor's personal bodyguard. He was also surprised when a week after losing against Razor, the boys of the occult club came to the club room that was now taken care of by the Brown. They took him to the backyard of the club building where they tortured him in terrible ways. His surprise was great to see the funny face they all had, and when he asked them why they did that they replied, "You deserve it," and he could only be frozen to see the coldness with which his friends even Asia treated him. But those punishments did not end there, but in the following weeks they came back just to torture him. And as a consequence the good feelings he had towards them were disappearing, and feelings of hatred and contempt arose towards them. Now he had become the last servant of Rias Gremory, who now did not serve Razor Phoenix. Even without knowing it, Rias had not married Razor, but he had already forgotten about it and had moved on. Now he was only interested in the well-being of his parents, helping them in everything he could, and after having recovered from the devastation that the Redeed had caused in him, by telling him those words, his perverted flame was extinguished. Now in the breaks he only stayed under a tree dozing. He had also become a little closer to Sona Citri's entourage, who had supported him in those days of deep loneliness and sadness. But what he had found today when he arrived at his house left him cold. After entering his house he was not received by his parents, and suddenly a smell of grilled meat attracted his attention, so he deduced that his parents were having a barbecue, and then he had gone out to the yard to help them with something, but when he arrived he fell to his knees. In front of him were 2 charred bodies, to the point that those bodies were darker than the charcoal itself, and approaching them, he could see who they were, and as he feared they were his parents. "Who did this?" he shouted towards the sky, embracing the charred bodies of his parents, while he kept on crying his eyes out. That's when Ddraig's gem appeared on his left arm. "Partner, I can perceive the aura of the person in charge in this place. Although very faintly. Who was it? Tell me," he shouted, making his anger increase even more. "Calm down. If you continue like this you will reach the Juggernaut Drive. And since you have no magical energy it will consume your life energy, and despite being a devil your years of life would be over in about 10 minutes at most. I don't mind dying. I'll be willing to do anything to kill the damned who took my parents from me. Now tell me, Ddraig, who did it?" Trying to calm himself down uselessly. "The one responsible was the heir of the Phoenix house. The one called Razor." Hearing this the chestnut finally exploded in anger. A blood-red aura began to be expelled from his body, expanding in radius and rising into the sky, piercing the clouds. "I see. Then I will kill him. I will take his life like he did my parents," he shouted furiously, increasing the amount of aura that his body expelled. But without noticing it, something inside him woke up. His hair that was shaking violently by effect of his waves of power, his hair began to change color from brown to full white. Inside his body a new power had awakened, but this was changing Issei's body. After that strange event, the aura of the now white-haired Issei stopped being expelled and he fell unconscious to the ground, losing the notion of time. But what he did not know was that that aura explosion could also be felt in the underworld. Underworld. Now Lucifer's room. That aura, he said, looking out the window, can only mean that it has appeared. Human world. Hyodo's residence. It was already night and the white-haired man was slowly beginning to wake up. Companion. Finally you wake up. You've been unconscious for 4 hours. Ddraig. What happened to me? He said, standing up. After telling you who had killed your parents. You exploded in anger and hatred. You were one step away from reaching the Juggernaut Drive. If you had done it you would be dead now. Don't worry, I won't let myself die until I end that bastard's life. Clenching his fists tightly. But then Ddraig perceived that his companion was not alone. Partner. Pay attention. You are not alone. Look behind you. At this warning, Issei turned to see who it was and could see a man who looked to be about 50 years old, tall and quite toned body, blue hair and dressed in a black smocking. Issei quickly got into a fighting stance but was surprised when the man in front of him knelt down. You have finally awakened, young master, said the man with one knee on the ground. And who are you? He said, intrigued. My name is Ryu, and from today I will teach you how to handle your powers, and when the day comes, I will give you the weapons that your father left ready for when you awaken your true powers. But my parents are dead and I don't remember seeing you in my life, he said, looking at his dead parents on the floor. At this, the blue-haired man realized where the white-haired man was looking at, so he understood that Issei didn't know anything about who he was. They are not your parents, young master, he said, standing up. They are the couple that took care of you when your father was caught and your mother was killed. It's not true. They are my parents. They have always been with me at all times. They were your mother's best friends and promised to take care of you if anything happened to her, and your father wasn't there to protect you. Then who is my real father? Who am I? He said, shedding tears because everything he had lived so far had been a farce. The people he thought were his parents were not. You are the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda and the future heir to the throne of the underworld. I see. Wait. Heir to the throne? Me? He said, surprised. And who is Sparda? I'll explain later. Now we must go to the place where you will train. Taking Issei by the arm, while he opened a magic circle. Wait, I can't leave this place. I must take revenge on that damned razor. Even if they weren't my biological parents, I love them very much. Relax. When he finishes his training he will be able to defeat him without much difficulty. What's more, I'm sure he won't even muss his hair when he faces him. Besides, he will also be busy with something else. He laughed. Like what? With annoyance. Choosing a mate. You are the son of Sparda. All the demonic aristocracy will want their daughters to give birth to the son of the Dark Knight's heir. He laughed. My dream was to become the king of the harem, but it doesn't matter now, he said, remembering how rias and others had treated him. Don't be like that. Besides, being Sparda's son, girls will be attracted to you and adding your boosted gear that you possess to Ddraig. Believe me, you won't need to worry about girls. You'll have all the girls you want. That last thing interested the white-haired man. It seemed that his perverted flame had reignited stronger than ever. But let me tell you something. If you continue with that perverted attitude you have been having all your life, I will lock you up forever. If you want to do things like that, save them for your room with your women, got it? Serious. Understood. Alright, now let's go. While transporting Issei along with him through the magic circle. Training dimension. Alright. We've arrived, he said, letting go of the white-haired man's arm. And this place? Where are we supposed to be? We are in a special dimension that his father created for when he should train. The time here passes in a different way than in the human world. Really? Incredulous. Here time runs faster. A whole day in the human world here is equivalent to a whole year. Note. Something like the time room in Dragon Ball Z, only not as big as it is XD. Besides, it is quite useful, because this way nobody will notice his absence. Anyone disappears for a day sometime, haha. That's true, although I don't think anyone will care if I disappear or not, but well, will you tell me who my father was? His father Sparda was the lieutenant of the original Lucifer, as well as he was like his brother. He was the man he trusted the most. Both together with his army of devils, invaded the human world to conquer it. Massacring everyone who dared to stand in their way, but at some point he felt compassion for humans and revealed himself against Lucifer, and leaving aside his lineage as a devil he fought to defend them together with some humans who decided to support him in his cause. I understand, he said, listening attentively to Ryu's story. But after defeating Lucifer's army and considerably weakening Lucifer himself using his demonic power, he sealed the entrance to the human world so that the devils would not continue to enter to murder humans. Using his demonic energy, he sealed the door to the demonic world. Note. I refer to the demonic world of Devil May Cry, not the underworld we all know from High School DxD. Then together with another devil who held the title of Lucifer, he created the underworld where later the 72 demonic pillars arose and left everything in his hands. Many of the devils asked him to rule as Mau, but he refused, and it was written that when the rightful heir of the blood of Sparda appeared, he would be crowned as absolute king of the underworld, with an authority superior to that of the four mass. That sounds to me like I will have an exaggerated responsibility. I think I won't even have time to go to the bathroom. But wait a minute. I don't think the current four mass will decide to leave the throne to me just like that. The four mass are only guarding the place until the heir appears, and once he assumes his position, they will become his personal advisors. Well, enough of this talk now, we have to start with his training. Understood. But what will we train? Your greatest weapon will be your speed. When we finish with your training, your speed will be unparalleled, and you will have strength that will far exceed a high-class devil, and you will be able to move at incredible speeds with weapons that weigh very heavy. Great. Raising his fist contentedly. But this, you will be the strongest Sekiryuutei of all time, congratulations. Very well, in these months I will teach you different types of fighting styles, and the best thing is that it will not cost you much work. As a son of Sparda, your talent is natural, and you will learn things without much effort, so in 6 months, you should have learned all the styles, and the other 6 months you will dedicate to perfect them. Very well. From that day, Issei started to learn different fighting styles. Note: I refer to the fighting styles we use in Devil May Cry 3, so I won't talk much about them, since I think there is nothing you don't know about Devil May Cry 3 styles. 6 months later. Issei was training when he felt that he was being watched by someone, and it wasn't Ryu. Whoever is there, come out immediately. I don't want to fight, I just wanted to see how my brother was. Said a boy very similar to Issei, and just like him he had white hair, only this one had it combed backwards. Note: this is the version of Virgil in High School DxD. He. Brother? Curious. That's right. He's your brother. His name is Virgil. He's your twin brother. Said Ryu, appearing next to Issei. So he's going to be crowned king too. Curious. You're wrong, I'm not interested in ruling the underworld, I'm just killing time. From time to time something comes up that catches my attention. Anyway, I'm leaving, I just wanted to see you. Said Issei, disappearing in a magic circle. How did he get into this place? He is one of Sparda's sons, so he can enter this place whenever he wants. I understand, but I'll keep on training anyway. And so time continued to pass, and Issei became much stronger in every way as a devil, and as a Sekiryuutei, he could now use the balance breaker at will without restriction. In his devil facet, Issei had already surpassed the category of high-class devil. His abilities grew exponentially, and as a consequence he became confident, but his powers were so high that he could be confident as much as he wanted, and apparently he had lost the ability to feel fear, plus he was now oblivious to pain. One day Ryu showed him his regenerative powers that as a son of Sparda he possessed, piercing his chest with a sword that came out of his back, but incredibly Issei did not even flinch. He also explained to him that he possessed a great deal of invulnerability, throwing him off a large cliff, but Issei landed on the ground without any problem. Training dimension. Last day of training. Very good, Issei. You have exceeded my expectations. Now I will give you your new weapons. He said, making 2 sealed boxes appear. First this one. Opening the longest box from where he took out a sword. This sword is called Rebellion, and it was forged by your father. When the day comes you will release your maximum power thanks to this sword. Giving the sword to the white-haired man. Great, and to think that my father will be able to use this sword for the first time. He said. Great to think that my father had already left this for me. Now these weapons are of my creation. Opening a box from where he took out 2 pistols. These are ebony and ivory. They are semi-automatic pistols personally modified by me. They are designed to quickly fire bullets loaded with demonic power, and I was also able to give them the ability to have unlimited ammunition, so you won't have the need to reload in the middle of the combat. Amazing. You're great, Ryu. Receiving the pistols the blue-haired man handed to him. I'm glad you like it, and now one last and very important thing. A gift from your mother. Giving him a silver-colored medallion with a silver-colored chain with a red gem in its center. Is it really from my mother? He said, placing the locket around his neck. That's right. Now it's time for you to go back. But remember, this dimension is only accessible to you and your brother, so when you need to train or a place to think calmly, come here. He said, looking at the boy who was using a magic circle to get dressed in a new outfit. I understand. Finishing dressing up. Note: this outfit is the one of Dante in Devil May Cry 3, so you can visualize it. With this outfit I look great, don't I? Said this cheerful guy. That's right, but you can't go to school with that suit. The blue-haired man reproached him. You're right, I'll only wear it when I have to fight. Well, it's time to go. Are you going to look for the one who murdered your adoptive parents? Asked the blue-haired man. Nah. Now I want to test in a real combat how high my powers are. So I laze around for a few days looking for some fighting opponent and someday I'll find him and kill him. I understand. Wait a minute. Like what do you mean by bumming around? You're not thinking of skipping classes, are you? Well. Yes. As a son of Sparda I can do what I want or not. I forbid it. Your father would have liked his son to finish school. Alright. But I can't assure you that I won't fall asleep in class. I'll see you later. He said, disappearing in a magic circle. Human world Hyodo residence. The boy had returned and everything was the same as when he had left the day before, with the bodies of his adoptive parents still in the ground, so he decided to give them a good burial. Mountainous area of Kuo City. The white-haired man had already finished burying his parents under a big cherry tree. He made them the best grave he could, but it was not much. I hope they can rest in peace. I'm very sorry I couldn't save you. But now I promise I'll finish with that wretch. Partner, with your new power you will crush him like nothing. You literally became strong from one day to another. Hehe, you're right. But it's time for us to go back, it's late and I'm sleepy. The next day. Issei was already walking through the streets of Kuo when he met two people dressed in white who were looking towards the entrance of the Kuo Academy. The white-haired man approached them and asked them. Are you looking for something? Curious. We are looking for the Mau Surzich's Lucifer's sister. Rias Gremory. At this comment Issei narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry, but she is not in this place. At that moment Sona and Tsubaki appeared and arrived at Issei's side, but they didn't realize who he was, but they knew he wasn't a normal person, because his aura was very strong, even though he wasn't in combat. Who are you? Asked Sona. I'm serious. We were looking for Rias Gremory, but this guy, pointing at the white-haired man, told us that he is not in this place, so we were going to look for the heiress of the Citri clan. That's me. May I know what you are looking for? We want to talk to you about something very important. But this is not the right place for it. Come this afternoon to the student council hall. No one will disturb us there. Very well. Said the hooded women left the place, leaving only Sona, Tsubaki and Issei, who was looking at everything happy because he felt that those people were quite strong and that would be useful to test his new powers. And who are you? Said Sona, looking at the white-haired man intrigued. Icho is me, Issei. He pointed to himself with his finger. Iodo-kun. Surprised, what happened to your hair? It's a long story. But I don't have time right now. We should talk later. It's okay. It would be good if you came to the meeting with those two. And why me? Curious. As Ria's servant you should be present since they were looking for her in the beginning. You would be like a representative. Alright. Why the hell do I have to continue serving her? But I have a surprise for you when we meet. Then the three of them separated and each one went to attend to their own business. In the classroom Issei caused a great commotion because everyone thought he was a new student, but when he explained why he was like that with a lie, he managed to calm the spirits of his classmates, but many of his classmates could not help but feel attracted to the white-haired man, something that Issei noticed perfectly. Student council room. Alright, now tell me. Why did you change the color of your hair? You are causing a lot of commotion in the whole school. Promise you won't tell anyone? It's something very personal. I promise. Raising my hand in the form of an oath. Very well. What happened was. And so the brown man told her everything that had happened to him, leaving Sona surprised. I can't believe it, how come? The door of the hall was opened and the queen of Citri, Tsubaki, appeared, accompanied by two people dressed in white robes, followed by the entire Citri entourage. Icho, here are the two exorcists who asked to speak with you. I understand, leave us a moment alone with them. Asked the brunette, then all her servants except Issei went out, leaving only Tsubaki, Sona and Issei with those exorcists. Leaning on the door of the room with their ears glued to the door, they all tried to listen to what was going on inside. SHHH. I can't hear anything. Said Saji, pressing more against the door. What's going on? Said Momo, imitating Saji. Suddenly the door opened, making all the spies fall out. I knew they would try to listen in, so I put a silent spell around the room. Said Sona seriously. Sorry. Said everyone, bowing. Well. At least I hope they keep their word. Said the blue-haired girl. What do you mean? Said Saji curiously. But I warn you something. If you ally with the fallen angels to steal and destroy our Excalibur, we'll kill you all. Ah, what a bad joke. Said Issei hesitantly. How dare you doubt us? Said the brunette, turning her bracelet into a katana. Quiet, Arena. Looking at the boy. What's your name? That's Zenobia. This devil has dared to doubt us. Said the brunette, looking at Issei. Issei Hyodo. Issei Hyodo. Why are you so sure we couldn't kill them? How could you kill them if you can't even beat me, a low-class demon? Serious. You can't be more of a cheat. You know very well that you can beat them and you're not in that category anymore," said Ddraig, but only Issei could hear him. "I'll have to prove it to you. I'd like to see you try," he mocked. "Alright, this is over." Looking at Sona. "Where's a place for us to fight?" "Follow me. This way." Backyard of the occult club. "Ready, Kaicho?" "The barrier is already prepared and there's no one left in the school. No one will notice that this happened. Thanks Tsubaki. But what will Hyodo have in mind? Challenging 2 exorcists carrying fragments of Excalibur? I'm sorry about all this, Kaicho. But I want to check something. One last thing, was he able to get what I asked for?" "That's right. While you fight. The Devil's Never Cry song will play. But why do you want to listen to it?" "Curious. I was helping me to train. You know where." "I understand. Very well. When are we going to start?" "This is destruction and with it I'll take your life away. This is Mimic and I plan to defeat you with it." Looking at the boy. "You look familiar. But didn't you have brown hair?" "That's right, until recently I had brown hair, but now I don't and it will never go back to that color. Now enough talk and let's start fighting." Summoning his gauntlet. Boosted gear. At that moment the song Devil's Never Cry started to play. "Steal a soul for a second chance. But you will never become a man." Note. I won't put the whole lyrics because it would be filler, so I'll skip some parts. "That's the Longinus boosted gear. I see that you will be a good opponent," said the blue-haired girl, getting ready to fight. Stepping forth, a cure for soul's demise. Reap the tears of the victim's cries. Yearning more to hear the suffer of the devil as I put it under. "Here I come. Amen," said the brunette, jumping with her mimic in hand, attacking with a downward slash, but the white-haired man evaded it easily with a slight movement of his legs, and as a consequence, the brunette followed her path straight to the ground, stumbling and rolling a few meters. Then Issei turned to see how Zenobia also attacked with a downward slash using destruction, but this one was faster than Arena, so the white-haired man decided to block her attack using his gauntlet, supporting the blue-haired woman's charge. With a little strength, Issei rejected the attack, causing the blue-haired woman to move back a few meters. "You have good moves. But how much will your boosted gear withstand the attacks of Mimic and Destruction before it breaks?" Advancing with speed towards the white-haired man. "Issei-kun, you shouldn't be so strong. Don't give us trouble and let us kill you quickly. I promise it will be quick and painless," she said, getting up from the ground. "Funny. I was going to tell you the same thing. Coincidences do exist," he said while evading a frontal thrust from Zenobia. "I underestimated you at first, but that won't happen again," said the brunette, attacking from below with an upward kick, but the boy grabbed the girl's leg before she hit him. "Now. Fly," said the boy, throwing Arena with force, causing her to hit Zenobia, and both were on the ground. "Oh come on, that's all," he said, massaging his shoulders. The Citri team was surprised and shocked. Issei was fighting against 2 exorcists that were carrying a fragment of Excalibur each, and he was overcoming them, but what surprised them the most was that he hadn't done much. He was even sweating. "Is this the new power of Hyodo?" Surprised. At that very moment a magic circle appeared next to the Citri's team, from which 5 people appeared, and Sona recognized them immediately. "Rias, what are you doing here?" Looking at her friend. "We are back. What's going on here?" she said, listening to the music that was playing. "We are falling. The light is calling. Tears inside me. Calm me down. Sona. Where is Issei? It's time for his punishment." Thinking this last. "And who is that boy?" He. Pointing to the white-haired man. "Is Hyodo and he is fighting against those 2 exorcists. And both of them are carrying a fragment of Excalibur." Hearing this last, a certain blonde burst out in anger, creating a demonic sword. He launched himself towards where those 3 were fighting, leaving everyone surprised. "Excalibur. I will destroy them." Advancing with speed, shortening the distance with the exorcists. "I see they're finally here. But I won't let them get into my fight," thought Issei. At that moment Kiba was about to pass by the white-haired man, who was still looking at the exorcists, who in turn only saw the blonde approaching, but without moving. When he reached Issei's side, Issei elbowed him in the face with great force, sending him back where he came from. The blonde was at Ria's feet, while he was writhing on the floor, holding his face with both hands, screaming in pain. Everyone was frozen. But the Grimoire were more shocked when they saw how Issei with a single elbow left Kiba screaming in pain. That seemed incredible to them, since the Issei they remembered was not able to beat Kiba, much less to follow him in speed. It was evident that the blow Kiba received didn't give him time to react, so he received it full force. "I'll deal with you guys later. Once I'm done with them," said Issei without looking at his friends. "Now let's continue with our fight. Don't pay attention to that bunch of losers," referring to the Grimoire. "As you wish. But now I'll show you the true power of destruction." said the blue-haired girl, taking a big leap and then descending with the blade of her sword pointing to the ground. Nah. I won't let you do it, said Issei, appearing from below and delivering a powerful right blow to the girl's chin that made her drop her sword and crash violently to the ground, creating a small crater, while the white-haired man landed on his feet and took out a booger. The blue-haired woman didn't move. Apparently the damage from that last punch had been too much, and even if she could stand up, her sword had fallen too far to be able to attack by surprise. Now you're next, Arena-chan, said the man, throwing himself towards the chestnut. Before she could react, Issei had already kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying until she hit the trunk of a tree with force. He said, cracking his knuckles. Midnight calling. List of resolving. Crown me with the pure green leaf. It's okay. We admit our defeat, said Zenobia, standing up. You don't fight badly. It's a pity you are a demon. You would be a very powerful ally. Don't worry, after today you can ask me for help. After today I won't obey anyone's orders anymore. I hope so. I'll see you later, she said, putting on her robe as well as the chestnut. After that they left since the barrier had been removed. Sona Kaicho, can you put the barrier one more time please? What do you want it for? Curious, as she lifted the barrier once again. I said it before, after I finished them too. I would go on with them. Pointing at the Grimoire. At this comment all the Grimoire got into a fighting position, even Kiba, who had already recovered. Are you waiting for an invitation? Said Issei, challenging them with his hand, inciting them to attack him. Then Kiba launched himself first towards the white-haired man with two demonic swords, one in each hand. That's right. I have to put on my fighting suit, said this one while a magic circle changed his clothes to his fighting suit. Note. I already said it's Dante's suit in Devil May Cry 3. If you want to fight with swords, we'll do it that way. Taking out Rebellion from his back, blocking the two blonde swords with a slight wrist movement. Seeing this, Kiba retreated a few meters. Really? This is all your strength? He said with a bored look. I see that you have become stronger than the last time we met. But now I will cut you into pieces. Throwing himself against Issei with great speed and strength, but for the white-haired man those movements were like watching them in slow motion. Take this. Launching a great variety of attacks that Issei only blocked with slight wrist movements. I'm tired of you. You and your shitty little swords, he said while with a horizontal cut he shattered Kiba's two swords as if they were made of paper. Trickster, he muttered. Moving with agility, Issei began to launch several frontal thrusts that left cuts all over the blonde's body, who could barely defend himself. What's wrong? Too fast. I thought you were the most agile of all, pretty boy. And that's how you pretended to fight against an Excalibur? Don't make me laugh, he said, knocking the blonde down with a kick. Bless me with the leaf off of the tree. On it I see the freedom rain. If this is all the servants of Ria's Grimoire have to offer, this is going to be very boring. Why, you are also a servant of Butchu, said the blonde, standing up leaning on one of his swords. Sword birth, he shouted, making a number of swords come out of the ground in Issei's direction, with their blades pointing in all directions. In a little while I won't be. Just wait a little bit, he said, putting Rebellion on his back while he took out his two pistols and began to shoot very quickly against the swords that threatened to skewer him. After a few seconds the boy eliminated all the swords that came towards him, leaving everyone surprised once again. That trick won't work, and for it to have more effect you need my boosted gear, and I won't give you any increase of power. The white-haired man felt a small noise behind him, and when he turned around he felt a small discomfort in his abdomen, and when he looked towards that place, he could see the fist of the small polyplatine loli. What are you trying to do? Curious. How did you stand it? That punch had all my strength, said Kaneko, shocked since usually those blows were more than enough to send Issei through the air. I'm not the same as you remember, now I'm much stronger than before. Understand the difference in power between us. Once and for all, said Kaneko, grabbing her arm and throwing her hard to the ground while leaving the blade of Rebellion millimeters away from Kaneko's neck. When he was about to finish the distance between the blade of his sword and the loli's neck, his body was pierced by many blades courtesy of Kiba. If you were stronger than us you wouldn't have turned your back on me, stupid, the blonde snarled. And this is the best you can do even though I turned my back on you? Now I understand why you were defeated so easily in the raiding game. Taking Kaneko by the neck, throwing her to the blonde with force, causing them both to impact each other and fall to the ground. After this Issei began to remove all the swords that were stuck in his body as if nothing. Everyone was shocked since he removed all those swords without wincing in pain. Now Issei had put Rebellion away and aiming at Kaneko and Kiba, he started to gather energy in his boosted gear. Seeing this, Rias and Akeno stood in front of Kiba and Kaneko. Rias had two spheres of the power of destruction, one in each hand, while Akeno was preparing to launch a lightning bolt. If you think you can stop my dragon shoot, try it and try not to die. I'll throw it as soft as I can. Boost explosion. Dragon shoot. Issei had already launched his dragon shoot just as Rias and Akeno had launched their attacks, but the moment the powers impacted each other, the attack of the white-haired man easily surpassed the attacks of the king and queen Gremory, hitting without remedy Rias, Akeno, Kaneko and Kiba, creating a large explosion. After the smoke dissipated, a large crater could be seen, and inside it were the 4 wounded Gremory. Seeing this, Issei began to walk towards the crater, while he put away his weapons, and his boosted gear disappeared as the song ended. Praise to my father. Blessed by the water. Black night, dark sky. The devil's cry. Someone was coming out of the crater, and that someone was the Redeed. She was very hurt, and her uniform was almost destroyed, exposing much of her body, but incredibly Issei didn't make any lewd or perverted face, just approached the crater and waited for Rias to come out of the crater. Once they were face to face, Issei raised a hand and Rias just closed her eyes. She was terrified, but Issei placed her hand on her chest and concentrated energy and made 8 red lights come out of her body. From this moment on, he said, taking Ria's hand, causing her to open her eyes. The white-haired man placed 8 objects in her hand. You stop having under your orders the power of Sekiryuutei. Now Issei took Rias by the neck and lifted her like a rag doll, while he began to squeeze a little. If you touch me again, this hand will take the life of each one of you. Said the white-haired man. Let go of Rias, who fell to his knees trembling like a leaf when he touched the ground. Then Issei approached to where the Citri team and the only Gremory member that had not fought, and that was Asia. Thank you for everything, Kaicho, see you tomorrow. He said, passing by Asia but without looking at her, but before leaving he said something to the blonde. You have 24 hours to get your damn things out of my house. If not, I will set them on fire and make a great barbecue with it, and another thing, from now on none of you 5 bunch of useless people are welcome in my house. He said as he walked away. After the white-haired man left, Asia ran to heal the wounded Kiba, Rias, Akeno and Kaneko, who looked in a very bad condition. Once healed, the Gremory could stand up, but they were still trembling, especially Rias, because at the moment when Issei had her suspended in the air holding her by the neck, she could feel his intention to kill. That feeling terrified her. Moreover, during all the time they had been punishing him, he had never shown that side, but now he seemed another person, and his hair change also made her strange, but she was sure it was Issei, since he was the current bearer of the boosted gear. I'm sorry, Rias, but I guess you deserved it, said Sona, adjusting her glasses. What do you mean? She said with a frown. I mean all the punishments Hyodo endured. Since you stayed with Razor, the behavior of all of you with him changed, and now you only dedicate yourselves to torture him. And we will continue to do it. He deserves it. Then just let me tell you one thing. Seriously. What thing? With his new power, Hyodo is far superior to you all. That's a lie, he just caught us off guard, said the red-haired girl, averting her gaze. You know very well it's true. He just wiped the floor with you, and that was 4 against 1. Besides, he has been eliminating the stray devils that it was up to you to eliminate, and he did it without complaining, but now with his current level, I doubt there's anything that will be a problem for him. I don't care about anything, and now I have to catch him to punish him for insubordinating and attacking us, said Rias seriously. You can't do anything now. You just saw it, Hyodo expelled the demonic pieces from his body by himself. He just stopped being your pawn, and with that level of fighting many high-class devils will want him to be their servant, and I don't think he'll think twice about it. At this all the Gremory hardened their gaze, since what Sona said was true. Issei was no longer the pawn of Rias' Gremory, and they lacked the power to force him to return. Suddenly someone else was walking away, and that was Kiba, who had a grim look on his face. Stop, Udo. Where do you think you're going? Said Rias with her arms crossed. I'm going to destroy the Excalibur. Serious. Stop, Udo. I won't let you leave me, you're Gremory Knight, we need you. Said the Redeed, trying to stop the blonde. I'm sorry Butchu, but this is a thing of my past. Said the blonde, leaving without letting anyone stop him. Udo. Why? Said Rias in barely a whisper. Ara. Asia-chan, where are you going? Said the half-angel, looking at Asia. Well, I was going to see if what you told me is true. Who are you talking about? Asked the half-angel curiously. I'm talking about. Suddenly a big magic circle appeared next to them, and from it came out many boxes with a logo of the Gremory house, followed by a single note that fell slowly to the ground, gently swayed by the wind, and the leaf was taken by the blonde. Asia. What does it say in the note? Asked Rias, curious. Let's see. Reading what was on the note. I'm serious. Issei. This last one left her surprised, and she just dropped the note. After that, everyone decided to leave it at that for the day, and for the time being, Asia went back to live in the Occult Research Club. Iodo residence. It was already night and Issei was taking a bath, but he was looking at the palm of his right hand with a smile. I can't believe my power is so great. It was so easy to defeat the pretty boy. And what did you expect? You trained for a whole year in that dimension, but it seems what that man said was true. Your powers will grow day by day. I do remember. But I can't help missing my adoptive parents. I know perfectly well that they weren't my parents, but I loved them very much anyway, and now what will I do when I leave the academy? Looking at the ceiling. You should be careful. You are increasing your power, and that increases the probability that the target will appear. The white one. I remember you once told me about it. Said this one, remembering the past. The white dragon. Vanishing dragon. Vanishing dragon. We are both known as the two celestial dragons. But we have never gotten along, and our bearers are destined to fight each other. I understand. I thought you'd be surprised that I told you that last one. Nah. Well, maybe the old me would have been surprised, but not now. Besides, something else has my mind occupied. Serious. What other thing? My brother. If he's my twin brother, he must be as strong as me. Wait a minute, don't tell me he's the vanishing dragon bearer. No, he's not. I couldn't sense the aura of the white dragon in your brother. When the real carrier appears, you'll know it right away. Ddraig clarified. And how will I do that? Raising an intrigued eyebrow. You'll feel like murdering someone. I'll wait for that, he said. Well, I'll go to sleep. Then the white-haired man got out of the shower. And after eating something, he went to sleep. The next day. The day had passed without any important event, and our hero was walking bored through the streets of Kuo, but then something caught his attention. In front of him were Zenobia and Irina asking for money, to which Issei held his laughter and decided to approach to help them. Hello. How's life treating you? Said the white-haired man. Seeing this, both girls tried to get into a fighting position, but their stomachs betrayed them. Grrrr. Ahahahaha, the white-haired man started to laugh, holding his stomach. I see you're hungry. Come on, I'll buy you something to eat. The girls, not very convinced, followed him. 10 minutes later. I would have better kept quiet, said Issei with a nervous twitch in his eyebrow when he saw the huge amount of plates in front of him, and the ones responsible were Zenobia and Irina. Those two had devoured everything that was put in front of them, while Issei only drank a cup of coffee. So what do you want from us? Said Zenobia with a serious face. Nothing special, just that I was bored, he said while he sipped his coffee. And you seem to be on an important mission. So I want to help you. You want to help us just because you're bored? The chestnut asked incredulously. But what does your mistress think about all this? Which owner? Curious. Aren't you Ria's grimoire servant? Until yesterday I was, but now I'm an independent devil, and what I do from now on doesn't matter to him, said the white-haired man. So, I wanted to help you to destroy the Excalibur. What do you think? That's okay. Your help will be very useful, since the enemy is supported by one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Sekiryuutei, and if we don't count with your help in the best of scenarios, we only have a 30% chance of succeeding in our mission. Alright then, what are we going to do? Said Issei, finishing his coffee. I'm coming too, exclaimed a voice behind them. Issei turned around and saw it was Kiba, who had apparently been listening to them. You're going where to? Said the white-haired man, crossing his arms. I'm going with you too, he said seriously. No, I can do it since I don't depend on anyone. You wouldn't understand. You're the one who doesn't understand. Those swords took my friends away from me. It's something that changed my life completely. Since the past I've only lived to be able to destroy those swords. And me? What the hell do I care that the Excalibur have taken your friends from you? For me, you can kill whoever you want, I don't care. So shall we go? He said, approaching the door of the restaurant, followed by Zenobia and Irina, but before leaving the white-haired man stopped. Are you coming or not? Pretty boy, he said without turning to look at Kiba. But didn't you say you wouldn't let me go? Said the blonde. I never said that. What I was trying to tell you is that if you die, you are responsible for your life if you die. I don't want your mistress to come and blame me for your death, understood? Yes. Alright. We are leaving. Then the four of them left that place towards a certain place. What are you doing here? Said the white-haired man with his arms crossed, looking at a certain loli on his way. I also want to help Udo-senpai, I don't want him to abandon us. Said the loli, a bit nervous because of Issei's icy stare. No. I already have enough with the pretty boy. If I keep involving more grimoire servants and something happens to them, a certain red-haired idiot will try to kill me because of me, and that would end with her death. Why are you so sure that you would win that confrontation? Said the little loli with a frown. I already demonstrated it yesterday. With my dragon shoot at minimum power, I managed to defeat the power of destruction and the lightning of Akeno-san. Tell me, what do you think the result would have been if I had launched it at maximum power? Said the white-haired man with a malicious smile on his face. At this comment Kaneko remembered that what Issei had told her was true, he had defeated them in every field and she couldn't avoid the image of Rias being pierced by the white-haired man's sword crossing her mind. It doesn't matter. This is something I've decided. I'll go whether you want me to or not. Decided. Whatever you want. But if something happens to you don't count on me to help you. Said the white-haired man continuing his way as he followed Zenobia and Irina, who apparently had a particular place to head for. Abandoned church. Do we really need to wear these clothes? Said the white-haired man dressed like a priest. These clothes are pitiful. Well, I'm sure you don't want to wear them. Said the chestnut girl. It doesn't matter. I'll do anything for my revenge. Said Kiba adjusting his priest's hat. We won't get much if we all go together. The best thing to do is to split into 2 groups. As you wish. I'll go with these 2. Pointing to Kiba and Kaneko. And I'll search the east side of town. Very well, then we'll go to the west side of the city. If you discover anything don't hesitate to call Irina. Said Zenobia. I understand. Then we are leaving. Said Issei getting ready to leave, but was stopped by the blue-haired girl. Wait, Hyodo Issei. I need to tell you something. Whatever it is, say it quickly. I get bored easily. Since we owe you one for your help. I'll let you know that the white dragon has woken up. I guess that's okay. Caressing his chin. Now I'll have fun for later. Said this one, but without any kind of smile since for some reason that fact bothered him. Streets of Kuo. Night. In this place Issei, Kiba and Kaneko were walking, but everyone was silent, but the one who was more thoughtful was the white-haired man. He was completely immersed in his thoughts, oblivious to everything around him. Issei senpai. Said Kaneko shyly, causing Issei to return to the real world so to speak. What do you want? What's with the white dragon? Curious. Let's say. It's something of my destiny. Let's see. If I were a mentally unbalanced person in search of sacred swords, where would I hide? Said Issei placing her hand as a viewfinder. It must be in a sparsely populated place far away from the common people. Said Kiba. Then the 3 of them started to head towards a certain place they visited in the past, when everything was good and Issei was happy with the Gremory boys, but now all those memories had faded to the point that he could even make a smile when he remembered it, since every feeling or good memory with the Gremory boys had been covered with hatred and contempt for all those punishments he received. 30 minutes later. This place. This was where we eliminated that stray demon. Said the white-haired man narrowing his gaze, with a clear coldness in his words. When the blonde was about to answer everyone felt shivers running through their bodies and it was then that Kaneko detected the enemy. Up! Shouted the little loli at the same time that a guy with a sword in one of his hands was heading towards the blonde. At this Kiba summoned as fast as he could a demonic sword to block the sword of his attacker. Managing to stop the downward cut of his attacker. How are you? Shouted loudly a certain stray priest and mentally unbalanced. After having missed his sneak attack he jumped backwards and remained on the roof of the building. Oh. But it's Fried's bitch. Said Issei with a bored look. I thought we would find Kakabiel. But what can you do? Said the priest removing his priest disguise and staying with his battle suit. Who are you calling a bitch? Dwarf bastard. Who the hell are you anyway? Said Fried pointing his sword at the white-haired man. I recognize the other 2. They're servants of that busty red-haired bitch. At that comment Kiba and Kaneko hardened their gaze, but on the other hand, Issei was adding fuel to the fire. Oh. What a strong insult. But if you don't recognize me it's obvious. Think a little. Imagine me with brown hair. How do you think I would look like? Inking for a few moments Fried was able to recognize Issei. So it's you. The brown-haired dwarf. This time I'll fill your chest with lead. Said Fried drawing his pistol and firing 2 shots at the white-haired man. Who knew you'd still keep that gun when you have an Excalibur in your possession? Said Issei pulling out ebony firing 3 shots, 2 of which hit the 2 bullets Fried had fired and the third one grazed his cheek slightly causing a small wound on his cheek. You bastard. You bastard. How dare you? Said Fried putting his hand on his wound while gripping his sword tightly. I'll kill you. I'm sorry but if you want to fight me. First you'll have to kill the pretty boy. He's more eager to fight you than me. Then Kiba and Fried jumped against each other, disappearing from the sight of those present, and from time to time you could see how sparks jumped, and that indicated that they had clashed their swords in that place, but Issei could clearly see all the movements of those 2, but there was something that surprised him. The pretty boy should have an advantage in speed, but I can see that being a knight isn't giving him any advantage. Strange. That's because of my Excalibur's rapidly ability. It increases my speed enough to get this bitch under control. Said Fried appearing on the roof clashing swords with Kiba. Well that's what it was all about. Whatever. Can you hurry up? I'm getting bored. Said Issei sighing. Don't tell me. Tell your partner. tell him to get killed fast. Said Fried as he kept clashing swords with Kiba. He's not my partner. Okay. You can kill him any way you want for all I care. Said Issei crossing his arms, but then he felt a small breeze behind his back, so he instinctively tilted his head a little to see how a fist whistled past his left ear and without turning around to see who the fist belonged to. What do you think you're doing? How can you talk about Yudo-senpai? He's your partner. Said Kaneko a bit angry. Quickly the white-haired man turned around and grabbed the loli by the neck and lifted her up as if nothing happened. You're wrong. You're not my partners anymore. You've made it quite clear to me during all those weeks of enduring your damn punishments that I don't know why I received. But if you attack me again, pulling out ivory, I'll make this gun go down your throat. And once it's in, I'll pull the trigger about 20 times. Tell me, how do you think your body will look like after that? He said with an icy stare. At that last comment Kaneko froze. Issei had never spoken to her with such coldness, but in spite of everything she tried to stay strong. You wouldn't dare, she said, trying to challenge the boy to prove that his words were not true, but what happened was that. That's what you think, said the white-haired man, bringing his gun close to Kaneko's face, getting ready to shoot, but he was stopped by a certain brunette who held his hand. What? You think you're doing Issei-kun? Said Irina, worried when she saw that the boy really wanted to shoot. Well, first of all, I was talking to that idiot, said Issei, letting go of Kaneko and turning around to aim at Fried so he could finish his sentence, but he was surprised to see Zenobia clashing swords with Fried. When did he arrive? I guess he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, Zenobia is a better opponent for that bitch Fried. Damn bitch. You have won too, Excalibur. I would have finished that devil shit off if you hadn't shown up. Looking at Kiba. I see you still haven't quite adapted to the power of the Excalibur, have you, Fried? Said a voice coming out of the shadows to reveal an old man dressed as a priest. It's you, old man Balba, said Fried without looking away from Zenobia. I was about to finish with that blonde when this bitch appeared carrying an Excalibur. Since we weren't counting on this, we should leave for now. So let's retreat for now, said the old man. Received. Loud and clear, said Fried, taking a small sphere from his pocket. See you later, he said, throwing the sphere to the ground, and then an intense light that momentarily cut off everyone present, and when the light dissipated, both the old man and Fried had disappeared. I won't let you escape, Balba Galilei, said Kiba with an intense anger. After that the blonde began to run in a direction, followed by Zenobia and Irina. Come on, Irina. After a few seconds Kiba, Zenobia and Irina had left the place, leaving Issei and Kaneko alone. Really, that old man is the culprit of all this? I'm sure he could finish it in 10 seconds. 20 at the most, said Issei, putting a hand on his chin. Anyway, I'm leaving. With all this mess, surely they should be here soon. Who do you mean? Asked Kaneko curiously. After a few seconds 2 medium-sized magic circles appeared and Kaneko recognized them immediately. They were the magic circles of the Citri and Gremory houses. After a small beam of light they showed the kings and queens of both houses. I was referring to them. As I was saying, I'm leaving, said the white-haired man, getting ready to leave. Wait. Where do you think you are going, Issei? Said the red-haired girl authoritatively. What do you care? And don't give me the nonsense that I have to obey you because you are my owner. Because you are not anymore. I gave you my pieces in front of everybody, so fuck you. She started to walk. Wait, Hyodo-kun. This time it was Sona who stopped him. Can I get you something, Kaicho? Said Issei, turning to look at the red-haired girl. Could you tell us what happened? Okay. But let's go inside, he said, entering the abandoned building in front of him. The abandoned building. 30 minutes later. And that's what happened, said Issei, finishing telling him what happened. But why did you get involved? This is a church matter, asked Sona. Because I was bored, said the white-haired man with a shrug. You endangered Yudo's life. Just because you were bored? Asked Iridit in disbelief. First of all, I warned him that if he came it would be at his own risk, and secondly, who gave you permission to talk? But, the Iridit tried to protest. But nothing. If I'm here it's because Kaicho asked me to, and second, if one of your servants dies I don't care. And if you want to consider me a stray devil, go ahead, you can do it, but you can't kill me, I'm far superior to you. Thinking a few moments. But I guess that would serve me 2 things. Which ones? Said Rias with a frown. To make my boredom more bearable, and if I killed you, it would make Razor angry. Are you still planning to separate me from Razor? Asked Iridit. I don't care if you're his wife. For me, he can fuck you as he pleases, but what I have against him is very personal, and when I have to settle a score with him. If you get in the way I'll kill you and anyone else who gets in my way. Leave that for later, Hyodo-kun. The black-haired girl tried to calm the mood. But I wanted to ask you a favor. What is it? Curious. Could you help us with this problem? It's okay. But. Curious. If any of you or the enemy dares to say that I am a servant of Rias Gremory at that very moment you are left alone. Understood. He said totally cold. Sona stopped in her tracks as she felt how an evil aura was starting to emanate where they were. Whoever is there. Show yourself. She said authoritatively, but none of them expected what would happen next. Suddenly the shadow cast by the white-haired man began to lengthen, moving further and further away from its owner, and after doing this the shadow began to rise. After standing up, everyone could see something that left them stunned. That shadow had the appearance of Issei, only that his whole body was black, and his eyes were bright red, and this shadow emanated a very strong aura. So Rias, Akeno, Sona, Tsubaki and Kaneko were placed in combat position. 5 minutes later. Very little time had passed since the battle against the shadow had begun, but its 5 attackers had already been defeated very easily, and now only the white-haired man was left against the shadow, but to the surprise of all the girls, Issei had a serene face. I know why you are here. You have come to make me question what I am doing. Well, I am very sorry, because I already have everything very clear. I don't need you anymore. While Issei continued talking, the shadow took out his sword that looked just like rebellion. Very well. Come here, you damn faker, said Issei, taking out the real rebellion. Then both Issei, the real one, and the shadow threw themselves against each other, both with their swords in front of them, and in a second both had disappeared from the sight of the 5 girls that watched that battle, astonished because they couldn't believe that the white-haired man was so calm against an opponent that had defeated them 5 together, as if nothing had happened. After a few moments the images of both Issei could be seen for a few seconds and then disappear again, and what the girls could see were attacks of all kinds with their swords, kicks and punches, but what they did not know was that what for them was a single punch was actually 3. I congratulate you. This is a fight I'm enjoying a lot, said Issei, appearing a few meters away from the girls, looking to the front with rebellion resting on his shoulder. But all good things have an end. Throwing himself again against the shadow that, despite being just a shadow, it was solid. Now both Issei were fighting only with their swords. The white-haired man attacked with a horizontal cut, but the shadow only dodged with a slight movement of his legs, and then attacked the white-haired man with the same type of attack, and he evaded it with the same movement of his legs. It's like looking in a mirror. They both launched the same attacks, said Sona, surprised. Now the white-haired man was starting to get annoyed because the attacks of both were identical. Very well, it's over. How to defeat a shadow. I know. Invoking his gauntlet. Now you're going to melt, ha, said the white-furred man while he began to emanate a large amount of red light that illuminated the whole place, to then see how the shadow twisted as if the light from the gauntlet hurt him. Before this, the white-haired man took the opportunity to attack with all his might. Now die, said the white-furred man, throwing himself towards the shadow, starting a combination of impressive cuts, ascending, descending, horizontal, diagonal. The cuts went back and forth in all possible directions. By the time the white-haired man finished his attack, the shadow was already staggering, and little by little it was losing volume until it was flat on the ground, returning to join the white-haired man. I think I lost my shadow for a moment, said the white-haired man, looking at his body, but suddenly he felt an electric current that made him shake for a moment, and then he was surprised, just like all the girls, because in front of him was another Issei exactly the same, with the same white hair color, only this one was emanating a black aura from his body. Issei threw himself against his copy, and this one did the same. Both launched to right, but only managed to collide their fists. Seeing this, both began to launch a combination of high and low kicks, but the result was the same. All the attacks they launched ended in a draw. After this, Issei's copy approached the real one and entered his body, causing the white-haired man's body to emanate a violet aura for a few seconds. After that, Issei just shrugged his shoulders because he had no idea what had happened, and now he was about to leave when he was stopped again by Sona. Iodo-kun, what just happened? Curious. I have no idea. But I think I got something. For now I'm going home. I'm tired. If something happens, call me and I'll be there as soon as possible, he said, leaving the place. Now there were only the 5 girls left in the place. This is what I meant, said Sona, looking at Rias. What are you trying to tell me? Said the Redeed, still denying the obvious fact that Issei was more powerful than her. Don't act like you don't know anything. You know perfectly well that I'm referring to the fact that Hyodo-kun is much stronger than you, and you should be thankful for it. Why should we? She said with a frown. Because he hasn't killed you. If he decided to go for real, you would have nothing to do, and you would only have to die hopelessly. I think it's a good option for you to ask him for forgiveness for everything you've done to him. I refuse. He deserves it, said Rias angrily. Then I just have to tell you. It was a pleasure to meet you. said Sona, disappearing in a magic circle together with Tsubaki, leaving Rias, Kaneko and Akeno in that place, but after a few moments they left that place. Kyoto residence. The Brown was sitting on his couch watching TV when he saw a magic circle that appeared in front of him. From the magic circle appeared a man with red hair, and he recognized him instantly since he had seen him when he broke into Ria's engagement party. Surziches? Sama, said Issei, standing up. Hello. Kyoto Issei, greeted the red-haired man cordially. What can I do for you? Said Issei, preparing to bow, but was stopped by the red-haired man. Don't do it. In any case, said Issei, bowing to the white-haired man, leaving him surprised. Why are you doing this? He asked, intrigued. It is an honor to meet the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda, he said as he continued his bow. I see that you have heard about my father. But please stand up, I don't like those deals between people, and also call me Issei or Issei-kun as you like, said the white-haired man seriously. It's okay, Issei-kun, he said, smiling. In that case, just call me Surziches. But my visit is due to your destiny, said the serious white-haired man. At this comment, the white-haired man narrowed his gaze, because although in his future it was written that he would be the king of the underworld, he had also decided to end the life of Razor Phoenix, but he decided to hide it from the red-haired boy. And that means, said Issei, encouraging Surziches to continue talking, but the red-haired man already knew that Issei would try to finish with Razor Phoenix. Issei-kun, you don't have to pretend. We already know that you want to assassinate Razor Phoenix, said the red-haired man with a serious face. I'll just tell you that if you get in the way, I'll kill you, said Issei-kun with an incredible coldness. Calm down. I won't stand in your way, neither will the other three mass. The crime that Razor Phoenix committed is serious. To murder humans for no reason. But it is even more serious to have murdered relatives of the son of Sparda, the future Mayu of the underworld, said the latter, looking the white-haired man in the eyes. Then what will you do? Curious. When the time is right, I will bring Razor-kun to you so you can take your revenge. But will you be at his level? Asked the red-haired man. I'm not at his level. I'm higher, and now I can see what his weakness is, but it'll take me a while to make it show. And that weakness? What would it be? Asked the Redeed, intrigued. Razor and the other members of the Phoenix family are not immortal by far. They only use their demonic power to regenerate at an incredible speed. But what would happen if I managed to leave him without demonic power? What would Razor become if we take away his regenerative power? Besides, I also have a great regenerative power that is not linked to my demonic power. Then everything will come down to who has more resistance. I understand. But I also wanted to know. Why are you so cold to my sister? That was provoked by her and her servants. If you want the answer, ask your sister. She knows perfectly well. And by the way, I also warned her that if she interfered when I had my fight against Razor, I would kill her too. If you want her and her servants to continue living, prevent her from interfering in our fight. Besides, I want to check something. Check? Said the red-haired man, intrigued. Yes. I want to check if Razor really loves Rias or was just chasing his title and riches. But well, that should have been found out before they got married. I understand. Well, do what you have to do. I will go back to the underworld for now as I have a lot of things to do, said the red-haired man, disappearing in a magic circle. Underworld. Surziches, Lucifer's throne room. Issei-kun, if you knew that Rias is not married to Razor yet, you could recover your happiness and not hide your pain behind a false smile. It's a pity that my sister stayed with Razor. But soon she will lose him forever. On the red-haired man's face a mischievous smile was drawn, as the death of Razor Phoenix would save him a lot of trouble, as not long ago he had received complaints of certain crimes committed by the Phoenix, and those complaints were not for something minor. But the one that had caught his attention the most was that a relic had been stolen from the underworld laboratories that were under Ajuka's command, but there had been no evidence left that could be used to blame him until now. Issei had found the trace of Razor's aura the day his adoptive parents died, and Surziches had been informed of the incident. Despite being cruel on the one hand, that incident was terrible and devastating for Issei, who lost everything he loved. It had also served for Issei to awaken his true self, and with that he would be doing an enormous good to the underworld, since the noble lineage of Sparda had returned to life. So the Redeed decided to give a gift to the Brown as compensation for everything that had happened, but despite everything, that gift was like nothing compared to the pain that the white-haired man had when he lost his parents, but worse was nothing. Snapping his fingers, the Redeed called out to his faithful Queen Graphia. Can I help you, Surziches-sama? She said, bowing. Graphia, I need you to start spreading the news among the aristocracy that the son of Sparda has appeared. But don't reveal his identity, said the red-haired man with a smile on his face. I understand. I'll start immediately, said the Redeed, disappearing in a magic circle. Issei-kun, I hope that with this you can smile frankly once again. he said looking up at the ceiling of the room. Human world. Hyodo residence. The next day. In the living room of the Hyodo residence, the white-haired man was watching television, lying on his couch, looking bored at what was on that day's afternoon programming. How is it possible that there is nothing good on TV? He said, turning off the TV and getting up from his sofa. I think I'd better go kick the street, wander aimlessly, to see if something interesting happens. He said, leaving his house and starting to walk to nowhere in particular. But what the white-haired man didn't know was that he had left his cell phone on the table of his house, and what he didn't know was that he was being called by Sona Sitri. Elsewhere in Kuo. Well, Kaicho, were you able to communicate with him? Said Tsubaki with a clear concern on her face. I can't get through. Said Sona, shaking her head. We will have to manage on our own, she sighed. I told you we couldn't count on him. Said the Redeed, crossing her arms. But how did we get into this? Flashback. The Cult Research Club room. But you? Still no news from Yudo-kun? Asked a half-angel standing in front of the Redeed's desk. I haven't heard anything from him or the two exorcists with him. She said, taking a sip of her cup of tea. I thought that with the help of those exorcists, I could take down that stray exorcist, Freed. But I can't believe he has an Excalibur with him. Should I listen to Sona? She said thoughtfully. Listen to him? What do you mean? Asked Akeno curiously. Ask Issei for help. I don't really like to do it, but with his current level he would be a great help to us. She sighed. But I thought you didn't like him, but you, said Kaneko, entering the room together with Asia. I know the Kaneko. But I can't deny that his power is far superior to ours, anyway. I'll only ask him for help if it's extremely necessary. Since we can't wait for Yudo-kun to simply contact us. We have summoned our relatives to search the area. At that moment, the Redeed received a message from her family member, who had apparently found one of the exorcists. With this news, the Redeed was ready to go to the place where her relative was, but not before calling Sona to tell her the news. Guo City. Forest. From a magic circle appeared Rias, accompanied by Akeno, Kaneko and Asia. After appearing, the first thing they could see was a brunette lying on the ground with her exorcist suit torn, and apparently she was seriously injured, so Asia went immediately to heal her with her twilight healing. After receiving the healing light from Asia's sacred gear, Irina slowly woke up, so Rias decided to ask her about her partner and Kiba. Shidu, Irina-san. What happened? Where are you, Udo, and your partner? She said, a bit worried about the current state of the chestnut girl. They ran away, said the brunette barely. They ran away? Asked Iridit, intrigued. I could. Please don't talk, said Asia as she continued to heal Irina. He's incredibly strong. Watch out, said the chestnut before fainting again. Shidu, Irina-san, shouted the Redeed in a futile attempt to regain consciousness. After a moment, a magic circle appeared, and from it appeared three people. They were Sona, Tsubaki and Saji, who upon seeing the current situation, immediately went to Irina's place. Sona, you came, said the Redeed, looking at her friend with glasses and black hair. Why didn't I come after you called me? She said, kneeling down, observing the state of the unconscious brunette. She is very hurt. Yes. Twilight healing can't recover the energy she lost, said Asia, very worried. My house has a healing room. Tsubaki, she said, looking at her queen. Yes, was the only thing Tsubaki said while she took Irina in her arms. Take care of her. Yes, Kaicho, said Tsubaki, disappearing in a magic circle. For now I think Udo and the other exorcist are fine, said Rias as he stood up. Sorry to interrupt, but what's going on? Said Saji, raising a hand. Well, you see. What happened? Rias tried to explain to Saji what was going on, but a strange sensation ran through his body. What is this feeling? Said Saji, hugging himself as he felt a strange sensation that was making his hair stand on end. It can't be, said the Redeed, looking back as she could feel the presence of someone alien to the whole group of demons. Well. Looks like they all took the bait, didn't they? Said Freed, coming out from behind some trees. How are you? You filthy demons. He stuck his tongue out at them. Freed. It's you, said the Redeed with a clear murderous intent on him. Oh, how about this? But if it isn't the traitor Asia-chan. Do you enjoy your life as a demon? He said, wagging his tongue from side to side. At that moment, Sona and Rias stepped forward with a magic circle in each one's hand, ready to attack Freed. Oh, wait. I must talk to the Redeed first, said Freed, trying to prevent Sona and Rias from attacking him. Talk, said Rias while the magic circle disappeared from his hand, as did Sona. Yes. My boss wants to do it, said Freed, looking up. At that comment, they all looked up and could see a man floating in the sky with his black wings spread out, dressed in robes. The fallen angel, murmured the little loli. He has 10 wings. He is a leader. Exclaimed the half-angel. We have never met before. Haven't we, daughter of the Gremmery? My name is Sekiryuutei, said the fallen angel, introducing himself. Good morning, fallen angel leader, said the Ddraig, stepping forward with her arms crossed. My name is Rias Gremmery, it's a pleasure to meet you. What beautiful crimson hair. You look just like your brother Sekiryuutei, the Crimson Satan. Just thinking about him makes me feel sick. So, what exactly is the purpose of this meeting? It's not normal for a leader to come all this way just to talk, said the Ddraig defiantly. I'd like to have fun in the area. I would like to have fun in the area around the Kuo Academy, your base in this city. Sekiryuutei clarified. Our academy? She exclaimed in alarm. If I do, your brother will have to come and help, won't he? Said Sekiryuutei with a smile on her face, while Rias narrowed his gaze. That would only cause a war between God, the fallen angels and the demons, said Rias seriously. I honestly expected Michael to personally come for the Excalibur, but all he sent was a weak exorcist and 2 women carrying sacred swords. That's not enough. Not even close. So your goal all along has been to start a war? Sona interjected. That's right, exclaimed Sekiryuutei. I couldn't resist my boredom after the last war. Neither Azazel or Shemhaza wanted another war, said Sona. Azazel? The greatest leader of the fallen angels. Akeno murmured. Azazel was not only against the war, but he began to gather sacred gear and did research on them. So you want the sacred swords and the sacred gear? Asked the Ddraig. Now that you mention it. Wasn't the bearer of the boosted gear in your group? Said Sekiryuutei, looking at the Ddraig. Maybe it could be useful to someone else, but I couldn't care less, although Azazel might want it. At this comment the Ddraig narrowed her gaze because now that Issei was not under her orders, he could be recruited by the fallen angels, and with his new power, he would give a great increase of power to the fallen angels. The fallen angels, God and the devils are on the brink of war. That means with a little move on my part, I can throw all 3 major factions into a new war. You're a complete war junkie, the Ddraig confirmed. This time I will make the devils start the war, Lucifer's sister, Rias Gremmery and Leviathan's sister, Sona Sitri. Her academy should be full of magic, which if exploded would cause immense chaos. It's a perfect place for war. Ha. Don't you just love it when my boss is this crazy? Laughed Freed unhinged. Let's start the war, sister of the Satan Sekiryuutei's Lucifer, Rias Gremmery, said Sekiryuutei as she summoned dozens of small spears of light. Everyone, flee, shouted Rias as he created a magic circle as a barrier, as did Akeno and Sona. Boom. After a big explosion Sekiryuutei and Freed had disappeared from the place. Where did he go? Asked Saji in alarm. He went that way. To Kuo Academy, said Kaneko pointing her finger in the direction of the academy. The fallen angel of his level. He could easily destroy the city. But we won't let him do it, right, Rias? She said, looking at the Ddraig who had a determined face. That's right, said the Ddraig looking towards the horizon. After a few moments a new magic circle appeared and Tsubaki appeared from it. Tsubaki? How is the exorcist? Asked Sona seriously. She is fine, her life is not in danger. In a few hours she will be recovered. But I came quickly as I could feel a very powerful aura. What happened, Kaicho? Without making a long story short, we met Sekiryuutei and he confessed that he wants to start a new war and now he's heading to the Kuo Academy to cause a disaster, said Sona taking out her cell phone to call the white-haired man. Kaicho? Will you call Hyodo? Asked Tsubaki intrigued. That's right. Without his help this will be an almost impossible task. It's useless to ask him for help, Sona. He won't help us, said Rias folding her arms, clearly annoyed for having to resort to the white-haired man to solve this problem. End of flashback. I can't reach him. We'll have to manage on our own. I hope he will come and help us. Sona was a little nervous since Sekiryuutei was very powerful and they didn't have much to do in terms of power. Kuo Academy. Finally. My dream will come true, exclaimed Balba, placing the Excalibur inside a large magic circle, causing a large pillar of golden light to rise and go up to the sky and get lost in the clouds. But what he did not know was that the pillar of light was being watched with special attention by 3 people in particular. Kuo Academy. Night. We have created a protective barrier around the academy. If all goes well, it should be able to contain all the damage, she said, concentrating her magical energy on a point of the barrier, as well as the other members of the Sitri team who were scattered on both sides of her imitating her. Thank you. This will help a lot, Sona, said the Ddraig, somewhat confident in her friend's idea. But I can't guarantee that it will hold if the situation changes, said Sona seriously. I understand, said Rias seriously. Kaicho? No news from Kiba and the other exorcist. And where is Hyodo? I thought he would have appeared by now. I thought the same thing too. I've been trying to reach him, but he's not answering my calls. I guess he's busy with something. I hope he can help us," said Saji, turning his gaze towards the barrier. "Rias. We will endeavor to maintain the barrier. But the academy may not remain intact, a pitiful loss." "You're wrong. We will not let that happen. Rias, we still have time to call your brother," said Sona, looking sideways at the Redeed. "In that case, shouldn't you call your sister?" she said with a mischievous look. "My family doesn't. I'm sure your brother loves you. Sekiryuutei-sama will surely do something," said the brunette, a bit embarrassed, "so please." "I've already contacted Sekiryuutei-sama," said the half-angel standing behind the Redeed. "Akeno? I didn't ask you to do that," said Rias, scandalized. "Rias, although I understand that you don't want to cause trouble to your brother, our enemy is one of the leaders of the fallen angels. This enemy is beyond our level," she said, changing her serious expression to a warm smile. "Let's accept the Mayu's help," smiling even more when she saw the Redeed's look of approval. "I appreciate your approval, but the reinforcements from Sekiryuutei-sama should arrive within the hour." "Seriously? You're always one step ahead of me, aren't you?" said the Redeed, smiling, looking at her queen. "1 hour, huh?" she said, turning her gaze to the barrier that for now covered the whole Kuo Academy. Kuo Academy? Interior. "Alright guys, listen. This time we will be on the offensive. We will launch a storm of attacks on Sekiryuutei to prevent him from using his power. Unlike our raiding game, our lives will be in danger, but I will not allow any of you to die this day. My dear servants, come back alive so you can continue studying in this place," said Rias, giving his orders as they headed towards the central patio of the academy, from where the golden light pillar was born. "What is that?" asked Asia, looking towards the pillar of light. "I heard that this man was anxious to merge 4 Excalibur into one." Hearing the voice of the fallen angel, the 4 girls of Team Grimory looked up and could see Sekiryuutei sitting on a floating throne with her face resting on one of her hands. "Sekiryuutei!" exclaimed the red-haired girl. "So, is Sekiryuutei or Seraphol coming?" said Sekiryuutei with a smile. "Instead of my brother or Leviathan-sama, we have come," said Rias with a defiant look. At that last comment, Sekiryuutei was a bit annoyed, as she had done all this so that at least one of the mass would show up, but they didn't, so she had to vent her frustration in some way. Snapping her fingers, Sekiryuutei created a huge spear of light and hurled it like it was nothing against the academy gym, destroying it in a matter of seconds to leave a large crater in its place. "How boring. Well, we'll have a few laughs," said Sekiryuutei, clearly annoyed. "Since you came all the way here, why don't you play with my pets?" said Sekiryuutei, making a magic circle appear, from which a great fire pit emerged and a great howl could be heard. "Ooh." From the well emerged a 3-headed beast with black fur, reddish eyes and fire emanating from its jaws, and this beast looked at the devils with a mixture of fierceness and thirst for hunting. "Cerberus!" exclaimed the red-haired girl in surprise. "The guard dog of the gates of hell," added Akeno. "He summoned him to the human world. Come on Akeno, Kaneko," said the Redeed, spreading her wings as Akeno put on his ceremonial clothes, and Kaneko started to run in the direction of the giant dog. "Asia, stay behind." "Why yes," said the blonde, a little frightened by the huge beast she was seeing. But now the number of enemy beasts had increased to 3, so Rias, Akeno and Kaneko had to split up and fight each of them against each of the giant dogs. Incredible," said Asia, surprised, as the 3 girls fought fearlessly against those huge beasts, but the powerful attacks that Rias, Akeno and Kaneko launched seemed not to cause much damage to the dogs, and unfortunately for everyone, a 4th Cerberus appeared and it was about to attack Asia. "Kaya!" she shouted, scared when she saw how the dog's front paw was heading straight for her. Slash. In an instant, the head in the middle of the dog was severed and vaporized, as if nothing had happened, and the one who had done such a feat was the blue-haired girl. "I came to help," said Zenobia as she attacked the Cerberus with a downward slash right in the middle of the beast's body, splitting it in 2 and turning it into smoke. "These beasts are no match for the power of a holy sword. I've never received help from the church before, but I'm glad it's here," said Rias, looking at the blue-haired woman. But now 2 more Cerberus had appeared. If you counted the ones that Rias, Akeno and Kaneko were holding back, there were a total of 5, but the blonde quickly jumped at one of them and split it in half from nose to tail. Now Rias and Akeno had combined their attacks, creating a great mass of power, launching it against 2 of the 3 remaining dogs, charring them to ashes, but the last remaining one had decided to hunt the blonde, who was defenseless. The dog had taken a great leap forward very quickly, closing the distance between its jaws and the blonde, but multiple blades erupted from the ground, impaling the remaining Cerberus, leaving it motionless, howling in pain. Between the impaled Cerberus and Asia appeared a certain blonde with a sword in his hand. "Udo," said Rias with a big smile on his face when he saw that his knight was in good condition. "Fiba-san," she exclaimed Asia happily. "That was a good show," said Kakabiel amused. Take this. Rias shouted, sending a great mass of power of destruction at the fallen man, but with a slight movement of his hands, he deflected the attack, sending it against the tennis courts, causing them to disappear without any further action. But what no one had noticed was that from the roof of the new school building, a certain person with white hair was watching the whole battle with a big smile on his face, as he thought it was very funny, but he still did not want to intervene, not until Kakabiel decided to act. It is complete. Announced Balba, causing everyone to look at him. Damn it. Kiba exclaimed as the sword was complete. It's finally complete. Continued Balba laughing with an almost psychopathic smile on his face. But just like the person on the roof, another person who was far away from the academy was looking amused at that pillar of golden light that pierced the barrier created by the student council. After the fusion of the sacred swords, I will take the energy that has been released during the fusion process, that was our agreement, said Kakabiel looking at the newly created Excalibur of 4 fragments. Did you put that power into a spell? Asked Rias incredulously. Get out of here while you can. This city will be razed to the ground in 30 minutes, said Balba. If you want this process to stop, you will have to defeat me. What will you do now? Rias Gremory, said Kakabiel rising from his throne to extend his 10 wings taking flight. Do I need to answer? Said the Redeed throwing another great massive power of destruction at him, which the fallen one stopped and contained with his right hand as if nothing. From his back Akeno attacked Kakabiel throwing him a powerful ray, but the fallen one also stopped that attack, using his left hand to later fuse them, creating a great mass of highly destructive magical energy, throwing it to the Redeed, and although Akeno placed a magical circle as a barrier to defend Rias, that barrier broke like paper, and the attack hit the King and Queen Gremory. The half-angel crashed violently to the ground, and next to her Rias landed holding her right shoulder, but they didn't feel pain for long as they were healed by Asia almost immediately. We can't hold out until Surzich's Sama's reinforcements arrive, said Akeno with a clear frustration in his words. We have to do something, said the Redeed, but suddenly something in her angle of vision caught her attention. Udo, she said, looking at the blonde who was walking towards Balba. Balba Galilei. I am a survivor of the experiments of the Sacred Sword Project. Although, you actually killed me. Asked Balba, raising a curious eyebrow. I could only continue living by being reborn as a demon. I couldn't die before avenging my comrades, said Kibble lunging at Balba, but what he didn't expect was that Kakabiel would throw a powerful spear of light at him from his blind spot. Watch out Udo, exclaimed Rias starting to run towards the blonde, but the blast sent her back where she came from. Kiba. Rias shouted as he saw his knight lying on the ground a few centimeters away from the huge crater. He avoided taking a direct hit. He's a pretty agile rat, said Kakabiel with a small smile on his face. Freed. Yes boss, he said saluting military style. This is the last act, use the power of the 4 Excalibur and destroy these demons. I understand, he said taking the sword in his hands and then looked at the Gremory boys in a diabolical way. Who wants to be the first to die? Kiba slowly stood up, but his legs betrayed him making him fall to his knees to the ground, and in his helplessness, he closed his hand into a fist, clenching hard due to his frustration. I heard that one of the test subjects escaped, said Balba with a serene tone as he approached the blonde. But I never thought that you would become a demon. I am grateful for your contributions, thanks to you the experiment was successful. Success? Asked the blonde, still on his knees. The power of each one of the test subjects was not enough to carry the sacred sword. What led me to a conclusion? Said Balba raising his index finger. It was simple. To gather the power of all, and after that I found a way to crystallize it. Kiba when he heard that began to get very angry but decided to continue listening. This is the crystal with the power of the test subjects, said the old man showing him a bluish crystal. This is the last one I have left. That, Zenobia murmured. It is what was given to Irina the day we were blessed to be able to carry a sacred sword. Irina put one of those crystals in her body to complete the remaining power to carry the sword properly, said Zenobia remembering a certain event in the past. Those damned people from the church called me a heretic, but they keep using the results of my research, argued Balba. If it had been Michael, he probably would have taken that power from people without killing them. Then, there was no need to kill them, said Kiba standing up. Why? He said, trembling with anger. You were just materials for the experiments. When they were no longer useful, what could I do but throw them away? Asked Balba with a sickly smile on his face. We endured incredible pain. Because we believed we were serving God. Yet you just discarded them, he said, shocked by the old man's cruel words. All who heard these words were extremely saddened by all the pain that the blonde had suffered during his past. Take it if you want, said Balba throwing the crystal at the blonde's feet. We have the technology to produce more refined crystals. The blonde knelt down and picked up the crystal, while he remembered the tragic day in which his companions and friends were killed. After picking it up, he took it between his two hands and wrapped it in a very tender way, taking the crystal to his chest. "How many lives have you wasted with your experiments?" he said as the crystal in his hands began to glow brightly. "How many lives have you wasted with your experiments?" After that, many silhouettes of celestial color appeared surrounding the blonde while they recited a celestial chant, but it didn't hurt anyone. It seemed to be moving them because almost all the Gremory team was shedding tears. Then those silhouettes that were the souls of the victims of the sacred sword experiment began to fly around the blonde. "Don't worry. If we are all together, there is nothing to fear. Open your heart. For us. I'm not afraid. Even if God doesn't exist. Even if God is not watching. Our hearts will always be one." The blonde finished the sentence while shedding tears as he let all those souls enter his body. "Oh?" said Sekiryuutei from the sky, curious about what had just happened. "My companions never wanted me to take revenge for them. But I must finish with the evil in front of me," said the blonde, approaching the old man. "To avoid that someone else suffers the same as us," said the blonde, wielding his sword against Balba. "Fried!" shouted Balba as he felt in danger, and then Fried interposed himself between Balba and Kiba while wielding his new sword. "You should have died when you had your chance. Udo. You can do it, you're part of Rias Gremory's family. A simple Excalibur shouldn't cause you any trouble," said Rias, encouraging the blonde as well as Akeno, Kaneko and Asia. "But so much cheesiness, my skin is itching. I want to cut them all so I can feel better," said Fried, ruining the moment. "My dear friends. Let me become the sword that defends our dreams of those days," said Kiba as he raised his sword while two columns, one white and one black, wrapped around his demonic sword. "Sword birth balance breaker," said Kiba as his sword finished changing. "A sword that is both demonic and sacred. This is interesting," laughed Sekiryuutei from the sky. Now Kiba walked confidently to where Fried and Balba were, but the blue-haired girl was following beside him. "Knight of Rias Gremory. Are we still allies?" "I guess we are for now," said Kiba without looking away from his target. "Then we will work together to destroy that Excalibur. That sword is not a holy sword, it is an anomalous sword, and it must be destroyed," said Zenobia, extending his hand to the side as he buried destruction in the ground. "Sure," said Kiba, watching as the blue-haired girl nodded her head. "Saint Peter, Saint Basil, Saint Denis and Mary the Holy Mother," she recited as the space in front of her outstretched hand distorted and let out the handle of the sword. "In the name of the saints that reside in this sword I release you, Durandal," she said, breaking the chains that held the sword in place. "In the name of the saints that reside in this sword I release you, Durandal," she said, breaking the chains that held the sword in place. "It is said that this sword can cut everything it touches, and its power is on a par with Excalibur. It is impossible, no one can carry Durandal. According to my research, we have not been able to get anyone to do so," exclaimed Balba in surprise. "Unlike that stray arena, I am a natural bearer. I am a genuine bearer of the sacred sword. Now you better surrender that sword," pointing to the sword that Fried was holding. "It is no match for me, Durandal," said this one, jumping while charging with a downward slash to attack Fried, who jumped very fast, moving away from the attack range of the blonde-haired woman. "I don't want anything to do with your damn sword," said Fried in midair, but the blonde appeared from behind him, forcing him to turn around. "Your sword attempt won't work against my sword," said the blonde, attacking with a horizontal slash, cutting the blade of the new Excalibur like it was nothing. "Really? That stupid devil is defeating me." Fried tried to continue protesting, but suddenly a diagonal beam of light pierced his chest, making him fall to the ground unconscious. "My power has surpassed the Excalibur. Thank you, friends," said Kiba, panting slightly. "It's impossible. In theory, something sacred and something demonic can't be united. And..." He couldn't finish the sentence as he was disintegrated by a light spear from Sekiryuutei. "Albeit you were a very capable man. But I no longer need you to complete my plan. And the answer to your question was that since the death of God these phenomena are possible," said the fallen man, but he left everyone surprised because no one knew what he was talking about. "What do you mean, Sekiryuutei?" said the red-haired girl. "It's simple. During the last Great War, not only the ancient mass perished, but God did too, but the information was kept secret since the three factions needed the God-fearing humans so they could continue living. That's why strange events like the creation of that boy's sword is not impossible at all. But what really bothered me was that after that fact it was decided that war was no longer necessary. I don't accept it. I can't put my fist down once I raise it up." While the fallen one was telling that fact, a certain nun fainted since everything she loved and revered was dead. It was a hard blow for her, while Zenobia was shocked but decided to stay focused on the fight since if she got distracted, she would be killed. "But now I will stop watching and start having fun with you," said Kakabiel with a huge smile on his face while creating a huge spear of light. Now try not to die from my attack. He said, throwing the spear of light to the Gremory team, but this spear of light tried to be stopped by Kiba and Zenobia using their swords, but they only got the spear to explode in their faces, causing a huge explosion that left all the guys lying on the ground. If that's all you can do, you're dead. But suddenly a certain sound could be heard, but it wasn't of weapons or anything like that, it was a sound that sounded like clapping. Clap. 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 Where does that clapping come from? Said Rias, looking for the origin of the sound, as did everyone else. They come from over there, said the little loli, pointing with her finger to the roof of the school building where a certain white-haired boy was clapping his hands. It can't be. Issei. How long has he been there? Said the red-haired girl, surprised since she didn't notice the presence of the white-haired boy at all. That wasn't bad for an old geezer like you, said Issei, referring to Kakabiel. Who are you and what are you doing here? Said Kakabiel while preparing another spear of light as big as the previous one. Well, it doesn't matter. Just die. Throwing that huge spear of light at him. There was a big explosion and a big cloud of dust rose, and as a consequence everyone had given the white-haired man for dead, since that spear, according to them, had not given him time to defend himself. That's what you get for being trusting, said Kakabiel, satisfied with that big explosion. It can't be. In one blow it eliminated him, said Rias, astonished. But after the cloud of smoke dissipated, everyone was surprised. Kakabiel's spear was still complete, but the school building had not suffered any scratches, and they could see that something was preventing the spear from advancing, and that something was the tip of Rebellion's blade that was colliding against the tip of Kakabiel's light spear. The light spear had been stopped as if nothing had happened by the white-haired man. Let's see. 10 left. Trickster, said the brown, muttering the last, while he returned the light spear to Kakabiel, causing an explosion, but the fallen had no scratches after the smoke from the explosion had dissipated. How? He managed to block that spear as if it was nothing, said the half-angel, astonished. But where is he? She said, looking for the white-haired man who had disappeared from the roof. Arg! Shouted Kakabiel when she saw how from one moment to the next, 2 of her 10 wings were cut off like paper, without giving her time to react. The white-haired man had cut off a pair of the fallen's wings, and now he was standing looking up to the sky at Kakabiel, who was looking at him in surprise. Now there were only 8 left. But I can't believe it. Not even with all of you have been able to give it a scratch. How is that possible? Said the white-haired man, addressing the Gremory without turning to look at them. I'll tell you again. Who you really are, said Kakabiel with a frown. Perhaps this will reveal my identity to you, said the white-haired man, materializing his gauntlet and giving the fallen man his answer. Oh. I see. You are the current Sekiryuutei. I've heard of you. Your dream was to become the harem king, wasn't it? Yes, it is. But I'll have it soon, said the white-haired man, remembering what Ryu had told him. But there was someone who was especially annoyed by the presence of the fallen one, and that someone was Akeno, who took flight and sent him a very powerful lightning bolt, but the fallen one defended himself as if nothing by wrapping his remaining wings around his body. You dare to try to stop me? You who has inherited VERGIL's powers. Don't you dare to associate me with that name, shouted Akeno, furiously increasing the intensity of her attack, but the loss of energy during the battle forced her to end her attack. Who the hell is VERGIL? Asked the white-haired man curiously. He is one of the leaders of the fallen angels. He controls lightning, hence his nickname Lightning, said Zenobia. I understand, said Issei, looking at Akeno, who was panting heavily. I can't believe you went with the demons, said Kakabiel, spreading his wings. You have an interesting family. Rias Gremory, the Sekiryuutei, a leftover from the Holy Sword experiment, and VERGIL's daughter. She is the daughter of a fallen angel. I didn't expect that one, said Issei with a smile on his face, while he tried to ignore the fact that again they had insinuated that he was Rias Gremory's servant, something that worried the Redeed, because if the white-haired man left, the small hope of defeating Kakabiel would disappear. Rias Gremory, I see that you like to collect garbage like your brother. I will not allow you to ridicule my brother, Armayu, and insulting my servants is a crime punishable by death, she said, standing up while expelling her aura. While she had inadvertently said it again, and a vein had already appeared on the white-haired man's forehead due to the anger. I am the sister of Lucifer, mistress of the Welsh dragon, princess of the Carmessi ruin, said Kakabiel while he dropped to the ground, but unfortunately it was the 3rd time in less than 2 minutes that the white-haired man was called a servant of Rias Gremory, so he finally exploded. Alright, it's over. I warned you clearly that if any one of you called me servant of Rias Gremory again, you were alone, he said, turning around and getting ready to leave. Rias couldn't believe it without realizing that she had also said it and Issei had warned her the day before, so now her hope had gone to hell and she had nothing to convince Issei not to leave. "Hey you. Sekiryuutei. Why are you leaving?" asked Kakabiel. "That's because I'm not a servant of Rias Gremory. I resigned a few days ago. So I'm leaving. So if you are not with the demons, why don't you come with me? You will become the king of the harem immediately. Wherever you go, I will give you the most beautiful women. You will be able to sleep with them as much as you want and how you want. After all, the fallen angel women are the most erotic and attractive," said Kakabiel, tempting the white-haired man. "And do you think that's enough to convince me?" said the white-haired man, struggling not to say yes since he had an obligation as Sparda's son. Rias couldn't allow Issei to leave with Kakabiel, since having him as a bodyguard, no one would stop his evil plans, so she decided to offer him something she remembered that worked to tempt the white-haired man when he was still her pawn. "Issei," the Redeed exclaimed loudly. "What do you want?" he said without turning to look at the Redeed, but with an incredible coldness in his words. "Since you love girls so much, if we get out of here alive, I'll do all kinds of things for you," said the Redeed. "I'm not interested," said Issei dryly. "What?" said all of them, extremely surprised since the Issei they remembered would never refuse to such a proposal. "Maybe the old me. I would have said yes to you, but now anything that could come from you or your group is worth shit to me. All the good feelings I had for you guys are gone, and I doubt they will ever come back again. If that was your attempt to try to get me not to accept this one's proposal," pointing his hand at Kakabiel, "I must tell you that it sucks." Rias was stunned. She was sure that with that reward, she could get the white-haired man to stay and not leave with Kakabiel, but what she received was a resounding no. "Very well, Kakabiel. I must say that it's a tempting offer, but I'll pass. I'm not interested, so now either you get serious or tell me what to put on the tombstone of your grave." "Alright, let's fight then. But it's your loss. Those fallen angels would be eager to receive the Red Dragon Emperor. If I have learned anything, it is that the fallen angels only serve to make you suffer," he said, pointing back to Akeno. "Besides, the devils will also be anxious to receive the son of Sparda, haha," thought the brown man since he was winning on both sides. "Then this negotiation is over," said the fallen man, preparing multiple medium-sized light spears. "Let's see. Yes, I think I'll use it now. Swordmaster," said the white-haired man, threw himself against Kakabiel while he threw all the light spears he had previously created, but Issei deflected them with rebellion or simply evaded them with a small movement of his legs. Now Issei was face to face with Kakabiel, and giving a small jump he gave him a strong kick in the face, causing the fallen one to literally turn 360 degrees. While Kakabiel was turning, Issei took the opportunity to cut 2 more wings. Now he only had 6 wings left, and then he gave him another kick in the chest, knocking Kakabiel down, leaving him on the ground. "Don't you think you've seen enough, White Dragon?" said the white-haired man seriously. Crash. The barrier that covered the academy broke into thousands of pieces similar to a broken glass, to then let us see the cause of all that, a figure wrapped in a white armor with multiple gems scattered throughout the armor, along with 2 powerful wings of blue energy. But what a disgusting sensation. My body feels strange. I had already told you, mate. You would feel like this when you meet the white dragon. Your wings look like those of a filthy raven, said the person inside the armor while with incredible speed, he ripped 2 more wings off Kakabiel. Azazel's wings are much darker like the eternal night. "Were you lured here by the red dragon?" "Answer, vanishing dragon," exclaimed Kakabiel as he took flight, creating a spear of light whose size was increasing more and more. But what happened was divide. It was what could be heard and seen. Kakabiel's attack, it was reducing its eyes more and more until it simply disappeared. "What?" Kakabiel exclaimed in disbelief. His attack had vanished as if it was nothing. "I am Albion. My sacred gear is divining. Every 10 seconds it halves the power of whoever it touches. And gives it to me," said the person under his armor. "Soon you will be weaker than a human. How boring. I thought I could enjoy it more," said this one, flying towards the fallen, giving him a strong punch in the stomach. "Azazel asked me to take you back even though you screamed." Now the target took altitude and plummeted to the ground with Kakabiel's body in front of it, crashing violently on the ground, raising some dust, and by the time the dust curtain dissipated, the target could be seen as if it was nothing with Kakabiel's unconscious body in his hands. "I also have some questions for that stray exorcist. I'll end his life after that," said the white man, taking Fried's body with his free hand. "You're ignoring me, white man," said Ddraig. "So? You're awake, Red," answered one of the white armor gems. "This is not the best time to meet," continued Ddraig. "It's okay, we're destined to fight, these things happen," said the white dragon. "The white and red dragon are talking?" asked Rias, intrigued. "See you later, Ddraig," the dragon said goodbye. "See you later, Albion," replied Ddraig. Then the white man was about to leave when he was stopped by the white-haired man. "Wait. If that was all your power, we'll crush you," he said Issei defiantly. "Don't get too cocky, my enemy, we will face each other later, and I hope you are powerful," said the person under the white armor before disappearing like lightning in the night sky of Kuo. 1 hour later. An hour had passed since the white dragon had taken Fried and Kakabiel away, and everything was back to normal, or so everyone thought. From a huge magic circle appeared Serziches together with Grafia, accompanied by about 30 soldiers belonging to the Gremory family, but there was someone who did not belong to the Gremory family, and that person, when he felt Issei's aura, threw 2 huge fire spheres at him, but the white-haired man avoided them easily. "I see that you are here," said Issei, looking toward Serziches and his soldiers. "That's right, I had to come for Rias and the others, but since you are here I will kill you like I had to do that day at the ceremony," said the person making his way through the Gremory soldiers. "Razor, what are you doing here?" exclaimed Rias, surprised. "I came for you, but you will have to wait while I finish with this miserable little dragon," said Razor, approaching Issei. But Issei just gave a look to Serziches, and he immediately understood what the white-haired man was asking him. "It's okay, Issei-kun, no one will get in the way of this battle," said the red-haired man, walking away from where those two were, followed by Grafia and his soldiers. "Ani-sama. What are you doing here?" asked Rias, arriving to his brother's side, followed by his entourage and Zenobia, who, after everything that happened, had asked him if she could be his servant. "Venia was on her way to help you when Razor-kun caught up with us and said he wanted to come since he was worried about you," said the red-haired man, lying to his sister since he had technically forced the Phoenix to come. Now Issei and Razor were looking at each other, but in the white-haired man's gaze, there was a clear killing intent and bloodlust that would knock anyone down. "I hope you are ready to die, midget," he said, summoning a magic circle, but this was not of his family, it was of a black color, and after raising it in the air, identical magic circles appeared on the bodies of Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia and Kiba, who felt their power was drained suddenly, and as a consequence they fell to the ground in disbelief. "What do you think you're doing?" asked Issei, raising a curious eyebrow. "This was my plan from the beginning. To take the powers of all the servants of Rias to exponentially increase my power, muhahahaja," began to laugh the blonde phoenix. Now Razor's body was changing, his muscles were increasing in size, his eyes became a complete white color, imagine Broly's eyes in his last phase, huge cracks started to appear on his side, as well as the ground shook a little bit, but Issei was looking at all that, as if it was nothing, leaning on his sword rebellion. When it was all over, the phoenix looked at the white-haired man with a macabre smile on his face. "Already? Did you finish your act?" said Issei with a bored look on his face. "Yes. But now, I will end your life," said the phoenix, firing a sphere of the power of destruction that Issei cut in two with his sword. "How can you use my power of destruction?" said Rias with difficulty. "It's simple, my dear Rias. With this relic," showing a golden statue that showed a man impaling another one, "I can take almost the totality of the energy of the people that have been close to me for a period of time of more than 2 months. Why do you think I always wanted to be with you?" said the phoenix with a smile. "But I am your fiancé. How can you do this to us? Moreover, why do you do it? I thought you loved me," said Rias, trying uselessly to stand up. At that comment, the phoenix began to laugh so hard that he had to hold his stomach. "Do you honestly think that there is anyone who really loves you and doesn't chase after your physique or your title and riches? You have always been very naive, Rias," said the blonde while laughing. "But why are you taking our power like that? Didn't you want our children to have the power of both of us?" said Rias, holding back her tears when she noticed that all the nice things Razor told her in the beginning after defeating Issei were only lies. "I was really willing to stay by your side for all eternity. It's simple. I was looking for the power of all of you, but only for me. I'm not interested in anyone else, neither my clan nor you, I was only looking for my own glory. But to obtain this power I needed that your bodies weren't contaminated with my power so you wouldn't lose your purity, and so I would have the most of your power. Or do you think I didn't sleep with any of you for nothing?" At this the Red Deed was furious, but it was useless. With her remaining level of power she could do practically nothing. "But stay calm. If you stay alive by the time I'm done with this worm," pointing at the white-haired guy, "we'll go to my room and have a great time, ha 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 ha. And this asshole is why you've been torturing me? Really, my punishment was for nothing," sighed Issei. "Although I might have been a fool back then to have done that in order to try to save you," said Issei, looking at Rias and holding back his tears. "What did you do, little dragon?" asked the phoenix. "Back then I lost a part of my body to be able to use a certain power, but because of my weakness, I couldn't give my full potential, and I ended up losing. For a while I thought it was the right thing to do until they came," pointing at the Gremory, "and punished me for who knows what. You still don't answer me. What did you lose?" Razor repeated. I'll draw it for you, said the white-haired man, taking Rebellion and drawing a basic drawing of a human body with the tip of the leaf on the ground, but the left arm was missing. You don't know how to draw. Your left arm is missing. Idiot, haha, the blonde mocked. I didn't miss anything. I gave my left arm to be able to use the balance breaker for a period of 10 seconds, but it wasn't enough. And as a consequence my left arm was transformed into a dragon's arm. This comment left everyone surprised, but more to rias, who did not know this and started to shed a few tears. The arm of a dragon? Don't make me laugh. Your left arm looks like any normal arm, said the phoenix. It's because thanks to my current power I managed to put it to sleep, but its power keeps increasing, and every day it's a little more difficult to control it. But if you still don't believe me, I'll show you, he said, removing his fingerless glove from his hand and pulling up his left sleeve, closing his eyes for a few seconds, and then his arm was wrapped in a red light, and after the light dissipated the arm of the white-haired man could be observed. That arm indeed looked like that of a dragon, full of scales, and his fingers had claws. This is what I sacrificed to save her that day, but I failed miserably, said the white-haired man, returning his arm to normal. At night I wondered if it was right what I did. But then I remember. A man must face the consequences of his actions. Now Rias was shedding tears since Issei had made such a sacrifice for trying to save her, and she paid him back by punishing him as if he was an animal. That's when she remembered a certain event in the past, where a boy told her that he liked her for how she was, not for her titles or anything like that, and that boy was Issei. After losing her and everyone else I only had my parents left, and then you killed them. You took everything I had, but I never knew why, and now I'll ask you, said Issei with tears running down her cheeks. Why did you kill them? Because they were scum. If their son was that weak they should die to stop bringing rats like that to this world. Besides, I gave myself a pleasure that you can't even imagine when I charred them alive. You should have heard how your father cried like a baby while I burned him, said Razor with a sadistic smile on his face. At that comment Rias and the others were surprised since they didn't know anything about it, but before they could say anything they felt a great explosion of aura, and its owner was none other than the white-haired man. That's your reason, isn't it? Said Issei with his eyes devoid of light. Now I will finish you off and avenge the death of my parents. Quicksilver. Snapping his fingers, the white-haired man stopped time, but to the eyes of the others, it was as if it disappeared and reappeared from one place to another. While the time was stopped, Issei took the opportunity to approach the blonde and hit him with a great combination of cuts, kicks and punches that, mixed with his anger, would cause a lot of damage when the time started to run again. Snapping his fingers, the white-haired man made time run again and could see how the blonde went flying with big wounds on his body. How did you do it? Said Razor, standing up while he regenerated himself. It's a secret, but we'll finish this quickly. You're not worthy of me showing you all my power. Taking out a bottle from his jacket. I had it saved for a special situation, for when I could face you, because given your recent increase in power, if you ran out of magic power to regenerate would take forever, so with this holy water, we'll speed up the project, said the white-haired man. Now Issei poured the water on his sword and boosted it with his boosted gear, making Rebellion glow incredibly bright. I won't let you finish me off. Besides, you can't, sense with this attack you will die, said the blonde, throwing a sword at the white-haired man with a surprising speed that hit Issei's chest, sending him hard against a tree, while the sword entered through his chest and pierced his back, leaving him nailed to the trunk of the tree. Haha, it's over, said Razor, turning around. Not bad. You have increased your skills a lot, said the white-haired man, who to everyone's surprise, managed to free himself from the tree trunk, but the sword that Razor had thrown at him was still buried in his chest, but he simply withdrew it as if nothing but a small spurt of blood that jumped out when he finished withdrawing the sword. Now where were we? You're a monster. How did you do that? Said Razor, surprised since he had never seen someone do that before. Take this, said this time, throwing him a lightning bolt that the boy evaded. The white-haired man appeared from Razor's side and muttered "Swordmaster," and immediately began to make several cuts and thrusts that sank several inches into the flesh of the phoenix, who was barely blocking, and added to the empowered holy water, was like cutting butter with a hot knife. You have a lot of power. But you don't know how to handle it, and that was your big mistake, said this one while he took out ebony and ivory and started shooting at the phoenix, shooting from top to bottom and vice versa, leaving it full of holes. And now, Razor had fallen to the ground and was now crawling in the direction of Rias. I give up. Please leave me alone. You will never see me again, I promise you. Razor shouted in despair as he saw how Issei approached him at a slow pace, drawing his sword again to give the final blow. I'm sorry, Razor-kun, but if Issei-kun doesn't kill you, you will go to prison for life since you have committed many crimes and you even stole one of Mayuajuka's belongings, said Surziches with a smile. And now the final blow, said Issei, taking Razor by the collar of his shirt and with great force threw him towards the heavens and then charged a blade of rebellion with an energy of a shade between red and black. "Receive this," said the white-haired man, sending 3 waves of energy that went through the phoenix's body and literally cut it in 3. But what nobody expected was what would happen next. All the parts of Razor's body began to inflate like a balloon until those parts lost their human form. Now they were only massive power and finally exploded, causing a huge explosion in the night sky of the city. "What? Chun?" the white-haired man tried to say, but then he only smiled, looking at that huge explosion that was pure energy. Now Issei was approaching, walking towards where Rias and the other fallen guys of the Grimoire team were, except Zenobia, who was not affected by Razor's power, but Rias was a little scared because Issei had told her that if she intervened when he finished with Razor, he would kill her, but what happened left her surprised. Issei started to charge his boosted gear and then gave each of them a level 2 power boost, which was enough to get them on their feet, and after that the white-haired man said nothing and continued on his way to the exit of the school. Rias tried to go to look for him to try to apologize for everything, but due to his state, it took him a few minutes to reach the entrance of the academy, and when he arrived Issei was nowhere to be found, so he decided to go back to his brother so he could explain what had happened to Issei. "Ani-sama, I want you to tell me everything that happened in detail," she said authoritatively, or at least what could be in those conditions. "I'll tell you everything. But first let Grafia check them," said the Redeed with a smile on his face. "Thank you for everything, Issei-kun." It had already been about 15 minutes since Issei had finished with Razor and left. Now only Surziches, Grafia, Rias along with their servants and now employees of the Grimoire house arrived to repair everything that had been destroyed or damaged. After being checked by Grafia just to see if nothing bad had happened to them, it was time for Surziches to tell Rias what he knew about Issei, since she was not feeling well emotionally. The cult club room. In the living room was Surziches and Grafia sitting on a sofa, and in front of them was Rias and Akeno, also sitting on the sofa in front of them, with Kiba, Kaneko and Asia behind them, except for Zenobia, who had left because she said she wanted to gather her thoughts. "Very well, Ani-sama. Tell us what happened to Issei. Since we came back I have been intrigued by the change in his hair, besides his power is not something normal. I had never seen him use a sword and now it seems as if he was born with it. He is extremely skillful with it," said the Redeed, looking at her brother. "I know. We'll start when Issei-kun lost that day. After he lost and you treated him in such a, let's call it, cold way. He came back to the human world with an incredible sadness added with a new burden that dragon arm meant. When I asked him about it he told me that somehow he would manage it." At the mention of that arm, Rias remembered what she had seen before, a scaly and clawed arm. Now that was Issei's arm. It was no longer a devil or human arm, now it was a real dragon arm. This fact made her feel more guilty because not only had she been deceived by Razor, but in order to keep her commitment to improve her clan, she had mistreated Issei in horrible ways, and the worst of all was that during the days she had done it, she had enjoyed it. "After that I didn't talk to him for a long time and I just watched him," continued the red-haired man. "Observing him?" asked a half-angel curiously. "That's right. Since there was something about Issei-kun that caught my attention, but I couldn't figure out what that something was, but I was able to discover it a few days ago," said Surziches with a serious look on his face. "And what was it that you discovered?" said the Redeed, gnawing with curiosity. "Issei-kun is half demon," said the Redeed, but that comment didn't cause much surprise in the Grimoire boys. "But we already knew that. When he was reincarnated he became half demon," said Rias, not very surprised. "I don't mean that," said Surziches. "Then?" asked Rias. "Issei-kun was never an ordinary human. Leaving aside that he has the boosted gear." Now everyone was intrigued. How was it possible that Issei was not a simple human, since they had been watching him for a long time before reincarnating him? "Ani-sama, please explain," asked a red-haired girl. "Issei-kun was already half devil when you reincarnated him, only his devil side was asleep until a few days ago when he finally woke up." "What do you mean woke up?" asked the Redeed again. "If I told you that now Issei-kun is beyond the category of high-class devil and is in the same category as the mass, would you believe me?" said Surziches, looking at each one of his sister's servants. "Obviously not. He may be powerful and his level may have increased a lot, but that's impossible," said Rias, holding back his laughter as he thought his brother was playing a joke on him. "I'm telling you the truth. Or do you think that defeating Razor Phoenix, who had his power plus yours combined, was an easy task? Do you think that if you had been in his place, you could have defeated him?" said Surziches seriously. At that comment Rias bowed his head because not even in his wildest dreams could he have defeated Razor at that moment, but Issei defeated him as if nothing had happened. "Okay, I believe you. But how is it possible that he moved up in rank so fast?" "Well, By title he is still a low-class devil, but due to his lineage, he will soon be promoted and," said Serziches, thinking about how to finish the sentence. "What?" asked Rias, curious. "Well, do you remember Issei-kun's dream?" he said with a nervous smile. "Having a harem? How could I forget, he always talked about it," said the Retid, sighing. "Let's say. He'll get it soon enough now, and I think it can be quite large." They were all quite surprised by what the older Retid had told them, but especially Rias, since he had planned to get it back, but this had given him an unexpected shock. "And how is he going to do that?" said Rias, crossing her arms a bit angrily. "Thanks to his lineage, many noble families want their daughters to have their son," and added that he is the Red Dragon Emperor. "You can't ask for more," said Serziches, shrugging his shoulders. "What lineage are you talking about? There is no family in the underworld that has the surname Hyodo," said Rias, a little annoyed. "That's because Issei-kun didn't belong to the Hyodo family, he was raised by that family, but they weren't his real parents." "Then who were his parents? What makes Issei-kun's lineage so important?" said Rias, already a little desperate because her brother was just beating around the bush. "Have you heard the legend of the Dark Knight Sparda?" asked Serziches. "Yes. My father always told it to me when I was little. But what does it have to do with it?" "Issei-kun is the son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda, and some may not know it, but it was written a long time ago that when Sparda's son appeared he would be crowned king of the underworld. Now do you understand why I told you that he could have his harem soon enough?" "But he never told me anything," said Rias a little sadly. "Why should he? Did you forget how he was treated?" "I don't know for sure if Issei-kun is a spiteful person, but what he could have done when he became king of the underworld was to have declared the Gremory and Phoenix houses illegal. And to have locked up all the people related to those houses forever. And how would he do that? I'm sure someone would object." This time Akeno interrupted the two Gremory brothers. "It's simple. In the future he will be the absolute king of the underworld with an authority superior to that of the Four Mass, and whatever he says to do will be done without question," Serziches clarified. "I understand," said the half-angel with a bowed head. "Did you know that Issei had sacrificed his arm to try to save me?" said Rias in a very low tone of voice that was heard by his brother anyway. "That's right. And why didn't you tell me?" she said, standing up. "Why? If by then you started your bad dealings with Issei-kun. Tell me what would have changed if I had told you. You were only focused on making Razor happy, but it never crossed your mind that Issei-kun had done something of that caliber for you," said Serziches with a reproachful tone in his words. But the Retid tried to defend herself. "You can't deny what you did. Besides, in a single day he saved you twice. Once against Kakabiel and the other against Razor. And he also helped you by giving you that power increase before he left. He has done more for all of you than you did for him." "But he attacked us," said Kaneko with her typical expressiveness. "If you mean when he wiped the floor with you, that was the least he could have done, and let me tell you that Issei's powers will keep growing day by day. Very soon he will surpass in power our father Rias," said Serziches with a small smile on his face. "Well, I think it's time to go back to the underworld. But before I go, take this Rias," said Serziches, handing him a paper with a magic circle written on it. "And what is this for?" "And what is this for?" asked a red-haired girl curiously. "Well, with this you will be able to see what Issei-kun is doing whenever you want, and this way you will be able to locate him, so you can try to apologize to him. Well, see you later," he said, disappearing in a magic circle next to Grafia. After about 30 minutes after Serziches and Grafia left, all the guys started to retire to their houses, leaving only Rias and Asia in the club room, since they were living together now, but the blonde had already gone to sleep, leaving the Retid in the club room since, even if she wanted to, she couldn't sleep because she had her thoughts totally occupied by a certain white-haired boy. Rias walked to the window and started to look at the night sky of Kuo, trying to find a way to get Issei to forgive her, since now that she had found out about his identity and about the future that awaited her, she had to think of a way to seek his forgiveness, since if she didn't, the white-haired man would be gone forever from her side. He also thought about those words that Issei had said to him during the training camp before the raiding game against Razor. "That doesn't matter to me, titles and riches don't interest me, I like you the way you are." Remembering it, she couldn't feel a pressure in her chest, as the change that Issei had undergone had been because of her. Issei went from being a tender and loving boy with her to a person who wanted nothing to do with her. As his brother had said, the white-haired man sacrificed his arm without caring about anything in order to try to save her, but she never found out, and now, because of Razor, Issei had lost all his loved ones. He had been left alone. Taking out the paper that his brother had given him, he activated the magic circle and could see the white-haired man asleep in his bed. When he saw him, he couldn't help wanting to be with him, but he couldn't because Issei himself had told them that they were no longer welcome in his home. But he had reason to be angry with them. It had been herself who took Issei away from his side, and although it sounded hypocritical on her part, Rias wanted him back no matter what. She wanted Issei back to her side like those days when he still had his brown hair and was her beloved and cute peon, but it was clear to her that it would take a lot of work. The next day. Hyodo residence. The sun's rays were already coming through the white-haired man's window, illuminating his face, causing a great discomfort to Issei. Trying to sleep a little more, he covered his face with his pillow, but the alarm of his alarm clock prevented him from continuing sleeping. She reluctantly turned off the alarm and went to take a shower, but as she began to wash her hair, she noticed something was not right. "How did this happen?" said the white-haired man, looking at his left arm. "I was supposed to have it under control." "I think it's because yesterday you activated your dragon arm again. Just put it back to sleep and it's fixed," said Ddraig with an incredible laziness in his words. "It's okay," said Issei, concentrating energy on his left arm, and after a few moments his arm had returned to its normal shape. After getting out of the shower, the white-haired man had breakfast very quickly since he was a bit late to go to the academy, so he drank his cup of coffee as fast as possible, taking his things and leaving at full speed towards the academy. Guo Academy. The white-haired man had already arrived at the entrance of the academy, but there was something that upset him a lot, and that something was the WolfDeath who was waiting for him. When he saw him, he tried to approach Issei, but he just continued on his way, leaving Rias with the desire to talk to her. The classes began, and as it was now almost sacred for the white-haired boy to fall asleep in them, the hour flew by until it was time for the break. The boy, as it was usual after being abandoned by the girls, went to a tree and lay down in the shade of it and began to sleep again, as the gentle breeze encouraged him to do so. "Issei," said a voice next to him. The white-haired man opened one eye to see the person who had spoken to him, and he could see that it was the WolfDeath. After recognizing her, he stood up and got ready to leave, but a new call from the WolfDeath stopped him. "Wait," she said almost desperately, holding the white-haired man by one hand. "What do you want?" said the white-haired man, totally cold without turning to look her in the eyes. "I wanted to thank you for helping us yesterday," she said a little shyly, looking for the boy to turn to see her without success. "You don't have to thank me. After all, I had already told them that I would help them, but it was mostly to kill my boredom," said the white-haired boy, starting to leave without letting the WolfDeath stop him, letting go of the WolfDeath's grip on one of his hands and going back to his classroom. After the white-haired man left, the WolfDeath stayed in that place extremely sad because even after Razor's death, Issei had returned to his normal attitude and still maintained that incredible coldness with her. Even more, she felt angry with herself because all of this happened because of her stupid actions. From one side appeared her faithful Queen Akeno, who could see that something was happening to the red-haired girl. "But you. Is something wrong?" she said, grabbing her shoulder and pulling the WolfDeath out of her thoughts. "It's nothing," said the WolfDeath, shaking her head, but the small tears in her eyes gave away that she had been shedding tears for a moment. "You can't fool me," she said, taking her by the face, forcing Rias to look her directly in the eyes, proving she was right when the WolfDeath looked away. "Is it because of Issei-kun?" The WolfDeath only nodded her head. "Akeno. I want to get him back," she said, hiding her eyes with her bangs. "To whom?" "Curious. I mean Issei. No matter how long it takes, I'll get him back. I have to apologize for everything I did to him. I don't want him to leave my side forever," she said, turning around with an incredible determination in her words. "I will help you," said the half-angel. "I must also apologize to him. Besides, when I saw him fighting against Kakabiel and later against Razor, I felt as if my body was burning," she said with an unbelievable lewd face. "Wait, Akeno. What are you thinking about?" said the WolfDeath with a frown, as she knew that the half-angel was quite perverted. "When I get Issei back, I'll make him my boyfriend," she said, a little blushing. "And once you do, what do you plan to do?" said the half-angel with her typical smiling face. "Well, I guess what boyfriends do, right?" she said, playing with her fingers, extremely blushing. "And you think Issei-kun hasn't done that? Or at least that's what I think. Since he's the son of Sparda, he could go with any devil girl, and none of them would refuse if he asked him for that. He hasn't done it. I'm sure of that. And besides, it doesn't matter if he did it or not. I want him to be mine. I won't let any lizard take him away from me," said this one with flames of determination in her eyes. "Whatever you say," said the half-angel with a big smile on her face. After that, they both left for their classrooms. Guo City. Night. A certain white-haired man was walking through the empty streets of the city. He was walking at a brisk pace, and to his bad luck he was too bored, but suddenly he heard his cell phone ringing. After looking at the screen, he could see that it was Sona. Issei answered the call because when she called him, it was to warn him about some stray devil that he had to eliminate. "Hello. Kaicho, is something wrong?" "Iodo-kun, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but we need your help," said Sona. What is it about? In the eastern sector of the city we've discovered a nest of stray demons. Apparently they're up to something. Can you go check it out? Of course. But you know what will happen, don't you? Said the white-haired man amused. Yes, I know. I was also going to ask you to eliminate them, but don't be so extreme when you do it, please. See you later. Said the brunette Citri, cutting the call. Now the white-haired man put away his phone to give a jump of joy. Alright. Let's move the body. He said as he headed to the location that Sona had indicated. Alright Rias. Everything is ready, this is your chance to talk to him. But let me finish with those stray devils since they are a threat. So they weren't a lie? Said the red-haired girl curiously. No, the devils are true and their number impresses me. I never thought that this city would be the refuge of so many of them, and it will also serve to prevent risks. Said Sona, adjusting her glasses. Risks? What are you trying to say? I told you the other time. Now that Hyodo-kun is no longer your servant, there is a possibility that he could become a stray devil, and if he forms an alliance with them, they would become a serious problem. I understand. Well, I'm leaving. I must get there as soon as possible. Said the red-haired girl, preparing to leave the occult club hall. Rias. If there is a chance that Hyodo-kun will forgive them, you must take advantage of it at all costs. Said Sona, observing how her friend was leaving. Instruction zone. Kuo City East Zone. Let's see. They should be around here. Or so I think. Said a certain white-haired man. Issei was in a construction area of a complex of houses, but because of the time it was there was no one normal in that place, but you could feel auras of many supernatural beings hovering around the place. Well, I think there is no one in this place. Said Issei, disappointed, preparing to leave, but when he was about to leave the place, multiple energy spheres hit him in the back, catching him off guard and sending him directly against the wall of a house that was half built like many others. After this, the devils that were hiding in that place and that had attacked the boy came out to see what state the white-haired man was in. Who was that brat? Asked one of the devils, looking at the pile of debris that by now was on top of Issei. I don't know. Nor do I care. But he was a fool to have come to this place. He literally came looking for his death. Mumbled another one, arriving next to the first devil, along with a group of about 40 other demons. That hurt a little bit. Said a certain white-haired man while he came out of the rubble with his uniform almost completely torn. They left my uniform like an old rag. He said, changing his battle suit by means of a magic circle, taking out rebellion and pointing it at the demons. I hope with all of them. They can compensate me for this. Said the white-haired man with an expression of great annoyance on his face. Then the boy launched himself against the demons, cutting with ease the first ones that tried to attack him, attacking with a horizontal cut that cut in half 3 devils as if nothing, who could only make a slight wince before the halves of their bodies fell in opposite directions. How did he do that? He's just a brat. Said one of the demons, completely shocked by what he had just seen. Now the white-haired man jumped towards where the largest number of enemies were and was quickly surrounded by all the demons, greatly restricting his movements due to the small space they had left him to move. Before this, the white-haired man put away his sword to quickly draw his pistols and with them activated a new fighting style. Unslinger. Murmured Issei, and after this he made a big jump. While he was in the air, the white-haired man half turned downwards with his head towards the ground, then Issei began to shoot while he was spinning around himself like a tornado. The shots hit mostly in the head of the devils that were so to speak in the first line, and as a consequence they fell dead, while those who were further back received shots in different parts of their body, but none of those shots were of great damage, but those shots had fulfilled their objective, which was to create a wider space where Issei could fight with more freedom. But without realizing it, he had killed more demons. After this, Issei returned to the ground. That's all. Said the white-haired man, looking at the remaining demons, observing their looks that were a mixture between fear and impression, and because of these looks the devils without realizing it had taken a few steps backwards. Damn brat. Who do you think you are to talk to us like that? Said a devil that stood out from his companions due to his body. Besides being the tallest of the whole group, his body had big muscles, and he was wearing a heavy silver armor. Nobody in particular. Only his executioner. Said the white-haired man, shrugging his shoulders with a smile on his face. Our executioner? Don't make me laugh. The day a brat like you defeats me, that's the day I'll die. Said the devil, mocking the white-haired man. But what he didn't expect was a kick in the stomach courtesy of Issei that literally made him double over in pain and spit out a considerable amount of blood. You. Damn. Seize. Was all the devil was able to say before the white-haired man ran him through with rebellion. Ooh. You soiled my rebellion with your damn blood. Said the white-haired man while feigning sadness and pain for the terrible event. Well, never mind. Let's end this once and for all. Then the white-haired man rushed at his enemies once again, and they couldn't do anything since Issei was superior to them in every way, but in spite of everything they wanted to save their lives, and in futile attempts they desperately attacked the white-haired man. As the minutes passed, the number of enemies decreased more and more. But what Issei ignored was that all the devils that he was killing were forming a big pile of corpses that had several parts of their bodies severed. A few minutes later, from a magic circle appeared a certain WolfDeath. She was looking all around looking for the white-haired man since she had little time, because after each devil hunt, Issei left the place very quickly. That's what Sona had told her. "Issei, where are you?" thought the WolfDeath with a hand to her chest as she advanced through that place, but suddenly she stopped in her tracks. She had stopped when she was completely surprised by the huge amount of corpses in front of her, corpses that formed a pile of considerable size. "But who did this?" said the WolfDeath with a bit of disgust at the sight of all the corpses, most of them severed. But suddenly she could feel someone's aura. And that aura was very familiar to her, so she looked for the place where it came from, and she could find it. That aura was on the pile of corpses. The WolfDeath began to look up that pile of corpses, fearing the worst. When she reached the top, she could see the white-haired man, but he was without a scratch, with his sword resting on his shoulder. Smiling while looking towards the horizon. Note: imagine the cover of Devil May Cry 3. Something like this. "Issei, is that you?" shouted the WolfDeath, drawing the attention of the white-haired man, who at the sight of her, made a face of total disgust. The white-haired man jumped and landed in front of the WolfDeath, but he didn't say anything to her. He just put his sword behind his back and was about to leave once again. But when he passed by the red-haired girl, he asked her, "What do you want?" said the white-haired man, looking towards the horizon as if he was looking for something. The WolfDeath didn't say anything, and the white-haired man was about to continue his way, but this time something stopped him. And that something was the WolfDeath, who was hugging him from behind with all her strength. "What do you think you're doing?" said the white-haired man, trying to free himself from the WolfDeath's grip on him. "Let go of me. Issei, please. Forgive me. Forgive me for everything I did to you. I'm so sorry. For everything," said the WolfDeath, hugging the white-haired man's back, crying her eyes out while she fought with him to hold on. She didn't want to let go of him. "Did you come just for that?" said the white-haired man, still trying to free himself from the WolfDeath's grip that for some reason was too firm. "Do you really think I'll forgive you? Issei, forgive me. Come back to my side. Please. I want everything to go back to the way it was before," begged the WolfDeath, increasing the grip she had on the white-haired man. "In other words, you saw the power I have now and you want to take me under your orders again. As if all those mistreatments had never happened. As if all those times you betrayed my friendship had never happened," said the white-haired man with a great anger in his words. "You only ask me to come back with you so you can have my power at your disposal. So you can use it whenever you want. I'm sorry, but the Issei you knew died a few days ago. And what do you think? You were the ones who were in charge of killing him. Together with that damned razor." As he said this, Issei clenched his fists with strength. "I am sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry," she said between sobs. "Razor never told us that he had done such a thing. And I didn't know that you had sacrificed your arm to try to save me, either. I told you the other day. The power of the Sekiryuutei is no longer in your hands. Besides, even if someday I decide to spare them, I could not be your servant again." "But why?" said the WolfDeath, loosening her grip a bit. "The 8 pieces of pawn won't be enough to respond to my power. Think about it. You had to spend your 8 pieces of pawn to reincarnate me, and by that time I only had Ddraig's power awake. Now with my current power, which combines Ddraig's power and my father's power, those pieces won't be enough." At that comment, the WolfDeath reapplied strength in her grip as she now had a new obstacle to get Issei back, but then she analyzed Issei's last words. "My father's power." But those words, what her brother had told her, was being confirmed. Issei was. So, it's true. You are the son of the Dark Knight Sparda, aren't you, Issei? "I think some people have lost their tongues," said the white-haired man, sighing. "But it's true. I am the son of Sparda. But now, let me go." Before this shout, a purple aura began to emanate from the white-haired man's body, but when this aura came in contact with the red-haired girl, she began to receive electric shocks that ran through her body, electrocuting her. These shocks were forcing Rias to let go of the white-haired man. "If you don't let go, you're going to die," said Issei, increasing the amount of aura emanating from his body, increasing the power of the discharges. Finally, Rias let go of the white-haired man, falling on his knees to the ground with his whole body numb, but before falling, he was able to take one of the pistols that the white-haired man had on his back without him noticing it. The white-haired man turned around to see the redeed on the floor. Observing her for a few seconds, he deduced that she would not be able to get up. All the punishment she had received in such a short time must have left her body useless. "It seems that we are done," said the white-haired man, massaging his shoulders. After this, the white-haired man bent down to the height of the redeed and took her chin, causing her to look him in the eyes. "From now on, all the stray devils of this city will be annihilated by me. If I discover that you or any of your servants are trying to kill any of them, I will kill them without hesitation." At this comment, the redeed froze. She was terrified. With her current level and that of her servants, not even in her wildest dreams could she defeat Issei, even less if he decided to fight seriously. But then little by little she began to raise her hands, in which she had ivory, and placed it on the white-haired man's stomach. Even though she had never used pistols at that distance, she could not miss. Pulling the trigger, she began to shoot, and after about 15 shots, she could see how the white-haired man's body fell backwards with a dry noise on the floor. Standing up as she staggered, the redeed approached the dying body of Issei. "I'm sorry, Issei, but I won't let you leave my side, and if it's necessary to hold you by force, I'll do it," said the redeed, looking at the white-haired man on the ground. "So, are you finished?" said the white-haired man, standing up as if nothing was wrong. "The next time you want to attack me, it better be something effective." Now the white-haired man was already on his feet and snatched ivory out of his hands. "Another thing. Don't touch my things," said Issei, and then disappeared in an instant and reappeared behind the redeed, giving her a sharp blow on the back of her head, knocking her unconscious. Then he started his way back home, leaving an unconscious Rias Gremory in that place. 30 minutes later. Little by little, Rias began to regain consciousness. Standing up, a few seconds later, she remembered everything that had happened and how she had failed to earn Issei's forgiveness. "Issei," she murmured sadly, looking at the sky, but suddenly a magic circle appeared next to her, and from that magic circle appeared a Keno with a clear concern in his face when he saw his friend state. "Rias, what happened to you?" Looking around her, she could see the pile of corpses. "Did you do that?" "No. It wasn't me. Issei did it." "A Keno. He's getting further and further away from me," said the redeed while she started to shed tears. "I want him back. Issei has a deep wound in his heart, and who caused it was me. I know it's difficult, but even if it takes me the rest of my life, I want to close that wound. I want Issei to be mine again." And she couldn't continue speaking as she was hugged by a Keno very affectionately. "I know how you feel. I'm also sorry for everything I did to Issei-kun. But you shouldn't carry the guilt alone, Rias. I'll help you cope with it, and together we'll get him back and try to heal the wound he has in his heart. But how will we do it? According to what Sona told me, Issei doesn't do perverted things anymore. And I just checked it. Even though I was hugging him, I couldn't feel him getting nervous or his pulse racing like when he did it before," she said, remembering how Issei had rejected that hug. He had rejected her, something she would have never believed before. "If her perverted flame has been extinguished, then we just have to rekindle it," she said with a lascivious smile. "What do you have in mind?" She smiled again in complicity. "Yes, Issei-kun has changed. We just have to find out what his new tastes are, and knowing those tastes we can light his perverted flame, and we will have him back with us. So, are you with me?" she said, separating from her friend, looking her in the eye. "Yes," said the red-haired girl. Then they both disappeared in a magic circle. Kyoto residence. Issei's room. Lying on his bed, looking at the ceiling, the white-haired man was trying to fall asleep, a sleep that for some reason was evading him. "What the hell is wrong with me? Since I met the white man, I've had trouble sleeping. Something inside me tells me that an important event is about to happen." And so the hours continued to pass until finally Issei managed to fall asleep, but that strange feeling that something was about to happen did not let him calm down. The next day. Issei had already woken up, but today he had decided that he would change his hairstyle, because since his power had awakened, his hair had started to grow longer than usual, and it was much longer. Something that bothered him. "Let's see. I think I look great like this," said the white-haired man, looking at himself in the mirror. Apparently he had decided for a specific hairstyle, which was to comb his hair completely down, like Dante. "I think tonight I'll go to clean that bar I've heard rumors about." "Bar? Aren't you a bit young to go to a bar?" asked Ddraig, a bit surprised by what his partner had said. "Maybe you're right, but today I have nothing to do. There are no classes, and besides, since I don't have parents, I can do whatever I want," said the white-haired boy as he left the bathroom and went down to the second floor to get something to eat. Well, with the Occult Research Club. As payment for the help in the Kakabiel incident, the Occult Research Club had to go to clean a pool. That was a task that was normally done by the student council, but this year that task was theirs, and as a reward they could use it for the rest of the day. But Rias didn't care about that. She couldn't get the idea out of her mind. She would have loved for Issei to have seen her in a bathing suit, but this wouldn't be the occasion. Note: this part of the story I will omit since I assume we all know it. Plus, without Issei, the pool scene lacks grace and meaning. Kuo City night. Through the streets of Kuo, a certain white-haired man was walking towards a certain place in particular. That place called his attention because of the rumors he had heard during those days. But what the white-haired man ignored was that he was being followed by rias and Akeno at a considerable distance, so that the white-haired man couldn't detect them. Bar. Entering the bar, the white-haired man approached the bar and took a seat. For some reason, the three people present in the place, the bartender and two others who were playing poker, had not been alarmed by the sword and the pistols that Issei was carrying with him. "What will he want?" said the bartender while he was cleaning a glass with his back to the boy. "A strawberry ice cream," answered the white-haired boy. When the bartender heard that, he turned around because he thought he was being made a fool of. "What did you say?" said the bartender with a smile on his face. "This is a bar. There's no place here for brats like you," he said as he turned his back to Issei. "Maybe you're right, but here it smells more like blood than alcohol." "Bah. It's the least of it," said the white-haired man with a shrug. "Lately I've heard rumors. They say that around here there's a very old-fashioned bar and that instead of money, it's paid with life. It's creepy." Now Issei was looking sideways at the hand of one of the players behind him. "With those cards, you'll end up dying very soon. You'll be dead very soon." The man whose hand had been given away by Issei stood up as he laid the cards on the table. "Around for everyone. I'm buying," said the man standing up, but was knocked backwards by a bullet that hit him between the eyebrow and the eyebrow, courtesy of the white-haired man. But the guy's body exploded, letting out a beast of black color and red eyes with the appearance of a werewolf, and the beast threw itself against the white-haired man. Issei quickly moved out of the way, and as he jumped back he could see how the beast destroyed the bar, but he could notice that now there was another beast identical to the first one, and both were thrown against the red-haired man but were repelled by gunfire, shots that destroyed his body in a matter of seconds. Suddenly a third beast appeared and bit the white-haired man in one hand, forcing him to drop one of his pistols, but Issei didn't make a face of pain. "Not bad, Mr. Straight Flush," said the white-haired man as he put away his pistol he had in his free hand and quickly pulls Rebellion out, cutting the beast in two. Taking a quick look at the place, he could notice that someone was missing, so he picked up his gun and put it away. Then he approached a door, and with his sword, he plunged a blade through the door itself, and little by little blood began to flow from the place where the blade of Rebellion had entered. Issei withdrew his sword, and the door opened. As it opened, he could see the bartender's body fall to the floor. "The next time you think about opening a bar, you should include strawberry ice cream in the menu," said the white-haired man as he walked away, but from the bartender's body, a new beast came out ready to bite the white-haired man, but he turned around with ivory in his hand. Bingo. Now Issei was leaving that bar, but what he didn't know was that everything that had just happened had been seen by Rias and Akeno. These two were shocked by all that bloody battle. Although they had had battles before, none had been like this one, but what surprised them the most was the face of fun that the white-haired man had. It seemed that he had become addicted to violence since they had seen that same face when Issei had faced Kakabiel. A few minutes later, Rias and Akeno, just like Issei had left, Issei had gone back to his house, while these two had gone to the occult club hall, as they had been called by Surziches. Occult club room. "Ani-sama, why did you call us?" said the red-haired girl curiously. "Well, Rias, I guess you are aware that there will be a meeting between the leaders of the three great factions, aren't you?" asked Ddraig. "That's right. I heard about it a little while ago. But what about it?" "Well, we plan to hold it in this place," said the older red-haired man while he drew a smile on his face. "At the Kuo Academy?" exclaimed the Ddraig in surprise, as she found it hard to believe that this academy had been chosen to be the place where such an important meeting would be held. "That's why you came?" "I also came for personal matters," looking at the Ddraig amused. "About Father's Day?" "And no way. I'd love to see my sister busy with her studies." "Rafia told you, didn't she?" exclaimed Rias scandalized. "Don't worry. Our parents are coming too." "You're a Mau. You shouldn't leave your job for unimportant things like this," said the Ddraig, extremely embarrassed. "Besides, I also have another matter," she said, averting her gaze. "By the way, those papers. What are they about?" asked the Ddraig curiously, looking at a pile of papers stacked one on top of the other in front of her. "Well, it's something I have to deliver to someone in person," said the red-headed boy, getting a little nervous. "And to whom should you deliver these papers?" said the Ddraig. "To Issei-kun," answered Surziches. "And what are these papers about?" said Rias as he began to get an idea of what they might be. "They're marriage proposals," said the red-haired major a bit nervously. "What? Was it what you said?" said the Redeed with a gloomy face and a terrifying aura emanating from her body. "That it's the proposals of the girls who are interested in becoming Issei-kun's wives," answered the older Redeed, ready to escape since the aura his little sister was emanating could scare anyone. The Redeed quickly started going through the papers to see what kind of bitches were planning to take away her Issei, but suddenly among some of the papers she could see one in particular that caught her full attention. "It can't be. Even House Itri wants this?" asked a Redeed in surprise. "I told you the other day. All the demonic families want their daughters to give birth to the heir of Sparda's son. That would be the greatest honor for a family of the underworld," asked the Redeed in surprise. At that comment the Redeed began to search among the papers. Some that corresponded to the Gremory house, but unfortunately she didn't find any, which surprised her. "But why doesn't our house appear among these papers?" she said, looking at her brother. "It's simple. When we started to spread the news that the heir of Sparda had appeared, you were with Razor, and as you understand you were not eligible to become Issei-kun's wife. So despite the great disappointment of our parents, the Gremory house was excluded from the matter. But now Razor is dead and I didn't become his wife. The marriage is not valid. That means I'm still available," exclaimed the Redeed hopefully. "Maybe so. But now Issei-kun doesn't even want to see you. Maybe if you hadn't mistreated Issei-kun like you did, you might have a chance. If you can at least get Issei-kun to forgive you, you might have a chance of becoming his wife. But hurry up, the news is still spreading very fast." Thinking for a few moments. "Now that I remember. You have a little more time since none of those suitors know Issei-kun's identity. So, that's right. Until it's known that Issei-kun is the son of Sparda and the face of the underworld public, you can try to get him back. Since when his identity is revealed, all those girls will be all over him like ticks and will never let him go," said the older Redeed, shaking his head while imagining that scene. Now the Redeed was going through the papers again, finding proposals from almost every important house in the underworld and even a proposal from the Mausirafol Leviathan. "So Rias, now will you believe what I told you about Issei-kun?" asked Serziches. "Yes. Now I do believe you. Issei himself confirmed that information to me. But, curious. He is changing. In his last battles, I could observe a face of pleasure and fun while fighting. He is becoming a violence addict and I don't like that. Well, maybe he is trying to drown his sorrows with the heat of the battle. That way he would be able to evade for a few moments the reality of his loneliness," said the older red-haired man, a little sad as the white-haired man's loneliness reminded him how sad his life was now. But what they didn't know was that Issei had a brother and that this brother would appear before them sooner or later, something that for now kept Issei's mind busy. "But don't worry. Tomorrow we will go to pay him a visit and he won't be able to avoid it since we will visit him at his house," said the Redeed while he disappeared in a magic circle together with Grafia, leaving the two girls alone in the club's living room, but with a certain Redeed enormously happy since she would use tomorrow's visit to try again to get Issei's forgiveness. The next day, Kuo Academy. Outer. The white-haired man was arriving at the entrance of the academy but was deep in thought. "It's incredible. At the beginning of this year I never imagined that I would become a demon. And after becoming a demon, I never believed that I would be the son of Sparda. Technically, you were already half-devil before Ria's Gremory reincarnated you," Ddraig answered him. "Well, you're right about that." Suddenly he felt as if his left arm burned with great intensity, which startled him, and he could feel someone watching him. Looking towards the entrance, he could see a boy about his age, fashionably dressed and with platinum hair, with a haughty smile on his face. Now the silver-haired man was approaching the white-haired man at a slow pace, but Issei didn't flinch in the slightest. "This is the second time we've met. Welsh Dragon, Sekiryuutei, Hyodo Issei. I am Vali, the Hakuryuku Vanishing Dragon." "You are?" said the white-haired man thoughtfully as he kept feeling his left arm burning. "You look helpless," said the white one, pointing his finger at Issei. "For example, I could use magic against you now and..." He couldn't continue speaking as he felt two swords placed dangerously close to his neck, and the owners of those swords were none other than the knights Gremory, Kiba and Zenobia. "We can't let you start a battle against Sekiryuutei, Hakuryuku," said Zenobia. "Don't even try. You guys who couldn't beat Kakabiel. You're no match for me," said the silver-haired man, looking at both swordsmen. "They couldn't defeat him, but when I was about to defeat him, you intervened and took him away," answered the white-haired man. "Whatever. If you don't mind the others seeing you, then go ahead. Attack me," the white-haired man challenged them. At that comment, both swordsmen unlimbered their swords and without losing sight of him, they placed themselves on both sides of the white-haired man, who was looking at everything that was happening with a bored look. "Hyodo Issei, what place of power do you think you are in worldwide?" said the white-haired man, challenging the white-haired man. "What are you trying to tell me?" said Issei, wiping away a hatred. Their balance breaker, although incomplete. It's somewhere in the 4 digits from the top, it's somewhere between 1 and 1500. In fact, considering the strength of the bearer, even less. I'll tell you again. What are you trying to tell me? Said the white-haired man curiously. Iodo Issei is a rare gem, it's worth training him. Don't you think so? Rias Gremory. Said the white-haired man, looking over the white-haired man's shoulder. The white-haired man, following Volley's gaze, could see Rias, Okeno and Kaneko, something that didn't please him much. Alright, it's official. My day has gone to shit. Sekiryuutei. What are you looking for? Said the Redeed, advancing to Issei's side. If you are affiliated with the fallen angels, we will avoid. In times past, the 2 celestial dragons, Welsh Dragon and Vanishing Dragon, have caused everyone they know to have a miserable life. How are things going for you? Said the white-haired man, looking at the Redeed with a malicious smile. Today I didn't come to fight. I have many things to do. He said as he began to leave the place. Suddenly the white-haired man felt a small grip on one of his hands, and he could see that this grip was the hand of the red-haired girl who had a great concern in her eyes, but the white-haired man didn't care about it. Very good try. Said Issei, releasing his grip. A good try actually. But no one asked them to come. This doesn't concern them. Said Issei, turning around and starting to walk towards the academy. But, Issei. That was the white dragon and. Ddraig tried to say, but. What white dragon? This is my business and nobody else's, don't meddle where nobody calls you. Said the white-haired man, finally leaving the Redeed sad again because she wanted to help Issei against the white dragon, but he didn't want to. After a few minutes the Gremory team followed Issei's footsteps and entered the academy. Infirmary. And after all that. Both dragons were defeated and torn apart, and their souls were sealed in sacred gear and trapped by humans. Through their human carriers they continued their fight. Let me guess. Those dragons were Ddraig and Albion. Weren't they? Said the white-haired man, getting up from the bed where he had been lying a while ago, since after the departure of the white dragon, he hadn't been feeling very well. Sometimes the bearers don't know each other and die without a fight. I see, and now I must continue with your fight, isn't it? It's fine with me, I hope it will be fun. After this Issei went back to his classroom, but as he entered. Classroom. Issei and Motohama and Mitsuda shouted with their fists in front of them, with the clear intention of hitting the white-haired man. But to the bad luck of both of them, Issei was not having a good day and was in a bad mood, so using Quicksilver he moved out of the way, paralyzing time, and when the time ran again, both boys hit the wall, which made them shed a few tears of pain, while Issei was behind them on his way to his place to sit down. But the fact that Issei disappeared and reappeared caught the attention of Zenobia and Asia, since they and the others didn't use their powers so deliberately in front of the other students, since they had to appear to be ordinary people, but to this day, they still didn't know how Issei disappeared from one place and appeared in another from one second to another. Note. Obviously I am referring to their appearance, since Issei is stopping time at his whim, but none of them know it. What were they trying to do when I came in? Said Issei with his eyes closed, his feet on the desk and his hands behind his head. We wanted to hit you. We are jealous. Since you have too many beautiful girls by your side. Said Motohama while rubbing his knuckles as they still hurt. So we needed a way to get even with you. Said Mitsuda cheerfully. Try to do something like that again and it will be very bad for you. You might not make it home alive this time. Said Issei in a very simple way, but it sent a shiver down both boys' spines. Anyway. You haven't done anything with Zenobia-chan, have you? As we heard, she joined your club. About that. I hardly ever hang out with them anymore. I guess you must be aware that since some time ago I've been coming alone and I've hardly ever talked to them. Said the white-haired boy. Now by saying that he had caught the attention of almost everyone in the room, since, on the one hand some were happy that the pervert was no longer with the one Isamas, while many girls were happy, since that meant that Issei was free, and lately they found him very attractive and they couldn't resist. Just seeing him smiling made them blush and added to his new look. He was like a super powerful magnet. A few minutes later the teacher arrived at the classroom with the parents of some of the students of Issei's class, but the white-haired boy had a shower of emotions, because when he saw many of his classmates whose parents were cheering them, he could not help but feel sad, because if his parents were still alive, he would be just as happy as his classmates, and then he became furious because he remembered who had killed them and whose partner was his. But he decided to calm down, since the bastard who had murdered them no longer existed in this world and would never come back. This point was his small consolation, and even if it wasn't much he was holding on with everything he had to this. Alright guys. On your tables you have PVC molds. You can make whatever you like, animals, people, faces. Whatever is on your thoughts. But that said, all the students began to work on their molds, kneading and shaping various objects. But there was one exception. A certain white-haired man didn't know what the heck to do. Let's see. Something I want to sculpt. Something I want to sculpt, said the white-haired man thoughtfully. Is something wrong, Hyodo-kun? Don't think too much about it, just put in the mold the first thing that comes to your mind or something related to your favorite activity, asked the teacher. I'll try, said the white-haired boy, closing his eyes, imagining his favorite activity. Oh yes. The battle against Kakabiel. The devil hunts. Nothing could compete with that wonderful feeling. Finishing off his enemies by shooting them with ebony and ivory. Sinking rebellion into the chest of his opponents or cutting them in half as if nothing happened. He liked to hunt demons. It made his boredom more bearable. Since his powers had grown to such an extent that to this day, he had not encountered any opponents of his stature. Even the newly revealed White Dragon Emperor seemed to him a small thing. But back to his favorite activity. His most recent victory had felt great. To have wiped out all those devils on that construction site. Building himself a pile with the cold corpses of his opponents. That image was imprinted in his mind. Many would call that sickening, but it was true that he had enjoyed it a lot. Hyodo-kun. The white-haired man opened his eyes to see who had spoken to him and brought him out of his thoughts. Something wrong, Professor? That statue? It's very well done. But, can you tell us what it means? Said the professor, pointing to the miniature sculpture that was in the hands of the white-haired man. Looking between his hands, what until a few moments ago had been a molding block had now become a very elaborate statue. The statue showed a large pile of corpses on a mound of earth, with a person on top of them, dressed only in a trench coat with nothing underneath, leaving his chest completely exposed, pants and boots, along with a large sword resting on his shoulder. Quickly many of his companions recognized the person who was standing on the pile of corpses. They could notice that this person was Issei. Due to his hairstyle, it could not be anyone else. Issei? Is that you? Said Motohama in disbelief. That's right. Is something wrong? Said the white-haired man as if nothing was wrong. I give you 5,000 for her. Exclaimed Mitsuda, appearing out of nowhere. I'll give you 6,000, my father who is a collector will be happy if I bring him that statue. A voice was heard in the background. You're not serious, are you? Asked the white-haired man incredulously, because leaving aside that the statue he had molded was just a coincidence, he never expected to be offered money for it. No way, that statue will be with me. I'll give you 7,000 for it. I'm sorry guys. But it's not for sale, said the white-haired man, laughing slightly. After finishing with that class, the white-haired man decided to leave the school early since he had nothing to do there, and he had decided to go visit his parents' grave since he thought that even if they physically couldn't see the statue he had created, he wanted to do it anyway. While Issei was leaving, Ria's day had been very embarrassing in her opinion, since not only her brother and father had come, but also her mother, and these three, when they saw her in class, started to talk to the other people on their sides about how amazing and great their beloved daughter was. A few hours later. Mountainous area, Kuo City. Hyodo family tomb. Dusk was about to arrive, and Issei arrived at the grave of his parents with 2 bouquets of flowers in one hand, and in the other the statue he had made in class. Once he was standing in front of the grave of his parents, he placed a bouquet of flowers per grave and began to talk. Dad? Mom? As I promised you, the bastard who took your life is no longer alive. I killed him myself. Forgive me for not having been able to protect you. Said the white-haired man, about to cry. Well, I also came to show you a statue I made today in class. I would have liked very much that you could have seen it and that you could have seen the astonished face of all those present at that moment. I am sure they would have been very happy. At that moment Issei's cell phone started to ring, and looking at the screen he was surprised to see who it was. Ryu, is that you? That's right. I was calling to tell you that your house has already been modified for what you asked me for. Really? So soon? I know I asked you yesterday and I was expecting that. It was too sudden to ask you something like that, said the white-haired man, surprised. Commonly that request would have taken a long time. But with magic it was very easy. But by the way. What's wrong? Since this will be your agency, you should think of a name for it, don't you think? I guess you're right. Thinking a few moments. I know. It'll be called Devil May Cry, said the white-haired man excitedly. It sounds good. But how did you come up with that name? Well, you told me during the first days of training that devils never cry. But during all this time I've been a devil, I've seen that devils can cry, and Devil May Cry means that in English. Oh. I understand. Well, do you want to come and try your new pool table? I really have a pool table. Of course I'm coming. I'll be right there. See you. Said the white-haired man happily, while he ended the call and put away his cell phone to quickly say goodbye to his parents and left at full speed towards his new home. Devil May Cry. Note. From now on the Hyodo residence will be called Devil May Cry so they don't get confused with any other location. Arriving at his new home, the brown man was surprised how much he had changed, but the most important thing was still missing the name on the outside so that everyone would know about his business. Entering at a brisk pace, the white-haired man quickly examined the second floor. The interior was of simple design. On one of the walls he had a dartboard with darts, a huge stereo, on the other side he had a big plasma TV, the pool table and even a pinball machine, but what caught his attention the most was the big desk that was at the back of the room, and on it a desk phone, and on the side a little further away there was a big refrigerator, and after opening it, he could see that it was already full of soft drinks and stuff, plus some big sofas for customers to take a seat when they came in. "It's not bad at all," said the white-haired man, satisfied with what he had seen. "Although it's still missing something." "And what is that?" asked the blue-haired man as he entered. "Well, it's the poster. To let everyone know that this," raising his arms, "is Devil May Cry." "Well, but what do you want it to look like?" said the blue-haired man curiously. "It's good of you to ask. I thought about it on the way here. Do you have something to draw on?" "Sure," said the blue-haired man, making a sheet of paper and a pencil appear in his hands. The white-haired man took the pencil and the sheet and quickly began to draw lines that initially didn't look like anything special, but after a few moments they showed the logo of what would be Devil May Cry. Note: I think everyone knows the Devil May Cry logo, so I won't emphasize it too much. "Very well. What do you think?" said the white-haired man, showing him what he had drawn. "Alright. I'll do it right now," said the blue-haired man as he closed his eyes and concentrated, leaving an incredulous white-haired man waiting for him to finish whatever he was doing. After a few minutes the blue-haired man seemed to be finished. "Ready?" said the blue-haired man. "Ready? What?" said the white-haired man curiously. "The poster is ready. If you want you can go and see it," invited the blue-haired man, opening the door. "Alright," said the white-haired man, not very confident. When he went out and turned around, he could see a sign with red neon lights that said Devil May Cry over the entrance door. "But how did you do it? You just stood there without doing anything. I told you that with magic I could do all this very easily." But changing the subject, "Would you like to play a game of pool to open the table?" "Sure. Let's play." After this they both came in and were playing for a few hours, as they were both pretty good and having fun. Devil May Cry. Night. At last Issei and Ryu had finished playing, but to the chagrin of both of them they had tied, and now the white-haired guy had gone up to the second floor to take a shower. After taking a shower he went back down to the second floor, where he could see that he had mostly unwanted visitors, since there was the entire research club together with Surziches and Grafia, but there were two people he had never seen before. A tall man with red hair wearing a white suit, and a woman almost identical to Rias, but differed in her hair color, who was wearing a blue cocktail dress that at first glance could be noticed that it was very expensive. But all the girls, including the woman and Grafia, blushed when they saw the white-haired man arrive, since he was only wearing his pants and boots, but he had his entire torso naked, showing his musculature. But he paid no attention to them and headed towards his desk as the phone was ringing. When he arrived at his post, he found that the chair was lying on the floor, and with a kick that caused the chair to spin several times in the air, he put it in the right position to sit down. As he sat down he swung his feet up onto the desk and tapped the cover of the aforementioned with his ankle, causing the telephone handset to jump through the air straight into one of his hands, and bringing said handset to his ear he replied, "I'm sorry, I haven't opened the business yet," finishing the call instantly. "Wow. I haven't even been there for a day and I'm already receiving calls from customers," said the white-haired man, leaning a little bit to take a slice of pizza from the box he had on his desk, and after taking a few bites of the pizza slice he spoke again. "If you want to use the bathroom, don't be ashamed to ask for it. It's back there," said the white-haired man, pointing with his thumb towards the back of his desk. All the visitors were stunned, as the white-haired man didn't even bother to ask them the reason for their visit and assumed they wanted to use the restroom, but then Surziches spoke up. "We're not here for that, Issei-kun. We're here so that the relationship you have with my sister can be fixed," said the Redeed with a slight smile. "I'm sorry. If you came for that, you just wasted your time," said the white-haired man seriously. "What's the reason for this attitude towards my daughter?" The woman spoke for the first time with an authoritative tone. "3 things. First, I don't know who you are and neither does he," indicating the man dressed in white. "Second, if I treat your daughter with that coldness is because she provoked him, and third, with what authority do you come to demand answers in my home?" said the white-haired man with an icy look. "Issei-kun, please forgive my mother's attitude, but she gets like that when someone refers to her daughter that way," said Surziches, trying to calm down. "Well, maybe this will help her to understand things better," said the white-haired man while he approached the plasma TV and turned it on. After turning on the TV, he could watch a sequence of videos that Rias and his team remembered very well. They were all the scenes of the punishments that Issei had received. This is the reason why. I am not interested in mending my relationship with his daughter and her entourage. I am not interested in recovering the protection that the Gremory house offered to its servants. Now I have enough level to defend myself alone. Those videos were the memories that Ddraig had stored inside the boosted gear. The whole club felt bad with themselves because even in those videos, they could see the face of joy when they were punishing Issei. But suddenly a new memory appeared, and that was the last fight that Issei had had against the occult club. This fact left the man and the woman surprised, since they still didn't believe that their daughter had done all that, but after seeing the fight, if it could be called that way, they could understand superficially what was the power of the white-haired boy. You did all that? To this boy? Rias spoke for the first time, the man dressed in white with a clear displeasure in his words. Issei only nodded her head as it was true, and she couldn't deny it. She and her other servants hurt Issei badly. Issei's affirmative answer left both the man and the woman surprised. I deeply regretted my daughter's behavior with you, Issei Hyodo, said the man. But where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Lord Gremory, the current patriarch of the Gremory clan. How do you do? Said the white-haired man as he sat back down with his feet up on the desk. I'm sorry we started out that way, Issei Hyodo, said the woman. I'm Venelana Gremory, current matriarch of the Gremory house. I see that your daughter inherited your genes and your complete beauty. Now I understand why Razor pursued her so hard, or maybe it was because of your power, Lord Gremory, said the white-haired man looking at the Gremory matriarchs. Rias, when she heard Issei's words, blushed heavily, but the words, because Razor was chasing her so hard, were like a stab in the heart, since she had not only mistreated Issei, but she had been deceived by Razor and had pushed away the only boy who had confessed to her that he liked her for the way she looked. And by the way, don't call me in such a formal way. Call me Issei or Issei-kun as you prefer. I understand. But what did you mean by Razor seeking my daughter's power? Lord Gremory asked curiously. I will explain that to you. Serziches interjected. Now Serziches told him everything that had happened and the reports he had received about Razor and how Issei had finished him off, saving Rias and his entourage. By the way, Issei-kun, said the red-haired man, calling the attention of the white-haired man. I have these documents for you, he said, handing him a large amount of papers, leaving them on the desk. And what are they about? He said, taking one of the papers with curiosity. They are your marriage proposals, said Serziches, calling Lord and Venelana's attention. And they are several. I really have to choose, said the white-haired man while reading the papers. That's right, but take your time, you shouldn't decide right away, it's not that we are in a hurry, said Serziches. You're right. Besides, I don't want all these girls to be with me because of an obligation. The girls that are by my side, I want them to do it because they love me and want to be with me for all eternity. Wait a minute. Don't you think you are too young to be thinking about marriages? Said Venelana, curious. I don't think so. Besides, as I have learned, in the underworld it is normal for young people like me to get engaged. Without going any further, your daughter is engaged to Razor, said the white-haired man, pointing at Rias. I can't be engaged to a dead man, said Rias shyly. Oh, it's true. I sent him to the other world myself, said the white-haired man happily. But well, I don't want to deviate. I'm looking at the papers of the proposal, since those who seem right to me, I will visit them in person, so they will have an idea of what kind of person they are giving their hand to. I won't force them to be with me if they don't want to. Now that I think about it, I think I should make it a law in the future. I'm sorry to interrupt your dreams about the future, but how will you do it? You are a low-class devil, and you don't have enough influence for your proposal to even be taken into account, said Venelana. I guess you didn't tell them anything, did you? Said the white-haired man, looking at Serziches. What do you mean, boy? Said Lord Gremory, then he looked at his son. There is something you haven't told us yet, Serziches. Well, the thing is that Issei-kun tried to say Serziches somewhat nervously. My real name is not Issei Hyodo, since Hyodo was the surname of the family that raised me as their son, but my full name is Issei Sparda, son of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda. This statement left more than surprised Lord and Venelana Gremory, who didn't know how to react. Serziches, you better hold your parents. They look like they're going to faint, Just as they had said, the white-haired Lord and Venelana fainted, being held by Serziches and Grafia. After the impression of the current Gremory leaders fainting, they were left on the couches to rest and regain consciousness. At that moment Ryu appeared and came with a paper in his hand. Oh, it's you, Ryu, is something wrong? Asked the white-haired man, looking at Ryu. Yes, here's your first job, said the blue-haired man. Wait a minute. I haven't opened the business yet and you want me to go do whatever it is you want me to do? Said the white-haired man in protest. This job has something special. It seems that the target you have to eliminate is particularly strong. At that explanation, a smile was drawn on the face of the white-haired man, who quickly got up from his desk, put on his red trench coat, took Rebellion together with Ebony and Ivory and put them on his back and received the paper that Ryu had where the target's location was shown. Well, I'll be back in a while, said Issei, heading towards the door, passing by the Gremory team but without addressing them, but before leaving he stopped. Ryu. Is something wrong? Most likely. Is that when the Gremory leaders wake up? They'll want answers, so tell them whatever they ask you about me. That's all, said Issei, leaving Devil May Cry. After a few minutes after the white-haired man left, Lord and Venelana woke up, and the first thing they did when they woke up was to get up and quickly turn to the boy's desk to ask him if it was true what he had told them, but they were surprised to see that he had left. Finally they woke up, said Serziches. Serziches? Issei-kun, where is he? I have a lot to ask him, said Lord Gremory nervously, because if it was true that Issei was the son of Sparda, he could send his daughter to jail for life, condemned for the crime of having mistreated the son of the Dark Knight and thus bringing shame to the house of Gremory and causing him to lose much influence and business dealings. He has left to fulfill a job. But I can answer your questions, Lord Gremory-sama, intervened Ryu. But first I must see that this white-haired man fulfills the job and does not go to have fun somewhere else, said the blue-haired man while he made a magic circle appear on the white-haired man's desk, creating a hologram of the boy. With Issei. We see Issei inside a building walking towards what seemed to be a stage, but as he approached, multiple bats passed near him to then gather in front of him, and after a small beam of light, they let us see a woman with red hair like her eyes, pale skin, dressed in a black dress that left her torso naked, as well as her breasts that were covered by a few strands of her own hair. Welcome, gentlemen. My name is Neven, said the Retit, introducing herself. Is this the first time you visit us? Said the red-haired girl, getting dangerously close to the boy and standing inches away from him. Yes, said Issei, observing the Retit's body. You will treat me well, won't you? Of course, I'll treat you so well that you'll never leave here again, said Neven, walking around the boy, observing him from head to toe. That's what I wanted to hear, said the white-haired man, turning away from the woman as he pulled Rebellion out. The woman began to walk towards the stage with a slight wiggle of her hips. After stepping onto the stage, she turned towards the boy and exhaled a purple-colored essence that had light bluish rays inside it. After a few seconds, said essence vanished into thin air. Show me what you know, honey, said Neven, encouraging Issei to attack her. At this comment she attacked directly, attacking with a horizontal cut, ready to cut Neven in half immediately, but when trying to attack her, the bats that were flying around the woman interposed themselves, sacrificing themselves to protect her. At that moment Neven took the opportunity to try to hit the white-haired man, but he moved away, jumping backwards, staying a few meters away from her. Now Neven was throwing some black spheres that apparently were made of lightning. Issei avoided them just at the moment that these spheres were about to hit him, but he didn't have time to rest because he had to evade again. Since he saw a small shadow around him and knew that something was about to fall in that place, and after leaving that place, he saw how lightning had destroyed the place where he was a few seconds ago. You have interesting powers, Neven. They remind me of someone I might have to kill one day, said the white-haired man. In Devil May Cry, a certain semi-angel brunette felt a shiver run down her spine when she heard what the boy had said through the hologram. At that moment Issei could notice that for some reason there were no bats near Neven, so he launched himself with Rebellion and, making use of Trickster, performed a combination which started with 2 diagonal slashes and then with frontal thrusts very quickly, causing great damage to the Redeed. After finishing her attack, the Redeed was surrounded by a dark mass of black color. And this mass took the form of spinning blades that tried to hit the boy while she sank to the ground and came out again a little further away. Lightning began to emerge from the ground, so instinctively the white-haired boy jumped and could clearly see how a large lightning bolt fell on the ground and caused it to become electrified for a few seconds. After landing, the white-haired man was greeted with electric waves that went straight towards him, narrowly avoiding them. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see some shadows to his right, and turning his head, he could see how some black spears emerged from the ground and advanced towards him, threatening to hurt him, and unfortunately they succeeded. The spears were a little faster than his reaction time, and they stuck in his body, causing the white-haired man to fall to the ground. Iridid approached the fallen white-haired man, but before she could realize it, the boy she thought she had defeated stood up and pierced her with the blade of his sword that he held in one hand, while with the other, he withdrew the spears from her body. Due to the speed of the boy's attack, she suffered terrible damage to her body, but after a few moments she began to fall backwards. The boy held her before she fell while he put away his sword. "You're such a gentleman," said the Redeed, caressing the white-haired boy's cheek. With a quick movement he tried to attack Issei, but he only moved his face away a little, and with ebony he shot him in the belly. "I bet you do. Don't you?" said a smiling Issei while looking at the gun in his hand. "Okay. I'll help you," said Nevan, rejoining while he brought his face closer to the boy's. "Your father was in a tearing mood, so to speak. But you're not one-handed." Having said this, the woman placed a hand on the boy's stomach, and with a powerful beam of light mixed with lightning, she transformed into a purple electric guitar. At that instant the concert started. Issei began to sing a song. Well, for some reason, the fireworks on the stage began to explode, giving the impression of being a rock concert. "The flinch in your eyes call your bluff. Feel free to die when VE had enough. Useless cause is breaking your back. Your life will end when you attack. Make your move. Make your stand. Make the win. Ah, like you can. See the war. See me rule. See the mirror. LLC a fool." After having chanted, the boy let himself fall on his back because he was a bit tired from the battle. Even though he had not taken enough damage, the fact that he was constantly dodging in such a small margin of seconds had exhausted him. Devil May Cry. All of the Grimoire team along with Lord and Venelana were surprised at the level of fighting that Issei had, and especially that he hadn't used his boosted gear at any time. "Very well, Ryu. Tell us about Issei-kun," said Lord Grimoire. "Well, Issei is the son of an incredibly powerful devil named Sparda, who I'm sure you all must know his legend," said the Bluebell to those present. "So, is it true that this boy is the son of the Dark Knight?" said Venelana. "That's right. But don't worry. He doesn't want to do anything to his daughter because of how she treated him in the past, and he only feels indifference for what happens to her and her entourage." At that comment, Lord and Venelana let out a sigh of relaxation, while Rias was saddened since Ryu himself had just confirmed that Issei no longer felt anything for her, at least not like before when he was her servant. "Well, I'll tell you more or less how Issei is," Ryu continued. "Due to his power he became extremely confident, haughty and sometimes rude, and simply doesn't have the ability to feel fear. This left everyone surprised, but the Grimoire team knew it was true. During the battle with Kakabiel and the encounter with the vanishing dragon, at no time did he have concern or fear in his eyes. His agility is unparalleled, his strength far exceeds a high-class devil, and he can move at incredible speeds with weapons that weigh a lot," said Ryu. "Issei also has incredible doses of invulnerability in that he can jump off great cliffs and fall to the ground without any problem. We could call him a super devil, and the most incredible thing is that his powers can increase even more. And about his weapons. As you could see, he can handle his sword very well, and he is a prodigious gunslinger. Besides being the bearer of the boosted gear. That's in broad strokes all that Issei is," finished saying Ryu. "Unbelievable. Simply incredible, and to think that a boy like that was once my daughter's servant," said Lord Grimoire, a bit sad. "It's also a pity that our daughter can't apply to be his wife. It would be the greatest honor for our family." "But father, if Razor is dead, I can be a candidate to be his wife," said Rias shyly. "It can be. But because of all the proposals he has on his desk, you will have a hard time. Besides, those girls have something that you don't have, or rather you lost." "What thing?" "Their interest." When he said this, the whole room fell into a deep and annoying silence. What do you mean by that, father?" said the Redeed in surprise. "It's simple. All of you except for your new knight mistreated Issei-kun to the point that you ended up killing all the good feelings he had towards you and instead brought up feelings, let's call them bad, against you," explained the Grimoire patriarch. "But he was never like that. I can't believe he has changed so much," said the Redeed, crying. "I hardly recognize him. We could say that he changed overnight." Without anyone noticing, Ryu was holding back his laughter, because if the Grimoire knew that in real time the increase of Issei's power was like that inside the training dimension a whole year passed. Besides, Ryu himself here. He just confirmed that Issei only feels indifference towards you. That is to say that he doesn't care if you live or die. How do you plan to make Issei-kun forgive you? "Well, I don't know what to do. But I won't give up. I won't rest until I can get Issei's forgiveness. I behaved like a bastard with him. Even when Issei sacrificed his arm to try to save me from Razor, I treated him in a wrong way," said the sad Redeed. "Besides, he was the one who confessed to me that he liked me for who I was, not for my titles and wealth." "What do you mean, daughter?" said Venelana, approaching her daughter, hugging her affectionately when she saw that she was on the verge of crying. "Issei. He has been the only one who has told me that he liked me for the way I am. And I was never able to reciprocate his feelings. By the time I realized it was too late, I had already made Issei suffer. I myself pushed him away. And I fell for Razor's lies. I feel miserable. said the Redeed, shedding some tears. We all make mistakes, my daughter. But accepting and making amends for those mistakes is what makes us feel alive. Crying, smiling, suffering and enjoying are things that differentiate people from inanimate objects like stones, for example, said Venelana, smiling tenderly to her daughter. Thank you for those words, mother, said the Redeed, hugging her mother back. Now I must think of a way to make Issei forgive me. I want to tell him so many things. To live by his side forever. But his heart is closed for me. Calm down, Rias. You will think of something. You just have to let everything follow its natural course, because if you keep chasing Issei-kun like that, you will only make her move further away from your side. Give her time to calm down, the Gremory matriarch advised her. At that moment, the door opened and the white-haired man who had returned could be seen. Ryu. I'm back, said the white-haired man, approaching his desk and sitting down as usual. And unless you don't have any more work for me, I'll close Devil May Cry for today. That's okay. You're lucky, that was the only interesting job I've received so far, said Ryu with a smile on his face, so you can rest. At that moment a big magic circle appeared that was unknown to the white-haired man. From that magic circle appeared a group of people, mostly teenagers, together with 2 adults, both with blonde hair. It can't be. Because everything has to happen just today when I opened the doors of Devil May Cry, protested the white-haired man, but all the Gremory people were very surprised because they didn't expect him to appear. Lady Phoenix, what are you doing here? Asked Rias, surprised. Hello, Rias-chan. Well, we are looking for the murderer of our son, said the now identified Lady Phoenix. We are looking for Issei Hyodo, bearer of the Longinus boosted gear. That's me, said the white-haired man from his desk. The joke, kid. But the guy we're looking for has brown hair and you obviously can't be him since you have white hair, said the man standing next to Lady Phoenix. Maybe this will make them believe me, said Issei, summoning his gauntlet, showing it to the newcomers. At this, a certain young blonde girl launched herself angrily, to everyone's surprise, against the white-haired man who remained seated. You killed my brother, shouted the girl furiously, but she stopped in her tracks when she felt that something had brushed her right cheek, and after checking with her hand the cheek where she had felt the touch, she realized that it was bleeding. I hope it serves as a lesson for you, Bishop of the Useless Razor Phoenix, said the white-haired man. The girl looked up and could see that the white-haired man was holding one of his pistols in his right hand, so she deduced that the object that had grazed her cheek was a bullet. How dare you shoot my daughter, said the furious man, but when he was about to launch himself he was stopped by an object that was dangerously close to his neck, and that something was the rebellion blade that was in the hands of the white-haired man. Dare to take one more step and this sword will take your head off. And that goes for you too, hissed Issei. Well, with one hand he was holding rebellion, with the other he was wielding ebony, which was pointing at Lady Phoenix's face. All the newcomers had only one thought: how did he do it? As at no point did they see Issei move a single inch, and out of nowhere, he was threatening the man and Lady Phoenix. Note: obviously Issei moved using Quicksilver, and as a consequence the others think he somehow transported himself to that spot. How dare you, Gremory's slave, threaten the leaders of House Phoenix. And even more so in front of the Mau Surzich's Lucifer Sama and the leaders of House Gremory, roared the girl who had already healed the small wound on her cheek. First, I am in my house, so I am free to do whatever I want. I mean, everyone present is under my rules. Second, I no longer serve the Gremory house. And third, none of them will try anything against me, since the consequences can be terrible for them, said the white-haired man while he put away his gun and his sword. And if they want revenge, it can be easily settled with a fight. All of you against me. My brother defeated you twice very easily. So, with what face can you challenge us to a fight? You're a weakling, said the girl. Then can you explain to me how I defeated your brother completely alone, even though before that I had faced one of the leaders of the fallen angels, called Kakabiel, whom no one from Rias Gremory's team was able to make him fight seriously, said the white-haired man in a defiant tone. You will face all of us, but don't blame us if you lose your life. Although it is the least you can do to pay for the sin of having murdered my dear son, said the man with an air of superiority. Lord Phoenix, I recommend you not to mess with that boy. He is more important and dangerous than he seems, said Lord Gremory, a little worried about the well-being of the leader of the Phoenix house. What do you mean, Lord Gremory? That boy is only the Sekiryuutei. If he dies, the Longinus will only pass to its next bearer. That is his degree of importance, nothing more. Let it be noted that they were warned about this, but well, said the white-haired man. Surziches, you can create an alternate dimension like those of the raiding game. Because if I get out of hand, which is the most likely thing to happen, said the white-haired man quickly, I might kill them, and that will get me in big trouble for a while. Okay. But what do you want the dimension to be like? said the red-haired man curiously. The same one where I confronted Razor at his engagement party. Alright. But I'll be a while, so stay here for a while. Daddy tried to dissuade you to give up the fight or you might die, said Serziches, passing by his father while mumbling the last to disappear in a magic circle next to Grafia. After this, the Gremory Patriarch took the leader Phoenix towards the outskirts of Devil May Cry in a useless attempt to make the blonde desist from facing Issei, but the only thing he achieved was that only his son's entourage would face the white-haired one. A while later, Grafia appeared again in Devil May Cry to tell them that everything was ready, and once informed of this, they were all transported to the alternate dimension. Confrontation dimension. That dimension was the same as the one that once gave rise to the confrontation between Razor and Issei to try to cancel Ria's engagement, except for some small bleachers that had been placed so that those who were not going to participate in the fight had excellent places to watch the fight. In the arena were Issei, and on the other side all those who were once the handmaids of Razor Phoenix, but then Issei remembered the name of Razor's girl bishop. Your name was Ravel Phoenix, wasn't it? Yes. And I hope you engrave it well in your mind, since it will be the name of the person who will kick your ass. And if it's the other way around, what do I get in return if I defeat all of you? What do you mean? Said the Phoenix Tower. In the rating game, you usually bet something. Like for example an engagement. Ria's Gremory had a rating game to be able to cancel the engagement with your brother. So what do I get if I manage to win this fight? We'll see about that later. But don't get your hopes up. You won't win, said Ravel as she launched herself at the boy, followed by the towers and the knights. The 5 girls had launched a simultaneous attack. The towers and the knights attacked from the sides, while Ravel launched fireballs of a considerable size. One of the towers, with a quick movement, approached the white-haired man from his blind spot and delivered a powerful kick to his ribs, sending him against his companions, who received it with a very effective combination. When Issei was about to hit the white-haired man with a double spinning kick, he was sent back where he came from with the tower that was now next to the other one. When Issei was about to impact with the towers, they gave him 2 powerful blows in the chest, causing Issei to hit the ground, creating a small crater in the ground, but it didn't end there. Now the 4 girls gave a big jump and attacked with swooping kicks that hit right on target. Due to the combined force of the 4 kicks, Issei sank deeper into the crater, increasing the size of the crater. And now for the final blow, said Ravel, soaring up with his wings of fire outstretched, sending a huge sphere of fire at him, which was easily 2 or 3 times bigger than Issei. Boom. After the huge explosion, the 5 girls proceeded to retreat, certain that they had finished with the white-haired man who had not had time to react. That is what you deserve for having killed my brother, said the blonde Phoenix while she was walking towards the bleachers. The truth? I think he was exaggerating, Lord Gremory. That boy is too weak. He was defeated without being able to defend himself. I wonder what Issei has planned. He didn't defend himself at all and accepted to take the full damage, said Ryu with a hand on his chin. What do you mean? He didn't defend himself, said Lady Phoenix, curious. Well, when he fights, he usually draws his sword. But now he didn't do anything. And the speed of those girls isn't so fast that they prevent him from drawing his sword. So, that means that everyone in the stands turned their gaze towards the place where the white-haired man had received Ravel's attack. From the crater there was still a great amount of smoke coming out, but then the laughter could be heard from the place where the white-haired man should be. Ha. That's it, said Issei, coming out of the smoke as if it was nothing, while wiping the dust off his clothes. It's not possible. I'm sure we broke several bones with our attacks, said one of the towers. It's not possible that you don't have a scratch on you. And don't you see me? I'm fine, and by the way, this is the end of the warm-up. Now the good stuff begins, said Issei, knuckling his knuckles. Issei then launched himself directly at the 2 Phoenix towers, and without giving them time to react, he caused a horizontal cut to each of them, immediately taking them out of the fight. But how is it possible? I'm sure that my fireball hit you directly, said Ravel, backing up a few steps in fear. And you're not wrong, but those attacks lacked enough strength to defeat me. Who are you? No one had survived that combination of attacks. Even if you have the boosted gear, you shouldn't be able to withstand that damage. Girls all against him. This time we'll defeat him. I don't think so. Now you will see a part of my power, said Issei, materializing his gauntlet. Boost explosion. Dragon shoot. Sending a large amount of energy against the girls, who tried to stop it with a magical barrier, but it shattered like glass when it came in contact with Issei's dragon shoot. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and by the time the smoke dissipated, the damage caused by that attack could be seen. Issei had eliminated the 8 pawns, 1 bishop and 2 knights, leaving only Ravel and his brother's queen in that place. How did you do that? You never showed that power. When you first fought against us," said Ravel, standing up while he slowly regenerated. "It's simple. I've been training since that day. Just to be able to defend myself and my loved ones. Everything was fine until then. But then what?" said Ravel. "And then your damn brother had to come and kill my parents," shouted the furious white-haired man, giving vent to his anger that despite having killed Razor had not disappeared, on the contrary, it seemed to have increased. It's not true. My brother would never do something like that," said Ravel, trembling with fear because the angry aura that the white-haired man was emitting frightened her very much. "If you don't believe me, ask Serzich's Lucifer and Rias Gremory's entourage. They are witnesses when your brother openly admitted that he had murdered my family. But there is no use regretting it anymore. Someday I will see them in eternity and I will be able to ask for their forgiveness in person. For now, let's end this." After saying this, the white-haired man threw himself against Ravel, but this attack was different since he didn't plan to attack her with his sword or his pistols, but with his gauntlet. Without giving time to answer the blonde, Issei appeared in front of her, and with a powerful blow with his gauntlet in the stomach, he made the girl shot upwards, appearing above her. The white-haired man gave her a powerful kick in the back, sending her back to the ground before Ravel hit the ground. Issei appeared again next to her, but this time he received her with a dragon shoot that took her out of the fight immediately. Now only Razor's queen was left, but she was shaking like a leaf as the white-haired man was heading towards her at a slow pace, but with his gaze devoid of all life and light, only a deep abyss of anger could be seen, and that anger would be unloaded against her shortly. The queen of the explosions tried to defend herself, but the white-haired man with a blow broke her magic circle that she had as a defense. The white-haired man grabbed the woman's face with his gauntlet and lifted her up as if it were nothing, while he began to press with his gauntlet. With his right hand he began to give her strong blows all over her body. Everyone was impressed by the power of the white-haired man, but they couldn't help but feel sorry for Razor's pieces, since they had been victims of Issei's repressed anger. But there was someone who was worried about all of this, and that someone was Ryu. "It can't be. He lost control again," said Ryu, clenching his fists. "What do you mean?" said Serzich's, worried about what might happen. During the first days of his training, Issei was easily out of control. Remembering the hatred and anger against Razor Phoenix, "I thought I had him under control, but I see I was wrong," said Ryu, disappearing in a magic circle. Meanwhile in the arena, Razor's queen had already stopped trying to break free from the grip that the white-haired man was keeping on her face. She was unconscious, but that didn't matter to Issei. He just continued to unload his anger by hitting the woman's body without any compassion whatsoever. Behind the white-haired man appeared Ryu, who quickly ran to where he was and hugged him from behind, trying to make him stop. "Issei, that's enough. Stop," said the blue-haired man, grabbing the white-haired man with force, making him let go of the woman, who fell like a stone to the ground. Noticing that the aura of anger that Issei was emanating had not disappeared, Ryu gave him a blow on the back of his head, forcing him to fall into unconsciousness. "Forgive me for this, but it's best for now," said Ryu, laying the unconscious white-haired man's body on the ground. After a few moments, at Ryu's side appeared all those who were in the stands watching, but everyone was more than surprised because the power he had shown was simply overwhelming. Despite having been at a numerical disadvantage, Issei had wiped out his son's entire team without hesitation and with great ease. To say that the Phoenix Patriarchs were frightened and surprised was an understatement, since they were frightened by Issei's power, and surprised because before appearing in the arena, Serzich's had told them the reason why Issei had killed Razor and the atrocities he had done hidden in the shadows without anyone knowing anything about it. "This is what I was referring to, Lord Phoenix," spoke the Gremory Patriarch. "So, you wanted us not to confront this boy so he wouldn't hurt us, right?" said the older blonde. "That's right. Before you arrived we were able to observe him in combat. And his power is not something to be taken lightly. Besides he is, said Lady Phoenix curiously. "I'm not the best one to say. You will have to wait until Issei-kun wakes up," said Lord Gremory, looking at the boy on the floor. 10 minutes later. Little by little Issei started to wake up, but he had a strong headache. "I think this time I overdid it a little bit. This feeling," said Issei, touching the back of his head. "I see. It was you, Ryu. I thank you for stopping me." "It was nothing. But I think you should repeat your usual speech. The patriarchs of the Phoenix clan want to know who you really are." "By Satan. It's already the second time I've had to repeat the same thing. With a demon," protested the white-haired man. "Anyway, I'll introduce myself. My real name is not Issei Hyodo, it's Issei Sparda, son of the legendary Dark Knight." 3, 2, 1. "Wait," shouted the shocked Phoenix leaders. "You've got to be kidding me, right?" They both looked at Serzich's, looking for him to prove them right, but unfortunately, he's telling the truth. Issei-kun is the son of the Dark Knight. And you know what that implies. What no one expected was that the Phoenix would get down on their knees and start apologizing for what they had done and to please not do anything to them that it wouldn't happen again. This is starting to make me tired, said the white-haired man, scratching his head. Until when will I have to repeat that I am not someone who would use political or judicial power for revenge? If I have to solve something, I will do it as men do. In a fist-to-fist fight. No matter who it is. At that comment, the Phoenix patriarchs raised their eyes and timidly asked. Then. I won't do anything to you. Neither to you nor to your daughter. Since none of you knew what kind of activities your son was doing. And by the way, I'm sorry. For the lack of control I had. Said the white-haired man, giving a smile to the Phoenix leaders, but what he didn't expect was that Lady Phoenix blushed when she saw the boy's smile. After that, a rather awkward silence was formed as no one knew what else to say until Serziches remembered something he should tell the white-haired one. Issei-kun, I need you to accompany me. And for what? Said the white-haired man curiously. Come with me and you'll find out. Said the red-haired man, opening a magic circle. Then we'll go. Sure. Why not? Said the red-haired man, entering the magic circle with the red-haired man and disappearing in a beam of light. After this, all the others left, each one in his own way. Territories of the Mau Serziches Lucifer meeting room. From the magic circle appeared the white-haired and the red-haired, but there were 3 people who were waiting for them. I see you finally arrived, Serziches, said a man who was in front of them. Yes. I'm sorry for the delay, but we had a little inconvenience. Said the red-haired man, remembering what had happened with the Phoenix. So. This guy is the one you told us about. Said another man who by his face you could tell that until recently he had been sleeping soundly. His lazy look gave him away. He reminds me of me, The white-haired man laughed in his mind. I don't know. I still have my doubts about him. Said the man who spoke first, while he began to expel his aura just like the other 2 people, looking to intimidate the white-haired man. Are they challenging me? Thought the white-haired man. Partner, why don't you show them your power? This way you will clear their doubts. I think you're right. Then the white-haired man began to expel his own aura, but this was not a normal aura. It was violet and little by little began to exceed in intensity the auras of those people. But what caught everyone's attention was that the eyes of the white-haired man turned red, and behind him, a demonic silhouette was formed. Note. Imagine something similar to the shape of Nero's devil bringer, something like that. The current appearance of the white-haired man ended up scaring those present, since his aura was much superior to theirs. After a few moments, everyone stopped expelling their auras. Alright. Now I do believe that this boy is your heir. That level of power is not something you can imitate. He easily surpassed our auras, and we are talking about us. People in the Mau category. Looking at the boy. Well, I will introduce myself. I am Ajuka Beelzebub, in charge of the technological research and development of the underworld. I am Falbium Asmodeus, in charge of military affairs. Said the now identified Asmodeus as he lazily wiped his eyes. I see. And this guy is the one in charge of defending the underworld. I am Mau Serafol Leviathan, in charge of foreign affairs. She said with one of her classic poses. Just who I was looking for. Said this one, approaching the brunette. I think you sent something for me the other day, didn't you? At this comment, the brunette threw herself on the white-haired man, throwing him to the ground, since that something that she had sent him was a marriage proposal. This had her very excited, since he was the first man she was interested in that way, because before sending him the proposal, Serziches had shown her that he was interested in her. Serziches had shown her a picture of the white-haired man, and upon seeing it she had blushed a lot, but what he told her about how he had awakened his power made her very sad, since she didn't find it fair that he had lost his parents to awaken his true self. But what she really liked was that despite all that, he always went about dedicating a smile to those who were important to him. For those reasons, Serafal had decided to give himself body and soul to the white-haired boy, to give him all his love and affection, since he had decided to heal the white-haired boy's wounded heart. So, you have come to give me your yes? Said the brunette, looking at the white-haired man with a blush. Well, on one hand yes, but I have something to say. Said the white-haired man with difficulty, since the brunette was hugging him so tightly that he was having trouble breathing. And what do you have to tell me? Said the brunette, happy since she had been given a yes. It's that, well, I don't think anyone doesn't know that being Sparda's son, I won't be able to have only one wife. That's why I must ask you if you would be willing to share me. Since I don't want the girls that are by my side to feel obliged to be by my side because of something imposed. So what do you say? Said the white-haired man, a bit nervous because the girl's look had changed from a cheerful one to a more serious one. Alright, I accept it. But on one condition. Said the brunette with a raised finger. What condition? Said Issei curiously. "That I be the first," said Serafol seriously. "To be the first one too? Hump." The boy was surprised to see the brunette resting her lips on his, kissing him tenderly and sweetly. "I don't care if I have to share you with someone else. I know perfectly well that being Sparda's son, you won't be able to have only one wife. But I'll accept to be with you if you promise me that I'll be the first in everything." "Alright, I promise," said the white-haired man, unable to deny anything to Serafol, who had an extremely adorable face. "I'm sorry to ruin the moment. But we have to do something important," said Ijuka, ruining the tender moment. "That's right. I forgot about it." "Well, what do we have to do?" said Issei, standing up together with Serafol, who was holding on to his right arm. "Well, as a high-class demon, you must have your evil pieces. But to get them you must give something in return." "Something? And what does that something look like?" said the white-haired man curiously. "You must give part of your power. So we will see if you are able to generate the evil pieces. Now I need you to create a sphere of energy the size of a dodgeball." "Okay. Serafol-chan. Can you stand back a little?" said the white-haired man, extending his right hand wide open. After a few moments, a violet-colored sphere began to materialize in the white-haired man's hand, but you could see that it was very dense, so it must have contained a lot of energy. "Very well, I think that's enough," said Ijuka, approaching the white-haired man. "I'm not done yet," said Issei, to everyone's surprise. Now the boy extended his left hand in the same way he had done with his right hand and began to gather energy in the same way as before, but the energy that was concentrating in his left hand was of a different color. This energy was of a reddish color, and just like the violet sphere, it was very dense. And now, joining both spheres, causing a powerful flash that blinded those present for a few moments. After the flash disappeared, everyone present could see that the violet and red spheres had merged, leaving a single sphere of a beautiful scarlet color, and if the previous spheres were dense, this new sphere surpassed them in that aspect, and also in energy. "Well, I must say that was impressive, but why did you create two energy spheres?" Ijuka asked curiously. "Only one was enough." "Well, the violet energy was my demonic power, and the red energy was the dragon energy I possess. And now what do I do with this sphere?" he said, looking at Ijuka. "Just give it to me. I'll start dividing it into 16 pieces to form your evil pieces," said Ijuka as Issei handed it to him, and then left the room, leaving Serzichus, Asmodeus, who was falling asleep, standing up, Serafol, and our dear white-haired man in the room. "What do I do now?" said the white-haired man, scratching his head in confusion. "Well, what do you usually do when you're not doing anything important?" asked the red-haired man curiously. "Mostly sleep. Eat pizzas and strawberry ice cream and wait for some stray devil to show up so I can kick his face and ass alike," said the white-haired man in amusement. Without the white-haired man realizing it, Serafol was writing down all this information in a notebook that Satan knows where he kept it. The white-haired man slowly approached a table that had 4 chairs around it. "I know it may seem rude, but I'm tired, so I'll sleep for a while. Until Ijuka comes back," said Issei, taking a seat while he put his feet up to the table and placed his hands behind his head, his favorite sleeping pose. After a few minutes of being in that position, he fell deeply asleep. 1 hour later. "Issei-chan. Wake up. Issei-chan." Serafol kept saying next to the white-haired man, trying to wake him up, but the result was the same. The white-haired man didn't wake up. Finally, the brunette lost her patience. "Issei-chan. I said wake up," shouted the brunette, pulling the white-haired man's cheek with force, but it didn't work. "I think we'll have to wait until he wakes up," said Serzichus with a bead of sweat on the back of his neck, since he had never seen someone who was such a heavy sleeper. Waiting for nothing. Obtaining the evil pieces for any devil is something extremely important, and even more for Issei-chan. So if he doesn't want to wake up by the easy way, he will wake up by the hard way, said the brunette with a malicious smile on her face while she made a magic circle appear over the white-haired man. From the magic circle fell a large amount of very cold water, wetting the white-haired man to the bone. Due to the coldness of the water, the white-haired man woke up suddenly. "Who was that?" shouted the wet white-furred furious, but the fury dissipated suddenly when he saw Serafol's face, which was not exactly joyful. "I was me. Any problem?" said the brunette, creating an ice spear in her hand. In the brunette's words she could notice a great dissatisfaction, so while this attack would not affect her, she could not say the same about the place, since she had learned that a woman's anger is more terrible than it seems. "No. Not at all. But why did you wake me up?" said the white-haired man curiously. "Because your evil pieces are ready," said Ijuka, entering the room. "But what happened to you?" he asked curiously, looking at the soaked white-haired man. "I'd rather not talk about it." "Well, anyway, here are your evil pieces," he said, handing him 16 chess pieces, but they were different from the rest that Issei had seen, since the ones he had seen were red, but these were shiny silver. "Wait a minute. Weren't the evil pieces red? The common evil pieces are mostly red, but there are some that have a different color. Like yours. But why are mine a different color? Whether the color is different or not depends exclusively on the power of the demon. In this case your power, or rather powers, are high, and this led to your pieces having this color. But I must say that I am surprised this color is the first time I see it. But I don't see what's so special about it that it only changes the color. After all, that's all it is, said the white-haired man with a shrug of his shoulders. If it was just that the color changed, I wouldn't mind in the least. But when the pieces have a different color than normal, that means they are mutated pieces. It's not unusual for a high-class devil to have 1 or 2 mutated pieces. But for all 16 pieces to be mutated pieces in their entirety is something I've never seen before, finished Ajuka explaining. Mutated pieces. And what's so special about that? To make the explanation not so long, let's give an example. If to reincarnate a person it took 8 pieces of normal pawn, as in your case. If they were 8 mutated pieces of pawn, only one of them would have been enough to reincarnate you. I understand. Then I must say that I'm very lucky. It's not only luck. It's mostly due to the enormous amount of power you impute to that sphere you gave me. I honestly believe that in case someone had decided to reincarnate you in your current state, it would have required more than 4 mutant pieces of pawn. Which is already almost impossible under normal conditions, and according to my information, nobody currently has that number of mutant pieces. Your current power level is not something common. But well, it's time for you to become king. Then Ajuka took from Issei's hands the king piece, and approaching the piece to the chest of the white-haired man, the piece with a great scarlet low, entered the chest of the one who would now be its new bearer. I must also say that these pieces are more powerful than the normal mutant pieces. You could say that they are an improved version. Thinking for a few moments. I know. We'll call them Mutation Piece V2. Sounds great. But now I have to ask something to Serafal, said the white-haired man approaching the brunette. Serafal-chan. Do you want to be my queen? After a few seconds waiting for the answer, the white-haired man assumed that the brunette didn't want to, and was thinking of a way to tell her no, but that it wouldn't hurt. Well, if you don't want to, no problem. I didn't say no. It's just that you surprised me by the request. Since it's the first time I've been told something like that, said the brunette playing with her fingers. Since I became a Mao, people stopped treating me as a normal and ordinary person. That's obvious. You are one of the 4 most important people in the underworld, said the white-haired man, confused by the brunette's comment. That's what bothers me. When I became Mao I just wanted people to see me as someone who could listen and solve their problems. But on the contrary, they just moved away from me and started to treat me as if I was some kind of superior being. Someone who was above society. I just wanted that. To be treated the same as before. But, everything turned out terrible. Finished the brunette with tears falling continuously from her eyes, wetting her cheeks. The white-haired man, seeing that this topic was quite delicate and that it was obvious that it hurt him to remember it, Issei approached the brunette and hugged her tenderly. It must be very difficult for you. But I want you to know that I don't see you as a Mao. I see you as a girl, which is what you are, said the white-haired man, giving a warm smile to the brunette. I will always be there for you when you feel that you lack courage or strength. Serafal was still surprised by the white-haired man's hug, since she thought that seeing her crying he would make fun of her, with words like how pathetic you are. And you are one of the Mao of the underworld. Ha 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 ha. But she never expected the words of comfort that Issei had said to her. Issei-chan, cried the brunette, crying, returning the embrace to the white-haired man, burying her face in the boy's chest. I accept to be your queen. I'm glad to hear that. Besides, I'll tell you something. Even though you become my queen, you can continue with your position as Mao, since I'm still too young to assume the position I should have, and political issues don't suit me too well. That's fine with me. But don't think that with this you can save yourself from assuming your position someday, said the brunette, separating herself a little, enough to be able to look the white-haired man in the eyes. Haha. It's fine as you say. But now I have a doubt. Let's call it existential. Which one? Asked Serafal curiously. How the hell do you make someone your servant? Said the white-haired man, putting a hand to his chin in thought. Well, about that. It's not as difficult as you think, said Serziches, while he wrote something on a piece of paper. After he finished writing he handed the paper to the white-haired man. Just replace the parts that contain my name with yours. That's all. Understood. Let's see, said the white-haired man, reading the instructions Serziches had given him. Here it says that I must give you the piece he planned for you to become. Giving the piece of queen to the brunette, who took it to her chest, since she knew how the procedure was and wanted to help the white-haired man who was a first-timer in the subject. And I must say the following words. By order of Issei Sparda, you Serafal Citri. You will walk again in this world, seal this contract and become my servant," finished saying the white-haired man. Note: remember that Serafal's real surname is Citri, not Leviathan, since Leviathan is the title he holds as one of the four mass of the underworld. At the same time that the white-haired man recited those words, the piece of queen that Serafal had in front of his chest emitted a scarlet glow, entering his body at the same time that a piece of king came out of his body, and a magic circle of purple color appeared under it. That was the symbol of the Sparda family. In that magic circle appeared the face of what looked like a devil with red eyes. Note: think of the face of the devil trigger transformation of Dante. From this moment on, I am your queen, Issei-chan. And I want you to know that I will never let you go," said the brunette, sticking to the arm of the white-haired man, burying her arm between her breasts. "I'm glad to hear that, Serafal." The white-haired man was interrupted by a smack on his forehead courtesy of the brunette. "From now on, call me Sarah. Is that okay?" she said, frowning, seemingly angry, but in fact her expression was very adorable. "Alright, Sarah-chan. But I think it's time for me to go back home. For the way things are looking, I'll have enough work at Devil May Cry," said the white-haired man, who to the brunette's displeasure separated from her. "I'm going with you, Issei-chan," said the brunette, trying to stick again to the white-haired man, but he stopped her. "But don't despair, when the time comes we will tell everyone that you are my queen." After saying this, the white-haired man gave her a kiss on the cheek and disappeared in a magic circle, leaving the brunette not very happy, since she wanted to leave with her beloved white-haired man, and as a result, she started to throw a tantrum. After the white-haired Surziches left, she remembered that she had forgotten to tell him something. "Devil May. I forgot to tell him that he needed him to be present at the meeting of the three great factions. Plus in a few months there will be an event in which he must participate. Anyway, I'll tell him tomorrow or when I see him," sighed the red-haired man. Human world. Devil May Cry. Night. Appearing from a magic circle, the white-haired man came out with a tired face, but it wasn't because of physical tiredness, but because of mental tiredness, since he had had many problems since his power as Sparda's heir had awakened. The moonlight came through the windows, dimly illuminating the gloomy interior of the place. Since the lights were off, the white-haired man, without carrying anything, left his weapons on the table and took off his red trench coat, throwing it on one of the sofas, and going upstairs, he entered his room to sleep. What the white-haired man didn't realize was that he was not alone, because in the room where he receives his clients, behind one of the sofas was hidden the Redeed. Leaving as quietly as possible from her hiding place, she quickly took in her hands the white-haired man's raincoat and took it to her face, smelling it. Remaining with a slight blush on her cheeks when she felt the smell of the white-haired man, a smell that she had not been able to feel so close since the time she had fallen asleep next to Issei on the same stretcher in the infirmary. But unfortunately for her, that was all she could have from the white-haired man for now. If she wanted more, she would have to go through the long and difficult road to get his forgiveness. So much to her regret, she had to leave Devil May Cry, since the next day there were also classes. The next morning, once again one of Issei's worst enemies was present. The annoying rays of the sun directly on his face, preventing him from sleeping, but this time there was something that was not right. In the sense that it was not part of the white-haired man's routine. A mysterious lump was on his right side, and he could feel an incredible softness in that arm. So fearful of what he might find, he pulled back the sheets to find. "Sarah-chan," shouted the white-haired man, surprised to find a completely naked Serafal hugging his right arm, burying it between her breasts. Due to Issei's shout, the naked brunette woke up little by little, and seeing the face of her beloved white-haired man, she pressed the white-haired man's arm even more against her breasts. "Say, Sarah-chan, what are you doing here?" said the white-haired man, separating from the brunette who was looking at him with a seductive gaze. "I just wanted to be with my dear Issei-chan. Or am I bothering you?" said the brunette, climbing on top of the white-haired man, pressing her soft and tempting body against the boy's body. "Obviously not. But I'm surprised to see a member of the Citri house. Amayu behaving like this. But I like it," said the white-haired man, caressing the soft buttocks of the brunette, smiling happily as he felt her purring at his touch. "But, although I would like to stay like this all day, I have to get ready to go to the academy, so I'm sorry," said the white-haired man, caressing her soft buttocks, smiling happily as he felt her purring at his touch. Then the white-haired man, using Quicksilver, separated from the brunette and left the room, leaving the brunette surprised, since she couldn't see when the white-haired man got off the bed, even though she was very close to him. "Issei-chan, you're bad. I'll have to find out how you do that. And when I do, I swear you won't be able to escape," said the brunette, determined to find out her white-haired boy's secret. But what Serafal didn't know was that Issei was listening to what she had said. After a few moments, the white-haired man went down to the second floor, and when he made sure that no one was around, he burst out laughing, to such an extent that he had to hold his stomach while rolling on the floor. I can't believe I'm going to try it, ha 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 ha. Sarah-chan. You're going to waste your time in vain, ha 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 ha. It's not like I have some spell to disappear. No one will know that I can stop time. Since if it gets out, everyone will want to know how it's done and might try to attack me. But it's not like I mind that, haha. After several minutes, the white-haired man was ready to go to the academy, and grabbing something to eat he left Devil May Cry towards the academy, and as usual these last days he was late. A while after the white-haired man left, Serafal went down to the second floor and met Ryu, who was carrying a package in his hands. Serafal-sama, here is what you asked me for last night, said the blue-haired man handing the package to the brunette. But are you sure it's okay to do this? Besides, I don't think your sister will be very happy with your presence. Even though she doesn't hate you, it's well known that she doesn't like to have you around very often. That's not a problem. Yesterday I talked to my Sona-chan and she finally accepted. Although she made me promise something. Something. That I wouldn't cause problems. That would disturb the order of the academy nor bother her. Finished saying the brunette. For now I won't interfere in her business. Since now I'm only interested in Issei-chan. I understand. Later that same day. Human world. Kuo Academy. In Issei's classroom everything was as usual, most of the girls gathered together, talking about the boys that they thought were cute, but most of the comments were about the white-haired boy, since they all thought that since he had changed his hair color and hairstyle, he looked very attractive, and added to the fact that he no longer did perverted things. And that a few days ago they had been able to see the boy's well-developed physique in physical education class, caused the girls to desire him for unholy activities. On the other hand, Issei, of course, was sleeping in his favorite pose. At that moment arrived those who now formed the perverted duo, since Issei hardly ever met with them anymore. Hey Issei, said Motohama, waking up the white-haired man. If you woke me up, it better be for something important, said Issei, reluctantly opening his eyes, but without losing his sleeping pose. We heard a rumor about Rias-senpai. Why? Said the white-haired man as if nothing had happened. We wanted to know if you knew anything. Since the rumor says that she together with Akeno One-sama have been extremely sad. And they have also been seen going to places that you usually frequent. You haven't done something to them? Said Mitsuda accusingly. I'm sorry to say no. And I couldn't care less about what happens to them, said Issei, closing his eyes again. At that moment, the teacher came in and started to write something on the blackboard. A name. Well class, today I have to introduce a new classmate. But before that. Hyoto-kun. Yes, teacher, said the white-haired boy with his eyes closed. Please sit properly, said the teacher, obviously annoyed by the white-haired boy's current position. It must be said that Issei's current rebellious boy attitude was very attractive to the boy's female classmates. It's okay. I'm sorry, teacher, said the white-haired boy, pretending to be sorry, putting himself in a normal pose to do lessons. Well, as I was saying, we have a new classmate. Looking towards the classroom door. Go ahead, my dear, introduce yourself. Giving the girl permission to enter the classroom. A beautiful girl with black hair, violet eyes and a body too tempting for any boy in the classroom, but incredibly familiar to Issei. My name is Serafal Citri. Nice to meet you, she said, doing one of her classic poses. Suddenly a white spot crossed her line of sight, and as she looked in the direction of that spot, she could see something she liked very much. Issei-chan, shouted the brunette, running and throwing herself on the white-haired man, who, being unprepared due to the surprise, was almost knocked off the chair by Serafal's powerful embrace. Note. Imagine what Serafal would look like in the academy uniform. Apparently you already have someone you know in the school. Well, that is besides your sister Sona, said the professor, causing the surprise of many of those present, since in front of them was none other than the sister of the Iron Sergeant and president of the student council, Sona Citri. That's right. But I didn't expect her to be in the same room as my dear Issei-chan, said the brunette, pretending to be surprised since she had orchestrated all this the day before. Flashback. The night before. Student council room. I refuse. There's no way you can come to this academy, said an annoyed Redeed. But Sona-chan, you wouldn't understand how important it is for me to come to this academy. There is something that is present in this place, and it belongs to me, Issei. If you let me stay, I promise I won't bother you, said Serafal with her hand on her chest, while using the most devilish and useful technique to get something, the sad doggy face. I mean, what is that important thing that is present in the Kuo Academy? As far as I know, you have never been interested in the academy, said Sona curiously. It's not something, but someone. This academy hosts a person who is very important to me. If my Sona-chan could know. That person is Issei-chan. My future husband as well as my owner, said Serafal, while thinking to herself the last thing. And can I know who is that person so important to you? Not for now. Because that person explicitly asked me not to tell his identity or that we are directly related, as it could be dangerous. Alright. I'll let you attend the academy. Then tell me in which class you want to be. Please, not mine. Not mine. Sona questioned in her mind. In the second-year class where Rias-chan's servants are. Maybe they can help me to find that person, said Serafal, since the only thing she knew about the white-haired man regarding the academy was that he was in second year and that he was partner of 2 servants of Rias Gremory. Are you sure? I mean, with your body I don't think you could pass for a second-year student, said Sona, a little blushing at the mention of her sister's body, since whether she wanted to admit it or not, she was jealous of her older sister's sculptured body. Don't worry. With the academy uniform I will be able to pass without problems, and if there is any problem I can alter my body with magic, said the smiling brunette. Then it's okay, tomorrow will be your first day of classes, finished Sona. End of flashback. Do you know each other? Asked one of Issei's classmates. We could say yes, said Issei, hiding his annoyance, since Serafal's presence here was a flagrant disobedience to the order he had given Serafal, and that order was to stay in the underworld. But a certain blonde was very jealous, and said blonde was none other than Asia Argento, as she also wanted to hug Issei, but he had not spoken to her since they had returned, and after the whole Cacabial and Razor incident, plus Issei had technically kicked her out of his house. Finally, and because of the new student, that day's classes could not be conducted normally, and the only thing normal were the breaks between classes. Leaning on his favorite tree was the white-haired boy sleeping, but this time he was not alone. Sitting next to him was Serafal, enjoying the peaceful face of the sleeping boy. On another side of the academy was Rias with Akeno, quite bored because without Issei's presence the days were very boring and tedious. At that moment Asia appeared together with Zenobia, and it seemed that they had been running since they were quite agitated. Asia. What's wrong with you? Why are you so agitated? Asked Rias curiously. But you-san. Serafal-sama is here at the academy, said the blonde, catching her breath. Serafal-sama is here. Is she here? Is she solving some business with Sona? Or is it something concerning the meeting? Said the Redhead thoughtfully, putting a hand to her chin. It's not that, but you-san. She's glued to Issei-san. She's even in our same class, and she's also sitting next to Issei-san, and she keeps looking at him. But because Serafal-sama is. At that moment the Redhead's mind made a click, then she remembered that occasion, where her brother had shown her the marriage proposals that were for Issei, and she remembered one in specific. A proposal from Mau Serafal Leviathan herself. Rias, is something wrong? Asked the half-angel when she saw that her friend had remained silent. I just remembered something. And what is it? Asked Akeno curiously. In the marriage proposals for Issei that my Ani-sama had that time, there were several proposals from important houses of the underworld. But there was one that wasn't in the name of any house. And that was Serafal Leviathan-sama's marriage proposal. When I saw it that time, I was shocked since I didn't expect that even a Mau person would be interested in being Issei's wife, said the Redhead with a hint of sadness. That only makes things more difficult for us Rias. But this way it's more interesting, said the semi-angel, licking her finger, sadistic mode activated. I don't care if he's a Mau or some high-class lizard. Issei-kun is my cowhai, and only I have the right to make him happy and satisfy him in every way. At that comment, the Redhead was going to protest immediately, but she couldn't because a strange event happened. In the sky a strange and huge magic circle appeared, and after that all the students, so to speak, normal and ignorant of the existence of the supernatural, disappeared in quick beams of light. But what's going on here? Exclaimed the red-haired girl, as in a place where there were easily more than 30 people, now there were only 4 of them. And her answer finally came. In front of her appeared multiple magic circles, and from them appeared strange creatures, unknown to Asia and Zenobia, who had never seen them, but they were very familiar to Akeno and Rias. Those creatures were of the same kind as the ones that Issei had eliminated in that bar some nights ago. Even though Issei defeated them easily, they should not underestimate them, since Issei made all the battles look very easy, but if you put yourself in his place, you would realize that those enemies were of a considerable level. An example was the Battle of Cacabial. Until before Issei entered into combat, Cacabial had them on the ropes, but after the entry of the white-haired man, who in his opinion was great, the battle had turned drastically, and technically he had defeated a leader of the fallen angels without much effort. But now her situation was complicated. Those creatures were fast and strong, and they were in great numbers. About 80 creatures were within her field of vision, and it was not strange to suppose that there were more roaming around the school. But what was a complete mystery to her was who would have done this, but her objective was clear. To attack those present with combat potential, since all the ordinary students had disappeared. But you-san, what are those things? Asked Asia, stepping back a few steps in fear. They are devils, but of a kind that I have never faced. But Issei already did it and defeated them, so we must do it too," said the Redeed, encouraging them, but she also remembered something else. Asia doesn't have combat potential, she was a support piece next to her sacred gear. Rias then began to launch several blasts of the power of destruction. Those attacks were of considerable force, so when they hit the creatures they created large explosions. Once Rias knew that her attacks had hit the target, she stopped launching blasts, but kept on guard, as she wasn't sure of the damage her attack had caused. After the smoke from the explosions dissipated, the Redeed could see several bodies of those creatures on the ground, with smoke coming out of their bodies, but to everyone's disbelief, they were standing up, even though it was evident that they were having a hard time. Zenobia on her side spared no resources and summoned her Durandal, and launched herself to eliminate the enemies in front of her, but because she was a melee attacker, the number of enemies she could eliminate in one attack was quite low. She didn't exceed 3 targets per attack. "These devils are no ordinary demons," said Rias, looking at Zenobia clearing the path. "What do you mean, Rias?" asked a half-angel curiously. "Usually any devil that was hit by a Durandal attack should evaporate instantly. But that's not happening," said Rias, pointing to the ground where there were several bodies mostly cut in half. At the same time the ground was turning a beautiful crimson color due to the blood gushing from the creatures' bodies. Although Zenobia was doing a very good job, the number of enemies did not seem to diminish and on the contrary seemed to multiply. As a consequence they were enclosing the blonde, who had less and less space to move. "Akeno, I need your help. At this rate they will end up locking her up," said Rias, taking flight while creating a huge magic circle. "The Kazuchiyo." Akeno sent one of her lightning bolts against Ria's magic circle, causing a chain effect that made that lightning bolt split into more lightning bolts. But despite having split, its strength had not diminished. That attack had an overwhelming destructive force, and its effect was in a fairly large radius. Due to her reflexes, the blue-haired girl had been able to evade the lightning that had passed dangerously close to her, and thanks to that lightning, the number of enemies present had decreased drastically, since all those who had been hit by the lightning had been electrocuted and charred. But what they did not know was the real reason why those creatures did not get up was that the internal damage had been too much. Due to the power of those lightning, the nerve endings present throughout the body had been completely destroyed. That is to say, to the few whose brain was still functioning, their body did not respond normally and caused a total collapse of their internal system, ending their lives. After several minutes that seemed like an eternity, at last the 4 girls managed to finish with the enemies present in their area. Now they had to go in search of Kaneko and Kiba, who were not with them when the attack began. Although the Redeed also wanted to advance to see if there was the possibility of meeting Issei and see if fighting back to back, she could get the old feelings that the white-haired man had for her to emerge again from the deepest and darkest of her hurt heart. That is, if they still existed. But that no longer mattered. She had already decided to try by all means to return to the side of the white-haired man and ask him forgiveness for everything and someday heal his heart. And another side of the academy was the student council fighting against the enemies, but because their firepower was not so high they were having a hard time, unlike the Gremory team. "Haicho, this doesn't seem to have an end," said Saji, panting heavily, covering Momo and Nomura, who were already exhausted since they had finished with many enemies, but they kept coming. Even Sona was tired since, although she had great reserves of magic, to be able to take down the enemies that stood in front of her, she had to use a large amount of magic per attack, and the fatigue was already taking its toll on her. Her reaction time became slower, and because of this, she received a few scratches that had torn in some points, her uniform and skin causing her to bleed from the wounds that apparently were a little deep. Like her other servants, they were already exhausted, but at that moment 3 creatures launched themselves at Sona. She could not move, she was paralyzed. So she only closed her eyes waiting for those beasts to finish with her. But that never happened. Like a bolt of lightning that came out of nowhere, it grabbed the red-haired woman and pulled her away from the creatures. Sona was surprised because when she felt embraced by someone she opened her eyes a little and could see a lock of white hair. When she realized what had happened, she found herself in the arms of the white-haired man who was carrying her princess style. "Sona Kaicho, are you okay?" said Issei, putting Sona carefully on the floor. "Yes, thank you. But how did you get here so fast?" said Sona, surprised, as the white-haired man was with his red trench coat showing his bare chest, brown pants and his boots. On his back you could see that he had his sword and pistols with him. And it was evident that he had been fighting, as there were slight blood stains on his coat. "Well, we already finished with those who attacked us. But I must say that your sister is a complete addict to violence when she decides to fight. By the way, when this is over, you could fix the central courtyard of the academy," said Issei, a little nervous about Sona's possible reaction. "What did she do?" said the brunette with a gloomy aura around her, getting ready to confront her sister. "Let's say she got out of hand. A little bit. But the stains are my fault. I'm sorry," said the white-haired man with a sad doggy face. He looks so cute. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like this? Thought Sona, surprised as she looked at the white-haired man and felt a strange warm feeling in her chest. A feeling she had never felt before, besides she had a slight blush on her cheeks. I'd love to keep talking but… taking out Ivory and Ebony. We'll have to leave it for later. Sona, seeing that the white-haired man was getting ready to fight, saw behind him. She could see that there was a group of at least 30 enemies, but when she saw the white-haired man, he didn't have fear in his eyes. Neither worry. But he had a smile on his face. Let's see. I hope they are aware of what it means to have interrupted my nap, as well as to have attacked my school. Now. Or they leave for good. Or the consequences will be very painful, said the white-haired man, pointing at his targets. Then the beasts launched themselves against the white-haired man who, due to his aim and skill with his pistols, was able to repel 15 targets with a clean shot, but many more creatures were joining the battle, so continuing to fight with only Ivory and Ebony would not be very advisable, so he decided to fight using Rebellion. I think it's a good occasion to try it, said Issei, preparing to launch himself against the enemies with the tip of Rebellion in front. Stinger. After saying this, the speed of the white-haired man increased considerably, and it could be seen how a crimson-colored energy enveloped the blade of the sword, crossing in a straight line all the enemies in front of Issei, followed his path for a few meters, until he decided to stop, since apparently the blade of Rebellion was no longer cutting anything. To say that the entire student council was surprised was an understatement, but they were also a bit nauseous, as all those creatures that had been hit by the attack had literally been torn, cut and scattered around the place where the white-haired man had passed by, spreading his love, and large pools of blood could be seen forming. It was then that Sona understood Issei's words, but the stains are my fault. Those words caused the brunette to imagine what was the state of the place where the white-haired man had been fighting before coming to her aid. Meanwhile, on another side of the academy, we can observe a scene worthy of a medieval massacre. Many creatures impaled almost in a perfect formation, but what was striking was the material with which they had impaled them. Ice, huge ice spears had each one impaled a creature on them, with the blood of the same running vertically towards the ground. Eyeing a light crimson color ice spears, and under each impaled creature a pool of blood was formed. The silhouette of a girl who was watching all that massacre could also be seen, and she only limited herself to say a phrase. That happens to those who intervene when I am with Issei-chan. Subware in library. Siberia. Human world. We can see a person, a boy of about 16 or 17 years old, looking among the books that were in that place. But if we see carefully what the books that capture his interest are about, they are books that talk about the presence of devils in the antiquity, wars of humans against demons. But to the bad luck of the person did not find what he was looking for, so he decided to leave that place. When he left, he realized he was not alone. In front of him there were 3 people. One of them was a brunette girl with black hair, 2 cat ears, a body that any girl would want, dressed in thick clothes to withstand the cold, not like his companions. One of her companions was a brown young man, dressed in Chinese armor with a Buddhist staff resting on one of his shoulders. The last one was a blonde young man with glasses, dressed in clothes that made evident his noble origin, with a sword type. But the person was not intimidated by this aura, so he decided to continue on his way but was stopped by the blonde. Wait. We were looking for you. At this comment, the person stopped in front of them. And that would be for. We have heard about you. And your skills would be very useful for our group. And our objective, which. None of that interests me. Now I ask you to get out of my way, said the boy without any interest in what the blonde was telling him, causing annoyance in his other companions. You really think you were strong, Naya? Why don't you show it? Said the brunette, getting into a battle position like her 2 companions. The brown stood in attack position next to his Buddhist staff, and the blonde drew his sword but stood in defense position, as he never underestimated his opponents and waited for them to make a move to see how he should proceed. The person took off his hood, revealing that he was dressed in a blue trench coat with a black jacket under it, pants of the same color, along with boots that reached his knees. In his left hand he had a sheathed katana, but some of its details were perfectly visible. Its hilt was white, the sheath was blue decorated with gold clasps, and a yellow ribbon attached to the sheath. The boy, placing himself in an attack position, quickly drew and sheathed his katana, leaving the 3 opponents in front of him surprised, since it seemed that he had not done anything, but what happened next left them even more surprised. The space around them seemed to have distorted and created a vacuum from which many very sharp waves of wind came out, and due to their sharpness, they looked like the blade of a sword that began to cut them mercilessly. The first to fall was the brunette with her clothes torn and bleeding in great quantity, then followed by the brown whose Chinese armor as well as his Buddhist staff were almost useless, and finally the blonde who before falling fainted, saw how in the blade of his sword, a large diagonal crack appeared, followed by an intense pain that were like sharp knives burying themselves throughout his body. After having made his attack and seeing the results, the boy continued on his way, getting lost after a few minutes in the snowy meadows of Siberia, leaving those 3 people unconscious and badly wounded, but that didn't matter to him in the least. Guo, Academy Pocket Dimension. It's been a few hours since the attack began, but even with the help of Issei and Serafal, the number of enemies is too big, but for our white-haired man that only sounded like more fun. Since he was having the time of his life, no matter how many he eliminated, they kept coming. His adrenaline was pumping. At this point he would have to be stopped by force. But no one would do it. The reason? They were surprised. The combat capacity shown by the white-haired man left the members of the Sitri team astonished, but what most of the Sitri team had not noticed, since they were with their eyes glued together trying not to miss even for a second the white-haired man's battle, was the growing blush that Sona had. Since the combat capacity that the white-haired man had was incredible. But she wasn't someone who bragged about her to everyone with every passing second. In short, she was someone strong but very kind to the people she liked, but she was still missing that weird warm feeling she had in her chest. That feeling was only present when she looked at the white-haired man. While Sona was still thinking about that strange sensation, the white-haired man was having the time of his life, because even though these enemies were too easy to kill, there was something that caught his attention about the beasts in front of him. They weren't stray devils or anything like that. They seemed to be a much more savage kind of demons. A few moments later Serafal arrived, but what she saw caused her to smirk. What the brunette had seen was the large blush and almost lustful look on Sona's face as she looked at the white-haired man. Ara. So Sona-chan is interested in Issei-chan. Thought the brunette observing the blushing face of her sister. But I won't let her get ahead of me. Issei-chan already promised that I would be the first one. So I must reaffirm my position. Thought Serafal with determination. As she approached, she witnessed the effects of the white-haired man's attacks. Severed limbs, body split in 2 and other body parts scattered in pieces and other parts not very pleasing to the eye. They looked like they had gone through a mincemeat machine. It was easy for Serafal to know who was responsible for such a massacre. The one responsible was the white-haired man. But it wasn't as if it bothered her, since Issei seemed happy and had a smile on his face. Something that pleased her, but seeing him in combat gave her a very different feeling, a feeling that caused her body to start burning. 1 hour later. After a long hour of combat, the number of enemies was almost over, where before there could have been easily 500 enemies, now there were only less than 18 left. Sona together with her sister. It is worth mentioning that when Serafal approached to help her, she was very surprised because usually when her sister approached her it was to manifest her intentions that went beyond a normal sibling relationship, but this time it was different. When she was almost a few steps away from her, Serafal had created 2 ice spears, 1 per hand, and threw them towards her. The first thing she thought was that her sister had finally gone crazy, but when the spears were about to hit her, she could see that the target of the attack was not her, but something that was further back. The spears passed over her shoulders and pierced 2 things, and when Sona turned to see what those 2 things were, she could see that they were 2 of the creatures that Issei was eliminating. It seemed that they had learned that against the white-haired man they couldn't, so they had decided to go for Sona and her servants. What in animal terms could be defined as the stragglers of the herd. Since it was evident that they were exhausted and they lacked much to recover to an optimal level to fight again. Even trying to stand up was a great effort. But that was not normal. It seems that Issei-chan was right, said Serafal, placing herself behind her sister, since from that position, she could apply an almost perfect defense at every possible angle. What do you mean by that, One-sama? Asked Sona, intrigued. When these beasts started to appear and attacked us, I quickly eliminated the ones within our field of vision using one of my attacks, and I must say I had considerable strength, said Serafal proudly. But after I finished my attack I felt my body heavier than usual, and I felt as if a part of my magic had been taken away from me. But what does that have to do with what Issei-kun told you? Asked Sona without realizing how she had called the white-haired man. Issei-chan told me that we are in a pocket dimension. That is to say we are locked in a copy of this academy, and apparently there is a kind of seal that weakens us. The more we use our power, and the more powerful our attack is, the faster we wear out. But why Issei-kun doesn't look tired? Since he has been fighting for a long time and he doesn't look tired, said Sona looking to where Issei-kun was standing. That's because he's keeping his energy consumption to a minimum. He's only fighting using his sword and pistols. But even fighting like this, the prolonged combat will eventually drain his energy. Wait. As I understood, the more power you imbue into your attacks to finish off these beasts, the more exhaustion you will have, the faster? Asked the brunette, receiving an affirmative reply from Serafal. At this Sona was worried. Since during the first minutes after the appearance of the beasts, she could feel a great amount of Rias and Akeno's power. That meant that they were giving their all and therefore they had not noticed the energy drainage. Tsubaki. The aforementioned approached her king being already recovered. I need you and the boys to go and meet with Rias and his servants. They are most likely in a tight spot. But Kaicho. And you. We can't leave her unprotected. Don't worry, I'll stay here with my sister and Issei-kun. After saying this, all his servants including his queen left to fulfill their mission. While that was happening, the white-haired man had finished eliminating all the beasts that were in the place, keeping his sword and pistols. He began to approach to where the Citri sisters were. Serafal, seeing that Issei was approaching, went to meet him to embrace him, but great was his surprise when Issei collapsed. Falling face to the ground, she was only a few meters away from the white-haired man. When she saw how Issei fell to the ground, her heart stopped. For her to see how Issei fell to the ground was like watching it in slow motion after hearing how his body landed heavily on the floor. Issei-chan, shouted the brunette, running to see what had happened to Issei. After reaching her side, she knelt down quickly and turned the white-haired man, who was still with his face to the ground, and laid his head on his legs. After examining him with her eyes for a few moments, she could notice that the white-haired man was asleep. When she saw this, Serafal gave a sigh of relief. Sona, seeing that Issei had collapsed, stood up as fast as she could and went to where Serafal was with the white-haired man resting on his legs. How is she? He said, looking at the white-haired man who didn't wake up. In his voice he could hear a great concern. He's fine. He's just exhausted his energies. Even for him to have fought in this kind of environment is hard. Wait a minute. How much has he fought without resting? Said the older brunette, looking at her sister. Since he arrived until now. It must have been a few hours. Said Sona thoughtfully. I see. I think he overdid it this time. Even if Issei-chan says she loves this kind of situations. We all need to stop and rest even for a few minutes. Said Serafal while caressing the white-haired boy's hair. Even though he was unconscious, the brunette's caresses seemed to relax him. A few moments later, the white-haired man started to wake up, and the first thing he saw was Serafal's face. Good morning, Sera-chan. Said the white-haired man lazily, separating himself from the brunette to be able to sit on the floor. As he did this, he felt someone hugging him tightly, and that someone was Serafal. Issei-chan. I thought something happened to you. I was so worried. Said the brunette, burying her face in the white-haired boy's chest while shedding a sea of tears. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know what to do. I'm sorry if I worried you. But I'm fine now. I just needed a few minutes to replenish my energy. I'm fine now. Said the white-haired man, tenderly caressing Serafal's back, reassuring her. Wani-sama. Don't tell me that the person you were looking for is Issei-kun. Said Sona, and again without realizing what she had called him. Aicho. Since when did you call me Issei-kun? Asked a white-haired man curiously. At that comment, Sona blushed violently as she hadn't realized what she had called the white-haired boy. Well, it's that. Sona was extremely nervous, and that was rare in her, so to get out of that uncomfortable moment, she decided to divert the topic. You still haven't answered me. Is Hyodo-kun the person you were looking for? Said the brunette, recovering her composure, making sure to call the white-haired man as usual. That's right. I only knew that Issei-chan was in the second year of this academy, but I didn't know in which class exactly. That's why I asked you to enroll me in the class where Rias-chan's handmaids were. Since from what little I could find out in my haste, I only knew that Issei-chan was with them. Yes, that's right, to my misfortune. Said the white-haired man, thinking the latter, because, although he had nothing against Zenobia, the mere fact of being with Asia made his hair stand on end, since just looking at her or listening to her voice made him remember all those punishments he had to receive. And the blonde had been present in those punishments and had also enjoyed them. As a consequence, when remembering those moments of torture, his anger and desire for revenge were growing. But he had to calm down, since finishing with the blonde meant problems with Ria's Gremory. That would lead them to have a fight between the two, that due to their level of power, would end with the death of the Redeed, and that would surely make his parents and his brother furious. Besides, he himself had said that he didn't want problems with her for now, so when that feeling of revenge was present, he tried to replace it with a more pleasant feeling, and in that way calm down. But what did Hyodo-kun do for you to come to this academy and enroll in it? Asked Sona, curious. Don't let him say it. Don't let him say it. The white-haired man kept on repeating in his mind. Well, it's normal that I came to this academy. Since I wanted to spend more time with my fiancé. Said Serafal, clinging to one of the white-haired man's arms. After saying this, a very uncomfortable silence was created. On one hand, Issei was quite annoyed, so to speak, since Serafal had ignored all his orders. First of all, he didn't mind the fact that she appeared sleeping next to him totally naked, but what she did now, coming to the academy and then telling Sona that they were fiancés, bothered him quite a lot. On the other hand, Sona still hadn't reacted. Apparently her mind, despite being extremely bright. Serafal's last words had short-circuited her. How come? You and Hyodo-kun are engaged. said Sona nervously. Issei-chan is my fiancé. Is that weird? Asked Serafol innocently. The truth is that if you never showed interest in getting a fiancé, even though you've always had many suitors, said Sona a little jealous. That was because none of them caught my attention. Besides, I saw through their intentions. They were only going to be famous for being the fiancé of the Mau Serafol Leviathan. And I was always looking for someone who was interested in me as a person, not as a trophy or something to show off. Now Sona was a bit clearer about everything her sister had told her, but she still didn't know why it bothered her that Serafol was so close to the white-haired one. Anyway, I think we'd better go help Saji and the others, said Issei standing up. Why do you say so? Asked Sona intrigued. I say it because none of them has enough power to finish those beasts without using too much power, and as you know, there is something in this pocket dimension that drains part of our power every time we fight. And if they are outnumbered, the result can be terrible. Even I took a long time to eliminate all the beasts that were in this place, said the white-haired man, starting to advance in the direction where Tsubaki and the others had gone a few minutes ago, but he was stopped by Serafol. Are you sure you should go? You have fought a lot. And even if you want to deny it, you can't hide the fact that you have spent a lot of your energy. You need to rest, said the brunette, worried about the current state of the white-haired man, since he could be the son of the Dark Knight. But he also had to have his limits. Note: these limits to which I refer are because Issei's power has not yet matured completely. He still lacks power to obtain. Later these limits will not be seen. Don't worry. Later I will be able to rest at ease. But now we must finish with the enemies, said Issei, starting his way, followed by Serafol and Sona. Throne room of Mau Lucifer. Underworld. We can see the red-haired man sitting on his throne thoughtfully, scheming a series of plans that involved a certain white-haired man in a red trench coat. At that moment his faithful servant and Queen Grafia appeared, and her face was not exactly joyous. Tsurzicha-sama. Grafia, is something wrong? Asked the intrigued red-haired man, as he rarely saw the Polyplatine with that face. The lady, Sona Citri, with her nobles together with Serafol-sama and young Hyodo, are in serious trouble. It seems they have been locked in a pocket dimension and are in full combat against a never-seen-before kind of demons. How could this happen? I understand. I will go immediately to the Kuo Academy. From there we will try to get them out of that dimension. Warn my parents and the Citri house leaders. Tell them to go to the Kuo Academy, said the red-haired man as he disappeared in a magic circle, while Grafia disappeared in a magic circle to comply with the red-haired man's orders. Pocket dimension. We can see the Gremory team and almost all the Citri team fighting together, but the tiredness in their faces is evident. The reason? Well, the reason is that they had already finished slaying the beasts, but now they were fighting against something much bigger than them. That's right, a huge devil with an appearance that resembled a giant chameleon, black scales like the eternal gloom, eyes that glowed red and long, sharp rows of teeth, with a long tail, and by the looks of it was quite strong. This devil, despite being of a large size, almost the same height as the occult club building, was very fast, and its attack was devastating. This is ridiculous. No one would think that something so big could move so fast, said Rias with an E. But it must have some weak point. We just have to find it, said the half-angel, quite tired since she had thrown extremely powerful rays at that devil, but she had achieved nothing. Damn brats. Stop bothering. They have murdered my devil brothers. That deserves a punishment worse than death. And that punishment is to spend eternity in my stomach. Everyone was surprised. The devil could speak, and he was totally furious. Prepare yourselves to know Luke's wrath and true power. In that instant Saji tried to attack the devil, now identified under the name of Luke. He tried to attack him from behind. Since the devil was focused on the Gremory and Citri that he had in front of him, Saji was already a few steps away from being able to connect a blow that carried all his strength in one of the demon's legs. Hoping that if he connected that blow he would break that leg, but what happened was, "Stupid brat," said the devil with a bit of laughter in his speech, wagging his tail. He hit the Citri boy, sending him against a tree, but because the boy did not expect that attack he received it full force, without giving him time to evade it. Due to the force of the blow, Saji did not stop on impact with the tree, but went through it and continued its trajectory, going through what some could see at least 3 trees and skidding about 10 or 15 meters further on. "Gen-chan," shouted Momo as she saw the boy she loved being sent away as if it was nothing. "That idiot got off easy. But you won't suffer the same fate," said Luke coldly, making a shiver run down the backs of everyone present. Taking advantage of the moment, Luke threw himself on the exhausted boys, but it was at that moment when a sphere of water hit the reptile's face, and to everyone's surprise, when the sphere came into contact with his face, it exploded, causing a rather large explosion, considering the size of the demon's head. As a collateral effect, and because Luke did not expect this surprise attack, he was staggered in the middle of the attack. Right on target. Congratulations, Kaicho, said a cheerful voice. That voice. Is it Issei? Asked Iridide, turning to look in the direction where she had heard that voice. She could see Issei, Seraphil and Sona. Thank you, Issei-kun, said the blushing brunette with glasses. Who has dared to attack me? The great Luke the Destroyer, roared the giant reptile angrily. Wow, but what a presentation this guy has. You can tell he loves to hear your voice, said the white-haired man, causing all the young people present to laugh. The reptile, seeing that a brat was making fun of him, opened its jaws and let out at great speed its tongue with a spear-shaped tip in the direction of where the newcomers were, with the clear intention of piercing them with its tongue. Note: imagine the tongue attack of the Lickers from Resident Evil 2. The white-haired man held Seraphil and Sona by the waist with force and moved out of the way of the attack. The reptile's tongue hitting the ground left a medium-sized crater. At that, the other boys were frightened because they thought that if they had been pierced by that, everything would have ended in an instant. The white-haired man left the Citri sisters with the servants of the younger Citri. That was close. Very good, damn lizard. If that's how you want to play, then that's how we'll play, said the white-haired one, drew his sword and lunged at Luke. Issei jumped, catching the reptile's attention, who followed his every move with his big red eyes. At that moment, Luke opened his jaws and let out that dangerous tongue, with the clear intention of killing the white-haired man. Using his sword, he stopped the deadly lunge a few centimeters from his body. Not bad. It seems that there is someone worthwhile in this place. But you won't beat me with that alone, said Luke, praising the white-haired man's reflexes. But now I know that you and those two girls over there are worthy of spending the rest of eternity in my stomach, said the reptile, throwing his tongue again, but this time the target of the attack was not the white-haired man, but Seraphil and Sona. The white-haired man was really worried. He knew that even though Seraphil and Sona were strong, they would not be able to evade this attack, which was too fast for them, since they were not used to fight against this kind of enemies. At that moment, the Citri sisters were terrified when they saw that tongue coming at them very fast. Both wanted to move, but their bodies did not respond. In the end, they both resigned themselves and closed their eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Sona. Seraphil Sama, was the cry of the Retid as she was hysterical to see the imminent end of one of the Mayu of the underworld and the heiress of the house Citri, and she was exhausted without being able to do anything. At that moment, both Seraphil and Sona could feel something warm splashing on their faces, but it didn't hurt, so they timidly opened their eyes, and what they saw left them terrified. In front of them was the white-haired man looking at them with a warm smile, but if they looked down, they could see that fresh blood was flowing from his chest. The reason? It seemed like Issei had used himself as a shield to protect them from Luke's attack. That was close. Said the white-haired man with blood dripping from the corner of his lips. This fact made both Seraphil and Sona start shedding tears. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't. The words simply wouldn't come out of their mouths. They seemed to have entered some kind of trance, and they could only hug the white-haired man while they continued crying. But the tongue was still attached to the white-furred one, so Luke took advantage of this to pull the white-furred one to him, tearing him from the embrace that Seraphil and Sona held over the white-furred one's body. In an instant, the huge reptile had pulled the white-furred one into its jaws. Now you'll be with me for eternity, said Luke as he closed his jaws on the white-haired boy, leaving only one of his legs outside. This act brought the Citri sisters out of their trance. Issei-chan, kun, they both shouted when they saw the white-haired man being locked in Luke's mouth. In that instant, their anger began to grow violently. Standing up, they both created a magic circle in their respective hands, ready to attack, but the mouth of the huge reptile began to open little by little, and you could tell that it was trying to close it. The person responsible for this feat was none other than the white-haired man. I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not interested. Although, thanks for the offer, said the white-haired man as he came out of Luke's mouth, returning to the Citri sisters' side, who were now shedding tears, but of happiness when they saw that the white-haired man was well. I'm sorry if I worried them, but my body moved by itself. Now, I'll finish you, you damned lizard, shouted the white-haired man. Well, without noticing it, his eyes turned red, and a violet aura began to emanate from his body. This event made the reptile nervous, since he had felt that aura in someone else. It can't be this aura. Is it Sparda? Wait a minute. He's supposed to have died. Then how? Who are you? And how do you have the aura of the traitorous bastard Sparda? That doesn't concern you, said Issei, throwing himself once again against Luke, but this time he was faster. In an instant he appeared under the huge reptile, and using rebellion, made a great combination of cuts and thrusts in all directions, managing to pierce Luke's scales and causing him to bleed heavily, to the point of starting to form a large pool of blood. Now Issei put away his sword and materialized his boosted gear. Boost 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 boost. Dragon shoot. Using a powerful dragon shoot, Issei managed to lift Luke, sending him several meters upwards. "Swordmaster," said the white-haired man while he vanished his gauntlet to again take out his sword together with one of his pistols, covering the blade of rebellion with a crimson-colored energy. He sent several cuts towards Luke, cutting him like paper, dividing his body in at least 5 parts, and after this, he began to shoot repeatedly against Luke's body parts. But these shots were not like his usual shots. These were charged with demonic power, thus causing a lot of damage to the point that all the remaining parts of Luke's body were reduced to much smaller pieces. But there was something that no one expected, because Luke's devil body parts were reduced so drastically in size, the blood that contained his body began to rain down on those present. Issei was looking up to the sky where he had made Luke disappear, while the blood was continuously falling on him and the others. As those drops of blood continued to fall, some of them fell on the lower part of the white-haired boy's eyes. Then these began to fall down the boy's face, giving the impression that he was crying tears of blood. "Issei-chan. Is he crying?" said Serafal, surprised. "What do you mean?" asked Sona, intrigued. At that comment, everyone paid attention to what Serafal was going to say. "Look carefully at Issei-chan. Look at his face," said the brunette, pointing at the white-haired man who kept looking at the sky. They all saw him, and indeed, Issei, according to them, he was crying. This fact made many of them feel a strange pressure in their chest. But suddenly they all started to disappear in magic circles with the symbol of the Mauserzich's Lucifer. Guo Academy. Human world. From several magic circles appeared the Gremory team, the Citri team with Momo helping Saji to stand up, Issei and Serafal. "It seems we are finally back to the real world," said Rias, dropping to the ground. She had already exceeded her limit many hours ago, and only the idea of not looking so weak in front of Issei kept her on her feet. "Issei-chan. Wait," said Serafal, stopping the white-haired man who, taking advantage of the fact that all the attention was focused on the Gremory and Citri heiresses with their respective entourage, was leaving silently. "Is something wrong?" said the curious white-haired man. "Your trench coat," said Serafal, pointing to the area of the white-haired man's back. In that area his trench coat was shredded, and Issei's back could be seen a little bit. Issei, looking towards that area, could notice that his raincoat was torn, but he didn't give it much importance. "Ah. That. I guess I'll have to repair it later." Due to Serafal's comment, everyone turned their gaze towards the white-haired man. "What happened to you? That hole in your raincoat can't have been caused by wear and tear," said Serzich's, crossing his arms as he too was waiting for an explanation of what had happened in that dimension. "Can someone else explain it? I'm tired and I want to go to sleep," said the white-haired man with a tired look. "I'll do it. It's the least I can do after you saved us," said Sona. "Well, what happened was..." And so Sona proceeded to tell them everything that they had lived these last hours. A few hours before, Siberia. We can see a white-haired man trying to wake up 3 people who were lying on the snow and quite wounded, with some parts of their bodies covered by the snow. "Can we know what happened to them? And who left them like that?" asked the silver-haired man, turning to the blonde with glasses. He slowly began to recognize the place where he was, but his body hurt too much to stand up, so he limited himself to merely sit on the snow like his other 2 injured companions. "We came to look for the boy we had heard about. We told him about our objective and told him to join us. But he refused and attacked us," said the blonde with obvious difficulty to speak, since even that made his whole body ache. "And where is he? If he attacked you, he must have been seriously injured, but I don't feel any unknown presence around this place," said the platinum man, looking around him. "Ali, we couldn't even get a scratch on him. He beat us long before we could do anything against him." This time the young brown man in almost shattered Chinese armor was speaking. "What? And how did he beat them?" asked the now identified Vali with clear interest. "He only made a quick draw and sheathed his katana. When he put it away, we could feel that the space around us produced a kind of vacuum from which many very sharp wind waves emerged and cut us without us being able to do anything. It even damaged the blade of my sword," said the blonde, showing the sacred sword to the white-haired man, showing him the large diagonal crack in the damaged sword. "I see. Can you tell me what that boy was like? If he defeated them with such ease, he must be very strong." "Let's see. He had white hair, combed back, a blue trench coat with a black jacket under it, pants of the same color, boots that reached his knees and a katana in his left hand," said the brown girl who had also woken up. "Maybe it was Issei Hyodo. It couldn't have been him. His power is not so much to defeat them so easily. Besides, he doesn't have a katana as a weapon. Maybe I should ask him when I see him," thought the silver-haired man. "Is something wrong, Vali?" asked a brown-haired man curiously. "Nothing. I was just thinking that I have to go. I have to continue as Azazel's guard. Besides, he wants me to participate in the meeting of the 3 great factions. "So, are you going to continue with your performance?" asked the brunette, receiving an affirmative from the boy, and then watched as the boy disappeared in a magic circle, leaving the three of them alone again in the icy snowy meadows of Siberia. Devil May Cry Human World Night. We can see the inside of Devil May Cry. It had already been a few hours since the whole incident had ended. Suddenly a sound could be heard coming from the white-haired man's room. As if something was being whipped with a metallic object. Clap. 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 Issei-chan. Have mercy. And. Why are you punishing me? Serafal shrieked with teary eyes and a red bottom due to the constant spankings with the gauntlet from the white-haired man. You want to know why? The other day I explicitly told you to stay in the underworld. And not to tell anyone about our relationship for now. And what did you do? Clap. First. You came to my house. Disobeying me. When I told you to stay in the underworld. Clap. Second. You enrolled in the academy. And you are in the same classroom as me, and you already told everyone that we know each other. Clap. Third. You not only told your sister that we are engaged. But after we returned to the human world you told your parents and the others present. That we were also engaged. Clap. Fourth. This is for being a bad girl. Unbeknownst to the white-haired man, Serafal no longer squealed in pain as he spanked her, but now Serafal had a heavy blush and eyes laden with lust. Was she enjoying the punishment? Clap. And this is because I feel like it, said the white-haired man, giving 3 more spankings. After this he left the brunette on his bed and went down to the second floor, since it seemed that he had visitors. But what the white-haired man didn't hear before leaving was how the brunette whispered. Issei-chan. I want more. Whispered Serafal with her eyes lost while panting heavily. Already on the second floor Issei could see a tall man in his 30s with mostly brown hair with some golden locks and a bit of a beard. As the white-haired man proceeded to sit down in his desk chair while he put his feet up to the aforementioned. Look. If you want me to do some work. I'm sorry, I'm closed. You can come back tomorrow. Said the white-haired man as if nothing had happened. The truth. First I was thinking of meeting you. Asking you to fulfill contracts for me. Well, you were a servant of the Gremory family. But now it's different. Sekiryuutei. Said the man while spreading 12 black wings. I am Azazel. Leader of the fallen angels. After the introduction, the fallen one expected the boy to get into a fighting pose or to be surprised by such a revelation, but what he got was nothing. Not even a change of attitude. So? Do you want me to throw you a party or something? Asked the white-haired man, causing the fallen man to have an anime-style slump. That wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Said the fallen one as he stood up. I noticed the Kakabiel was planning something. So I came here to keep an eye on him. I also wanted to see your boosted gear. I see that Albion did his job well. I know what you must be thinking. Why didn't I personally come and stop Kakabiel? The reason is simple. My direct intervention would have caused some trouble. So I asked him to fix things. Though I was surprised that he took the job so easily. The fallen man now watched as the white-haired man got up from his seat and walked over to the pool table and started hitting the balls with all the calmness in the world. So it was you? Asked the white-haired man as he was about to hit the next ball in sequence. Eh? You were the one who sent the white dragon to ruin my fun, weren't you? Said the white-haired man while he stopped for a moment to look at the fallen man who looked at him with surprise. Really? I'm sorry. If you hadn't sent it, I could have. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're not strong enough to defeat anyone of Kakabiel's level. No matter how much power you accumulate. This left the white-haired man surprised. Had he really come here to spy on Kakabiel? Had he hidden under a rock and not found out that he practically defeated Kakabiel by himself? If you believe that, why don't you ask the white dragon? What condition was Kakabiel in when he came to spoil my fun? Then he asked him. Anyway. The leaders of the 3 major factions will have a conference about this incident. That's right, I was already informed. I must also attend. To my bad luck, and I was planning to stay here that day while I rested. Said the white-haired man, remembering when Serziches had told him that he had to be present because he participated in the battle against Kakabiel. At this the fallen man was surprised, since this information would have surprised anyone, but the white-haired man had hardly flinched. He treated all this information as if it was his daily bread, so since he had nothing more to tell him, he left the place, leaving the white-haired man alone. Well, now that he's gone, I'll see if I can sleep in peace. Said the white-haired man as he closed the front door, turned off the lights and went up the stairs to his room. The light in his room was on and the door was open, but something was missing. That something was the brunette, since she wasn't in his bed, so he assumed she was angry for the punishment he had given her. But it was necessary, so he thought she had gone to her room that he had prepared for her together with Ryu. Room that once belonged, or better said, had been used by the blonde Asia Argento. But now all that crossed Issei's mind was to sleep. Since he was fed up with this damn day that in his opinion had been a complete crap. But once he entered, the door slammed shut and he could also hear how the lock of the door closed. He had been locked in, but the doubt was who. A few seconds later the lights also went out. It was then that the white-haired man could feel an incredible sensation of softness and elasticity in his back. He remembered that sensation. Not much had happened since the last time he had felt it. Turning his face he could see. "Sarah-chan," said the white-haired man, surprised and blushing as Serafal was only wearing her underwear, and it must be said that it was very suggestive, but what caught the white-haired man's attention was that the brunette was blushing and panting heavily. Without giving him time to answer, the brunette knocked the white-haired man down on the bed and climbed on top of the white-haired man while she asked him. "Issei-chan, do you love me?" asked Serafal tenderly. "I do," answered the white-haired man while he felt how his pants were getting shorter and shorter, "if you know what I mean. Then I want to ask you a favor." "Issei-chan," said the brunette panting. "For you, anything," said the white-haired man with a smile. "I want you to make me yours. I want to be with you forever. To have a family," she said in a voice full of desire. Those words were enough to send the white-haired man's common sense flying, because while he could tolerate quite well the pressure in combat, this kind of pressure, caused by a girl as pretty as Serafal, was something different, as this pressure tempted his heart and some things more. In a futile attempt to keep himself fighting against a lust that was invading him as a result of the brunette's actions, he tried to concentrate on something else that would distract him from the moment. "Come on, Issei. You mustn't give in to temptation. There must be some way to get out of this situation. Buddy. I think that the long-awaited moment that many guys of your age are waiting for has finally arrived for you. Besides, not just any girl puts you in check like this," he said Ddraig with a certain tone of mockery in his words. "Come on, Ddraig. There must be a way to calm her down. I feel a little insecure. I'm sorry to tell you that you can't. Soon your dragon instincts will kick in and there will be little you can do to control yourself. But I'll tell you what. What? At the beginning don't behave like a beast. Although in part you are." "What? Hey. Is that what you wanted to tell me?" the white-haired man asked, offended. "I'll just tell you that you should be attentive and delicate. Well, see you tomorrow. I hope you enjoy it." After saying this, the legendary dragon went to sleep. "Damn bastard. He leaves me stranded in this situation." So, for some reason he couldn't finish that line of thought, and then he started to look for the reason why even his thought had been interrupted. At last he found it. He also found that he was no longer wearing his pants and boots and only had on his boxers and his raincoat. He guessed that he had lost it somewhere on the second floor of his house. Tomorrow he would look for it. Now he had to concentrate on the current situation. He could feel how slowly the brunette removed his last garment, leaving his member free. Well, after having removed the white-haired man's boxer, she also removed his underwear, leaving both of them as they had come into the world. For the first time in her life, Serafal Leviathan had had an orgasm, but now the main course of the night was missing. Ria's room. The occult club. A certain Redeed could not fall asleep. Something strange in her, since she had never had difficulty sleeping. But tonight was different. She felt as if something important was being stolen from her, but she didn't know what it was. "Devil may cry. Are you sure you want to continue?" asked the white-haired man, kissing her, shaking her with waves of pleasure, caressing the girl's delicious legs with his hands. "If I'm sure about this, Issei-chan, I want to be yours. I want to have your love for all eternity," said the brunette, attracting the boy to her, kissing him sensually. "Then so be it," said the white-haired man, positioned himself above her. After all the sex time, the girl collapsed on the boy and little by little both fell asleep. The following day. The sun's rays were already filtering through the window of the white-haired man's room, waking up both lovers, who slowly opened their eyes, and the first thing they met was their partner's eyes. Giving him a sweet and tender kiss, the brunette was the first to say hello. "Good morning, Issei-chan. Did you sleep well?" said the brunette with tenderness and a smile on her face. "Like never in my life. But, remembering the night before, I want you to be honest with me. How was I?" asked the white-haired man shyly, since it had been his first time. "Fantastic. I have no complaints. You are amazing, Issei-chan," said the Serafal with a smile, leaving the white-haired boy very happy. Knock knock. Issei, sorry to bother you, but you have to get up in a hurry. You have a meeting with someone quite important. The one speaking from the other side of the door was Ryu. "I'm coming. Give me a few minutes," said the white-haired man reluctantly, since he had woken up with a desire to go out. "I know you understand me, don't play innocent because you're not." After a few minutes, the white-haired boy and the brunette had already put on their clothes to go to the academy. Going down to the second floor they only found Ryu, and there was no one else, not even a presence. Ryu, is that important meeting with the invisible man? I don't see anyone here. Is he the Welsh dragon? Asked a voice followed by an intense golden light that illuminated the entire second floor of the place. Nice to meet you, Issei Hyodo. After that light dissipated, the white-haired man and the brunette could see who it was, a blonde man of about 25 to 30 years old, with blonde hair and 10 golden wings on his back. Michael? Is that you? Asked Serafal surprised, since she didn't expect to see the leader of the angels in the white-haired man's house. Oh? I see you know Mau Serafal young Hyodo. As she said, my name is Michael. Leader of the angels. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Answered the white-haired man politely, but suddenly he felt as if he had needles all over his body, but it didn't hurt, he only felt a little discomfort, the reason was unknown to him. But it wasn't because of the man standing in front of him. Then a new glow appeared between Michael and the white-haired man. This glow transformed into a sword, a very shiny sword with a thin golden guard with 3 points on each side, with a thin and elegant handle with red details ending in a golden tip. Hyodo Issei-kun. Yes. This is the sword capable of slaying a dragon, the Dragon Slayer Ascalon. Dragon Slayer? Asked Issei curiously. It is a term for those who find it their vocation to exterminate dragons. As well as for the weapons that aid them in that task. I have come here today with the intention that you keep this sword. Maybe I should say, let your boosted gear assimilate it. Since they say that you are the weakest host in history. I think this sword can help you a lot. At this the white-haired man only sighed, since he was tired of always presenting himself in the same way and giving explanations. So he decided to omit that part. They would find out at the meeting. Whatever. Why do you want to give me this sword? Knowing that I am a dragon. Since the last Great War there have been no serious conflicts between the three great factions. Except for some minor clashes. Said the blonde, referring to the Kakabial incident as a minor clash. And that was a minor clash. Thought the white-haired man. At this rate. The three big factions will be ruined or another faction can make their move before that. That's why I consider the upcoming meeting as a golden opportunity. For the three factions to shake hands and move forward together into the future. In the past we only united once, and that was when we took out the two celestial dragons. So I have decided to put my hopes on you, Welsh dragon. Issei, you should accept the sword. So you would have more repertoire for the battle. Ryu recommended. Okay. But is it really possible for us to assimilate a sword that was created to assassinate us? Asked Issei, materializing his red gauntlet. Sacred gear follows the will of its user. I can help you if you wish, answered Ddraig. Alright. I'm counting on you, partner. First concentrate on the boosted gear. Then try to synchronize with the sword's pulse. But that said, Issei gathered energy in his boosted gear and grabbed the sword by the handle. After that a great glow with an orange color emerged and once again illuminated the whole place. By the time the glow had dissipated, it could be seen that the sword had been attached to the gauntlet, only leaving in view the blade of the sword that seemed to emerge from the knuckles of the gauntlet. But this, my task in this place is finished. Said the blonde, who turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared in the same way as he had appeared. I must admit that kind of exit. It does have style. Said the white-haired man, raising his finger in approval. By the way, Issei, you have a job. Said Ryu, handing a paper to the white-haired man with instructions. You must do it as soon as possible. Break just today. I was looking for an excuse to skip classes so I'll leave right away. Let's see. Reading what was written on the paper. The Royal Biblia Academy. 3, 2, 1. Another academy. Are you crazy? Shouted the white-haired man as he was escaping from one academy only to fall into another one. The order came from them. Since they requested support for their defense. They are under constant attack, and most of their best mages are in the world fulfilling different missions, and they can't return. Wait a minute. Wizards. Is it a magic academy? Asked the white-haired man in surprise. That's right. Why are you surprised? Well, it's the first time he heard of it. But wait a minute. It says here that I have to be there for a few days, and what do I do with the Kuo Academy? Besides, the meeting of the three great factions is just around the corner. I'll take care of that, Issei-chan. I'll call in sick or something. Said Serafal, raising his hand. And about the meeting. I'll talk to Serziches to let him know that you might have to be late. I appreciate it. However, I'll leave immediately. For them to have requested my help so urgently, it must be serious. But how do I get to that place so fast? According to their location, it's quite far away. Even if I flew at top speed, it would take me at least 2 days, and the option of using a magic circle is impossible, since I don't even know the place where I'm going. Don't worry. They sent us this. He said, handing her a piece of paper with a magic circle inscribed on it. With this you only have to apply a little magic and it will take you to the right place. I understand. Well, see you in a few days. Then the white-haired man applied a little magic on the paper and disappeared in a magic circle. Well, I think it's time for me to leave for the academy, said Serafal with an incredible smile on his face. So Issei was on her way to the Royal Bible Academy. While Serafal was going to the Kuo Academy, and that served the white-haired man very well since she would give the others an excuse. Around the Royal Biblia Academy, somewhere in the human world, appearing in what looked like a ruined building, the white-haired man emerged from a magic circle. Surprised to see the state of the place where he had appeared. What the hell happened in this place? It looks as if it had been the site of a violent battle, thought the white-haired man as he advanced through the building. After several minutes of walking through the deteriorated corridors of that building, the white-haired man could see a big hole in one of the walls, so he decided to go out through that hole in order to get an idea of the place he was in. When he got out, he could see that he was in what seemed to be a thick forest and that the building where he had appeared was in a clearing, but also remains of other buildings around it. Taking a big leap, the white-haired man created a magic circle under himself as a platform to see around him, but unfortunately all he could see around him was forest and more forest, without any trace of the supposed academy. They said. Use this paper, they said. It will take you immediately to the academy, they said. Looking at the paper in his hand. Damn paper. You are useless. Crumpling the paper almost in anger. At that moment the white-haired man perceived something approaching from behind him. When he turned to look at his back, he could see how several energy spheres were heading towards him. Jumping backwards, the white-haired man dropped to the ground, avoiding the attacks that threatened to hit him full force. Once on the ground, the white-haired man began to look in the direction where the attacks were coming from, and he could feel 5 presences that were approaching him, but they were not of anyone known to him. "What's a kid like you doing in this place?" said a hooded person, appearing along with 4 other hooded people. "I'm just sightseeing. I'm new in the area," said the white-haired man as he didn't want to cause any trouble. "Well, at least not so early in the morning. It's the first time I've seen someone sightseeing with magic circles," said one of the 5 hooded men while preparing an energy sphere in his hand. It was then when an object at high speed passed over Issei's shoulder, whistling near his left ear. The object was heading towards the hooded men, but at the moment of impact, the object hit right into what seemed to be a kind of barrier. "I see that this is how you receive us. Isn't it, mage?" said the first hooded man who had spoken to the white-haired man while looking over the white-haired man's shoulder. At this Issei turned to see the person responsible for that attack when he turned purely to see a girl with pinkish red hair. Note. This color is a variant of red hair with a slightly pinkish hue. But Lilith's hair color is the same as in the anime, blue eyes, dressed in a black beret, a white sleeveless blouse with a black tie, black elbow-length gloves, a short black skirt, thigh-high black stockings and dark shoes. But what was most striking apart from her large and developed figure was a kind of monocle in her eye. Well, not counting the large weapon she was holding in her hands. But that didn't matter to Issei. The white-haired man was concentrating on devouring the girl's generous attributes with his eyes. "The busty girl," said the white-haired man with his eyes focused on the girl's bust, which the girl noticed. The girl, seeing how the boy devoured her body with his eyes, blushed a little bit. "My name is Lilith Asami," said the girl nervously as the boy didn't look away from her body for a second. "What are you doing dressed like that and with that gun?" said the white-haired man, recovering his composure while he pointed at the weapon in the girl's hands. "It should be obvious. I'm wearing the combat clothes of a mage," answered the now identified Lilith. "A mage?" said Issei incredulously. "Could this girl be one of the people who asked for my help?" thought the white-haired man, but when he was going to ask. "You must already have an idea of what's going on here, don't you, boy?" said one of the hooded men while he generated a new sphere of energy in one of his hands. "For your bad luck you are in the worst moment to be in these parts. The constant appearance of devils has been weakening the ranks of the magicians in this area, and some groups of terrorist magicians take advantage of these attacks to cause damage to the magic academies that train and teach magicians. That in the near future can be a problem for those groups. An example is our group." "And what is your group?" said the white-haired man curiously. "The name of their group is Cerberus. Their only purpose is to see the world burn in flames and eliminate all those people who can cause them problems," Lilith interjected. "It is as that magician says. Anyone who tries to get in our way will be eliminated instantly," said the hooded man with an energy sphere in his hand. His companions imitated him and also created their own spheres, but what would happen next neither Lilith nor Issei expected it. "With this attack they will disappear. Die. Ira de Cerberus," shouted all the hooded men in unison. Then and due to the fusion of the spheres, a much bigger sphere was born and it was launched towards Issei and Lilith, who was a little further back. Even using her weapon, the girl's shot was not powerful enough to stop the sphere. Damn. If I don't do something fast. That attack could hurt that girl, said the white-haired man. He quickly tried to take his sword, but he remembered that he wasn't wearing his combat suit and instead he was wearing the Kuo Academy suit. I'll have to resort to the boosted gear. I'll have to resort to the boosted gear. I'll have to resort to the boosted gear. At that moment the white-haired man materialized his red gauntlet and immediately began to charge his dragon shoot. Boost 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 boost. Dragon shoot. Sending a powerful torrent of energy against that sphere of energy that threatened to hit them at the moment of the impact of the attacks, and due to the force they carried with them, caused a violent collision that made a strong wind whip around the place. Both attacks were tied for a few moments, but the white-haired attack had an advantage. The dragon energy he used in his attacks with the gauntlet was more destructive than the energy used in common magic. Due to this simple but important quality, the white-haired man's dragon shoot gradually gained ground until it finally consumed the opponent's energy sphere and continued on its way towards the hooded men, who had no time to react and received the white-haired man's attack, causing a huge explosion. By the time the smoke dissipated completely, in the place where the hooded men had been until recently there was now only a large crater. To say that the girl was surprised was an understatement, as she still couldn't understand how the boy was able to make that red gauntlet appear in his left hand and how he had been able to make that attack. "Are you alright?" said the white-haired man, passing his hand in front of the unresponsive girl, until finally the girl came out of her trance state and saw that she had the white-haired boy in front of her. "Yes, thank you for helping me. But do you want to explain me what that attack was? It's the first time I see it," said Lilith, curious about the white-haired boy's power. "Let's see. I'll tell you. But first, can you repeat your name? It's that when you said it I wasn't paying much attention," said the white-haired man, scratching the back of his neck. The girl only sighed. "My name is Lilith Asami, and yours?" "Issei Sparda." "Nice to meet you," said the white-haired man, shaking the girl's hand. "Well, for starters, have you heard of the sacred gear?" "Sacred what?" asked Lilith, tilting her head. That was a sign that she didn't know what the white-haired man was talking about. "This will take more time than I thought it would." "Well, I don't know much about it either, but I'll tell you what I know. Well, the sacred gear are." And that way the white-haired man started to explain her everything he knew about the subject, and he was glad to see that Lilith listened attentively to everything he said. After several minutes of telling her almost all the supernatural events of his life, which made Lilith even more surprised, the white-haired man finished his presentation. "So, you're a real demon?" said the surprised girl. "And you're also a dragon?" "That's right. But despite being a devil, I'm not a bad person. Or at least that's how I see myself. But well, I wanted to ask you if you know where the Royal Bible Academy is. If so, I can guide you too." The girl was indicating the direction where the academy was located when suddenly her vision became blurred, and after a few seconds everything became dark for her. Little by little the girl began to fall to the ground, but just before falling she was caught by the white-haired man, and he could see that Lilith was breathing heavily. "But what's wrong with her? A few moments ago she was fine," said the white-haired man, and then Ddraig spoke to her. "Partner, I think I already know the reason why this girl fainted." "And what is that reason, partner?" "Tiredness. Just by looking at her I can recognize the classic symptoms of tiredness and lack of sleep, and this girl has all of them. But the bad thing is that under these conditions the body becomes vulnerable to any kind of disease. So I would recommend you to take her as soon as possible to that academy you mentioned." "Received. It's been a while since I used this. But for the moment it's the fastest thing I can use. Balance breaker boosted gear scale male," said the white-haired man, covering himself with his red armor, taking the unconscious Lilith in his arms and starting to fly at full speed towards the direction in which the girl had pointed in the previous moments before she fainted, and maybe if he was lucky he could quickly find the academy. 30 minutes later. Half an hour had already passed since the white-haired man had started flying with an unconscious Lilith in his arms. He finally spotted the Royal Bible Academy, which was his current target to reach. "That must be the famous academy." Looking at Lilith, who didn't seem to wake up. "I have to increase the speed," said the white-haired man, increasing even more his speed. Near the entrance of the academy there was a tall man with long silver hair, with red eyes and glasses, dressed with a shirt open at the chest and a semi-formal black jacket, black pants and shoes of the same color. The man could see a bright red dot on the horizon approaching at full speed. "That's it," said the man, putting his hand as a viewfinder. A few moments later the man could recognize what was approaching him. A red armor. After saying this and waiting a few minutes, the armor descended and was face to face with the man. "Excuse me. But this is the Royal Academy Bible," said the white-haired man, removing the helmet from his armor, leaving the man surprised since he never expected to see a boy of no more than 16 or 17 years old under that armor. "That's right. What do you need from this place?" said the man, but it was at that instant that he realized that the white-haired man was carrying a girl in his arms. Lilith-chan. What happened to her? I was a few kilometers away from this place, in a forest, and I was attacked by 5 hooded guys that later revealed that they belonged to the group of terrorist magician Cerberos. It was then where Lilith appeared and helped me to face them. But when I asked her where this place was, she was indicating me the direction, and suddenly she fainted. And Ddraig told me that she was extremely tired. And apparently she is very sleep deprived, and apparently she has been overtaxing herself and has exceeded her endurance limit. Technically we could say that she has been running on automatic, but her body couldn't resist any longer and forced her to sleep. I see. But who is Ddraig? Asked the curious man. Well, he is. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.